because of things changing for us, and the price now is actually $12.95 per item. But do not despair, because there's a great way around this. If you become a part of our Freedom Members Club, which is $19.99, that is the one payment that you pay for the month. And what that gives you is your packaging and your posting, your shipping basically on the items that you buy. So instead of buying one item for $12.95, use that $19.99 and get your items sent to you. It's the best way to shop. But it's great to have you back. We're so glad that we're able to ship to you over there in the US of A.
Welcome to Hochanda's Celebrate VE with 4 for 3 event. Join us from Thursday the 7th of May at 6 p.m. to Monday the 11th of May at 6 p.m. as we celebrate the 75th anniversary of Victory in Europe Day by bringing you some fabulous 4 for 3 offers throughout the bank holiday weekend. Simply order 4 products from the same live show during the event and receive the cheapest free. Over the weekend, your favourite guests will be showcasing many exciting products, as well as offering you their invaluable expertise. So tune in, reach for the skies, and stock up on your crafty cargo, and help us celebrate VE Day with 4 for 3 from the 7th of May at 6 p.m.
Hi, I'm Barbara Gray from Clarity Stamp here in the UK. Teamwork makes the dream work, and at Clarity we are designers and manufacturers of, dare I say, beautiful, top quality and award-winning craft products. We are home to the very first, the original transparent art stamp. We hand make them here in Kent, and our talented illustrators are always coming up with new original concepts and wonderful artwork. In addition, we design and manufacture top quality stencils and masks. In fact, we also make precision cut reusable masks for our stamps. Since January 2017, we are also the new owners of Pergamano International, bringing together a wonderful blend of old and new parchment art. We are so fortunate to be able to showcase our newest and best products here on Hochanda, and to be able to demonstrate our art ideas to you, our Hochanda friends. So if you would like to learn more about Clarity stamping, stencil work, parchment art, both groovy and traditional, please join us, myself and the Clarity team, here on Hochanda for ideas and inspiration.
Hi, I'm Joe from the Mill Shop Online. Welcome to the Mill Shop Online. As you can see, we're a lot of fabric here. We're very passionate about our fabrics. We're one of the largest online sellers in the UK of fabrics for upholstery, soft furnishings, and now the lovely craft market. Whether you're starting out with fabric or you're an experienced sewer, we love to bring projects that every ability can really have a go at. So don't miss the Mill Shop Online shows on Hochanda.
Flexi order has arrived at Hochanda. What is Flexi order? When you place an item on FlexiBuy in your basket, you qualify for Flexi order, which means any other items you add to your basket will also be included in your FlexiBuy payments, so you can spread the cost over multiple monthly payments. After your first payment is made, your entire order will be dispatched. When you add at least £60 worth of any items to your shopping baskets, either online or on the phone, you'll qualify for our Flexi Order offer. This means you can spread the cost of your order over equal monthly FlexiBuy payments, offering you the extra flexibility when you shop with us. Flexi Order, making your shopping experience with Hochanda easier.
I don't know
where my heart is. Is it that side or that side? I never did biology at school. But anyway, welcome to Hochanda. A very good morning to you. And let's all celebrate Victory in Europe Day today. 75 years ago today, we were liberated. So lots of parties going on across the land, safely, of course, and all bearing in mind social distancing. But a huge welcome to Hochanda today. Now, we are celebrating with our very own event. It's a 4 for 3 event. So you buy any 4 items in one show in any 1 hour and you will get the least expensive free. Now that is an incredible deal. Now all you have to do is quote VE443. It's as easy as that. It's as easy as that. Either give us a call or head to the website. So buy 4 items and you will get the least expensive for free. So that's a great day, but it has to be within the same hour. So let's celebrate together. I'd like to know what you're up to today. And throughout the morning, if you want to email in and send us any pictures of how you've decorated your home, then we'd love to see them. It is Hochanda, studio@hochanda.com. Anyway, right, let's get into the first show. 7 a.m. in the morning. What a show this is as well. It's been described as pretty mixed media, and I think you're going to be pretty impressed with the prices and the items we've got for you on the show. And pretty mixed media is a terminology that our lovely Lou Sims has given us, and Lou is joining us this morning on Skype. She's here. Good morning, Lou.
Good morning.
How are you?
Oh, I'm lovely. Pleased to see you.
Yes, it's very early in the morning, so thank you for getting up this early. And you look very, very well, I must say. Have you been getting plenty of sunshine and rest?
Having a 4-legged friend means fresh air is... don't really have much choice.
I know exactly what you mean. And again, I'm talking about Millie and not Jane. Right. Lou, it is great to have your company. It's also great to do the show with Tim Holtz and all of the goodies we've got lined up. But for anyone at home, can we just explain a little bit about Tim Holtz?
Oh, Tim Holtz. I suppose he's the guru who got us all into our inks, layering techniques, being brave with colour, you know. Yeah, I mean, there are lots of other people out there that, you know, do the same sort of techniques. But I think Tim, just with the distress, he wasn't going for the perfect look. I think he was a genius idea, came in at the right time. And his inks are, you know, his products are just wonderful.
And it's all about innovation, innovative products that give you fantastic results and experimentation that we like with the term mixed media as well. Now, you described this show as pretty mixed media. So what do you mean by that, Lou?
I think sometimes everybody assumes mixed media has always got to be, you know, we layer dark and then make it lighter, and it doesn't have to be. It can be, mixed media can be any colour you like. So it's picking, today was about picking lots of, you know, bright, vibrant colours, and still doing all the techniques we did for mixed media, but let's make it light and bright and have lots of fun with it.
Now, we've got lots of items lined up on the show. Can you tell me what your favourite is from the lineup today, if you've got one?
If I've got one, I don't think I can say one. Oh, now you put me really on the spot. I've got to say I do rather love the jam jar stamps.
Yes.
I've fallen in love with the leather distress card, because that just gives a wonderful effect. And any of the crayons.
Yes, we've got some great crayons on the show, and we've got some great demonstrations lined up from you as well, Lou. What kind of things are we expecting to see within the hour?
I think the crayons are not as well known as other distress products, so it was just showing and taking away some of the worries people might have about using them, and creating fun backgrounds, getting a little bit messy, just, you know, putting all your colours together and see how it goes.
Fantastic. Lou, it's been great to speak to you and see you this morning. We do miss you here at Hochanda, but we have got your demonstrations coming up on video. So thank you very much. Enjoy your day. And I do like those curtains at the back of you. Very nice. Very Tim Holtz-esque.
Thank you.
See you soon, Lou.
See you, Janet.
See you. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Oh, there's our lovely Lou. Right, should we head through the items? Because remember, it's a 4 for 3. Buy any 4 items, you get the least expensive for free. Let's start with the brand new stamps today, £29.99. You're getting a whole host of stamps here. It's a lovely set of stamps because you've got your jar, which is see-through, hence you can put your flowers in the jar through the different techniques that we'll be seeing in videos from Lou. Now, these are red rubber stamps and they're already on that cling mount for you, but you may have noticed there is an outline around each stamp. That's because, let me pick this up and turn this around, you can quite easily take those stamps out of the covering. So you see, like so, there you go. So you don't have to cut these out, they've already been done for you. And I'm sure as crafters, as mixed media fans, you will find use for what's left behind in there. So those are your stamps, lots of different images. Let's show you the images stamped out because it's all about the precision when it comes to red rubber. So you can see here all those beautiful flowers that we've got on there. You've got a lovely daisy on there, you've got some leaves as well, and through different techniques you'll be able to put those flowers within those jars. So let's show you some samples of how you can do that. So you've got that lovely background, and then you've got the jars on the top, but the flowers you can see are going in. You see that? Into the jar itself. Now there's a certain technique that you can use, and if you notice on this one just here, you've still got the jar around the edge, but it looks like that's gone deep inside the jar, which is spectacular really, isn't it? Here's another lovely sample using various techniques as well, and the jam jar at the bottom. And you can see the flowers. This one has actually been cut out. You see that? It's been stamped and then cut out. But again, it looks like it's going into that jar. It's brilliant, isn't it? Lots of different techniques. Another sample here again, different use of colours, but still using the jar and then using your sentiments on the bottom. That's really nice, using some watercolours. And that's using more than one of the flowers that you've got in the stamp set in the jar. So what are you going to do with yours when you get them home? £29.99 if you want to go for that brand new set. 211876 is your item number. Now, a returning favourite, butterflies are always favourites, aren't they? Now, I wonder if you can name all of these butterflies when you get them home. I'm sure there's a red admiral in there. And I did remember. Is it a moth butterfly? No, I can't remember. But you've got those lovely markings on all of those butterflies that you've got just there. Again, they're red rubber, they're cling mounted, they're already cut out again, so very, very easy for you to use. Let me show you them stamped out because the detail is incredible. So what you see really is what you get here. Look at that detail. Now you can use these to stamp and then use your watercolours to wash water out. You can use acrylic paint in there. You can use some of the crayons that we've got on the show as well. Lots of different techniques to bring those butterflies to life. Do a bit of research when you get them home. Have a look at the different patterns that are on the butterflies and then maybe use the colours for the butterflies as they stand in real life. Always a good choice to have butterflies within crafting. You can use them on so many different style cards. And then let me show you this sample as well. I think that's my favourite. Isn't that beautiful? I think this is going to inspire you to use lots of colour. But even if you're going for that grungy look, just using the stamps on their own, you get that vintage vibe. £29.99, 846 200 is your item number if you want to go for your flutter stamps. Gorgeous. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 butterflies. A kaleidoscope of butterflies. Let's have a look at the website. This is where you can go to, so you can see all the different items that we've got for you on the show. Great stencils. Check out the stencils. Stencils are so popular at the moment because they allow you to do so much. They can really unleash your creativity. Whether you're using your texture pastes, whether you're using your inks, whether you're using acrylic paints in there, so many different techniques that you can use with your stencils. We've also got some blenders for you on the show and some quality smooth white card. Why is that important? Well, when you're stamping, to have smooth white card and to have quality means you are going to get those beautiful stamps in the glorious precision as they're stamped out to be. Right, got something new for you on the show. we have got some distressed crayons. Don't worry, they're happy, but they're distressed in their look. Now we've got 2 sets for you. We've got set number 4 and set number 8. They're all given numbers. Now the great thing about that is that numbers, well, it's an international language, isn't it? International. So giving them numbers means that they do sell worldwide. It's an international language. So set number 4, set number 8, sorry. Let's show you what the colours are. This is set number 4. It's like a dating show, isn't it? So you've got your candied apple in there, your wilted violet, your pumice stone, squeezed lemonade. I'm sure lots of lemonade was drank 75 years ago, along with lots of beer as well. Lucky clover, and you've got salty ocean. Here's number 8. So you've got your old paper, your milled lavender, your weathered wood, your shabby shutters, I love that, your scattered straw, and your tattered rose. Now you can use these with water. You can smudge them. You can use them if you put water on paper, for example. Shall I show you how to use them now? I'll show you how to use them later, maybe later. We do have some demonstrations from Lou first, though. So you can use these to get some really cool, smudgy, distress style effects if you want to. So that's your first option. Your second option, you've got 7 and 10, number 7 and number 10. So let me show you number 7. You've got your colours here on 7. So some great vintage vibes going on here. So you've got your ground espresso, your stormy sky, love those 2 colours together. Fired brick, crushed olive, evergreen bow. And then you've got abandoned coral. No, I was just reading that. Evergreen bow, I think it is, and abandoned coral. Then this is a great colourway for anyone that likes steampunk or vintage. So you've got your aged mahogany, your tea dye, your forest moss, your ice spruce, your wild honey, and your gathered twigs. So 2 sets there for you. And we've got some demonstrations coming up with those. Those are brand new today. Assorted crayons, and you get 12 in total. Yes, now these colours are designed and match the distressed inks that we've got for you on the show. Remember everyone, this is a 4 for 3 event. That means you can buy any 4 items in the show and you can get the least expensive for free. All you have to do is quote VE 4 for 3 and then you'll be able to get that great deal. Now let's have a look at your distressed inks. Now your first option is number 5 and number 6. Again, great vintage colours for you. Fantastic inks to use with your projects. So number 6 gets you your broken china, your gathered twigs, your rusty hinge. Love that. And your Victorian velvet. You've also got number 5, which is your peeled paint, your faded jeans, and you've got your barn door. Very, very versatile with your distress inks. Now these are the same as the larger distressed inks that Tim Holtz brings you, but they're in a smaller, more compact little ink pad. Right, your second option, you've got number 13 and number 15. 13 unlucky for some, but maybe not for you, because maybe this is the set that you're going to get for free. Distress inks, you've got your cracked pistachio, your mermaid lagoon, your abandoned coral, and your fossilized amber, not fertilized amber, fossilized amber. And then you have got your number 15, which is your lucky clover, your candied apple, your curved pumpkin, and your wilted violet. So these will go with the pastels, the crayons, sorry, that we've got for you on the show, and they will work well with your water-based dye ink, and again, same as the full-size ones that you may have already, but these are more compact for you. £24.99. 012185 is your item number, which is fantastic. So have you chosen your 4 items? You don't have to go for 4, but if you do, remember, you are going to get your least expensive for free. Just quote VE 4 for 3 as we celebrate 75 years of liberation. Right, we have got a video now from our lovely Lou Sims. Let's take a look.
Hello everyone, I really hope you're all safe and well. Now on today's show we have got a fantastic selection of distress products from Tim Holtz. So we've got crayons, we've got inks, we've got stamps, we've got stencils, and everything obviously works together beautifully. And I thought what we'd start on doing is looking at the distress crayons and creating a background straight away and see how we can use them, what sort of techniques we can do with them. Now, the distress crayons are slightly different to what we consider a crayon to be. For one, we would think a crayon is normally hard, but the distress crayons are definitely not that. So if I take the lid off, the distress crayons, you just roll them up there and you can make them as long to open it up. Now the distress crayons are a beautiful, highly pigmented, water-soluble product, and they're just kept in this wonderful barrel. Unlike crayons that we're used to, these are lovely and soft and really, really creamy. They are water reactive, which means we can do all our water techniques with them. So that makes them highly versatile. Being part of the distress range as well, it means that all the colours will match up with other colours in the in the distress series. So I thought, let's have a play and let's see what we can actually do with the crayons and what we can create, and just see where it goes from there. So I have a rough plan in my head, but I just thought we just go and see what happens. Now what I wanted to do though is I just want to quickly mask off a few areas so I can leave them free. Now, I'm being really brave today. Instead of using circles, which is my normal go-to, I'm going to do some rectangles. So I'm just going to do them in different sizes, and let's have a think. Let's move that one. I don't know whether to have this. Giving myself lots of different options here. Do I do it centrally to one side? I'm going to go, let's go like that for now, because I can always cut them down. Right. So they're just some self-removable pieces. And then what I thought we could do was have a look at the crayons. Now the crayons, as I said, are highly pigmented, and you can lay down lots of colour, you can lay down little colour. I'm working on the put my teeth in, and the distress watercolour card, okay? And we're going to just play with that because obviously we're going to do water techniques. And when you put the crayon down, like I said, you can press lightly, or you can really press down and pack a lot of colour down. So I'm just going to add some colour in different places. And I love working on the watercolour card because you can get some of the wonderful texture from the watercolour card coming through. So let's just do another little bit up here. So I like to just pull mine back in down. Only reason is I'm dreadful for getting them caught up in my lids. So what colour should we go for next? Let's go for a nice bright colour. So I'm going to go for the crushed olive, which is in set 7. I mean, what colour did I use there? Oh, I used Festive Berries. I can't remember which set. Oh, I think that's set 2. So we'll do a bit of that there. And I'd like a blue. Let's have a think. Let's go for this blue. See how bright it is. Oh, that's quite dark. I might go for a lighter one in a minute. Well, it doesn't matter. Put a bit up there. So I'll lighten that off. Let's get a yellow. I'll squeeze lemonade. And let's put a bit of yellow here. And as you can see, when I went over, they will blend on each other, but also because the crayons have that semi-opaque finish, they will lay on top of each other as well. So you can get a lovely translucent effect. You can blend with them, but you can also layer on top, which I think is wonderful. Let's put a little bit of yellow here. I'm going to put it up there. You can see it's starting to blend a bit there. If I go like that, you can see it's blending. And I'm just going to put a bit there. Right, I'm going to start off with that. We might add a few more colours. So I've just put some crayon down, and you can do different things. You can get your finger and you can smudge them out if you really want to. You could, put a tiny drop of water on your finger and you can blend them out. And as you can see, they blend beautifully out. Really soft. Well, not soft in colour, but they're actually soft to work with, because the colour intensity is, as you can see there, packs a real punch. So I'm just going to go into a little bit of the squeeze lemonade so I can blend out that way. You can get your paint brushes and you can blend out with your paint brushes if that's what you want to do. So I could blend out with my paint brushes if I wanted to. And we can do it there. And because I've left the colours to try not to merge too much, I've got lovely bold bulks, but I can go over these and add to them. Now, one of the things I like to do when I'm blending mine out is I like to use the felts that you normally use for your alcohol inks. One, because I've got a handle, and if you don't want to get your fingers dirty, it's perfect. And you can blend with them. Now, normally we would put rubbing alcohol, we'd put our alcohol on there, but all I'm going to do is I'm just going to mist the felt pad. Like that. And I can actually then use that to start to blend out. And I can blend my colours. Now, if I don't want the colours to go too much into each other, just grab a scrap piece of card, she says. Move the stamping block. I can take off the excess colour. Because I've still got some damp on there, I might need to put a bit more. I can carry on going. Right, let's clean that off a little bit. I don't change the pads. I'll keep the pads and go forever and a day. Just going to take off the excess there. And then what I do with the pads after I finish the project, I'll wash them. And then they're ready for another project. Now, I could have added a lot more depth to the crayons. So I could have put them on slightly thicker, but I actually just want to slowly but surely build up the actual colours. So you can go over them, that's perfectly fine. As you can see there, they've got a semi-translucent, so they will bed on top of each other, but you can still see the slight shade of the colour below. You can use your finger, or you can use your blending tool like I'm doing. Like I said, one of the other benefits for using the felt, I find, is it's quicker, and I can create my backgrounds much, much quicker. So I've created a quick background using the distress crayons and my pad, and I clean this off. As I said, I just gently rinse it in water and leave it to dry. But you can take off the excess colour, ready to use for another time. So I'm just going to leave that to one side to dry, and then we'll move on adding some more layers with the distress crayons. Right, that's dried beautifully, and I've grabbed myself some stencils. So I've got the Shifter Burst, the wonderful lace, and the gradient dots. I thought we'd have a play with these, with the crayons, and then we can bring some of the distress inks in. But I really wanted to make my focus for my background with the crayons. So I'm going to start, let's say, with this beautiful lace design. Now, because we used the felt pads, we can carry on doing that. So I could, if I wanted to, what colour I could get some of this, and I can put it in the centre of my felt pad. Now I can spritz it, or I could just leave it as is, and I'm going to leave it as, and I can then go over and it just lightly blends it in place. So you can start seeing it through there. So I can use the crayon that way. Oh, she says putting it back in place there. I can, which I do like to do, is I can put the crayon, I'm trying to put it in colour families because I want to try and work tone on tone a little bit. I can put the crayon in there and I can still grab my felt pad and I can blend it in this way. Now I like to do it this way, not because it necessarily lays down more colour, it does, but I just like the effect it leaves on your work. It leaves, I don't know if you can see, like a little raised edge, as if you've used a paste or a medium through it. And I love the effect that that gives on your work. So, I mean, you can use your finger to spread it out. You don't have to use the felt pad. So I'm just going to put a little bit of colour in different places. So if I wanted to, I could use my finger. For speed, I'm just going to use the felt pad. I just find it easier. And we've got a bit there. Let's have a think. Let's do a bit down here. And we'll add a little bit more. And do it like that. Now if I wanted this to be wetter, I can just lightly mist my felt pad again. And I can spread it out and it will go even further, because obviously the crayon is water soluble, so it's allowing me to blend over a larger area if that's what you want. So if I take that away, you can see where it's blended over and it's added a little bit more impact. So I'm going to go back over this bit again and try and work out where I went. I think that might be more tricky, so I think I'll just go for it. So that looks, well, I quite like that. That looks quite scrummy, actually. And this goes when I was saying, when you put the crayon through the stencil, I'm hoping the camera can pick it up, you can actually see it's got like a raised lip, a raised area, which gives a little bit more of another dimension. Just move it out of the way, let's put that out of the way. So let's go over with these. So what shall we do? What colour shall we do? Oh, I'm going to go, I think I might go the shabby shutters again. And I'm going to do exactly the same. And just put down in different places where I'd like it to go. I'm just going to give this a bit of a spritz so the red is not the main colour, and just wipe it off on my scrap piece of paper. You could do this in your art journals if you want. Now you can see how much intensity, how rich the pigment is by how long it's taking me to clean this. That'll do. As you can see there, it looks more pronounced, more ray, and I've got that raised edging. Now if that you didn't like that too great much, we could get, you know, we can get our finger in a little bit of water and we could blend it out gently. And you can make it a little bit smoother, as you can see. So we can leave it like that. And I'm happy with that. So I'm just going to leave it like that to dry. And once it dry, we'll come back and we'll have a play with one or two of the stamps.
Isn't it great? It's all about layering with mixed media. It's all about just sitting there, experimenting, opening up your mind, and then maybe walking away from it, and then coming back and adding more layers. And that's the beauty. When something dries like that and you go back to it, it looks different yet again. It's so inspiring, isn't it? It really is. And you can use these in so many different ways. You can use them with water. They activate with water. So maybe place some water onto the paper before you put the crayon there, or maybe add a water brush brush or blending tool to it. We've got 2 sets for you. They're £23.95. You're saving £7 on that deal. Your first option is number 4 and number 8. Let's just show you the colours that we've got here with number 4 and number 8. I'll hold them both up together, as you can see just here. So your candied apple, your wilted violet, your pumice stone, your squeezed lemonade, your lucky clover, your salty ocean, your old paper, your milled lavender, your weathered wood, your shabby shutters, your scattered straw and your tattered rose. Lovely colours there, very vintage again, and all have that blendability. 785268, £23.95. And then we've got another set for you. And this is number 7 and number 10. I think this set probably would go more for your steampunk style vintage, a bit more grungy. You've got your ground espresso, your stormy sky, your fired brick, your crushed olive, your evergreen bow, I'm sure that's bough, evergreen bough, your abandoned coral, your aged mahogany, tea dye, forest moss, ice spruce, wild honey and gathered twigs. I think number 10's my favourite. But what's really nice with number 7 accompanying it is that you've got some of those brighter colours in there to work alongside your grungy colours. £23.95, water reactive for blending, and very easy just to twist and you can continue using, so you don't need to sharpen it or anything like that. 785268 is your item number, brand new today from Tim Holtz. Now we've got matching colours in the ink pads for you. So we brought these onto the show and these will match your crayons. So these are your distressed inks, £24.99, 012185 is your item number. The 2 sets of colours, let's take a look at those again then. Numbered, international language like that. Number 5 and number 6. So holding them both together, you've got your broken china, you've got your gathered twigs, you've got your rusty hinge and your Victorian velvet, your peeled paint, faded jeans, pumice stone and your barn door. Like those actually. Really like Victorian velvet. I think these 2 look fantastic. And your rusty hinge with your pumice stone, I think those 2 will work beautifully together. 012185 is your item number. Think about the butterfly stamps that we've got on the show and think about those colours that will go perfectly with those butterflies, and also with the new set of stamps that we've got for you on the show with the jars and the flowers. Right, set number 2. Set number 2. Number 13 and number 15, your cracked pistachio, your mermaid's lagoon, your abandoned coral, fossilised amber, lucky clover, candied apple, carved pumpkin and wilted violet. Again, fantastic colours for those butterflies, don't you think? £24.99, 012185 is your item number if you want to go for those. Freedom members, you're not paying any P&P, and these are available to pop into your basket right now. Right, we have got... My hands aren't really tiny. This really is a jumbo archival ink pad in jet black for you. So you might have some stamps from All and Create, those larger stamps, the A4 stamp sets. This will be perfect, don't you think? It's permanent and it's waterproof as well. Let's just open this up to show you. There you go. And non-toxic and acid-free. That's a large pad. You can still use your smaller stamps with this, of course you can, but you've got that larger ink pad to work with. Think about all the different techniques. How about taking this ink pad, rather than using it with your stamps, just taking it directly onto your projects? Give it a go. £12.99, great price. It's jet black, 210522. So, for example, if this was your 4th item and all your items in your basket so far are above £12.99, you can get that for free by quoting VE 4 for 3. We're celebrating VE Day, 75 years of liberation. Remember, if you've trimmed up your home and you're celebrating VE Day, then send your pictures in, studio@hochanda.com. It's one big celebration altogether, so we'd love to see those. OK, we have got some blending tools for you, £13.99. You're getting your 2 blending tools, but you're also getting your refills as well. You've already got some with the tools, and then you're getting 60 round replacement felts. Great thing about this, because you can take the pads off and on, you might want to use your different ones for different colours. So you might have your crayons and your ink pads all lined up, and you've got a different pad that goes with each different ink. 660480 is your item number. Great for blending. £13.99. Remember that technique where you blend just off your project and then draw it on and keep blending in. So you can do that when you get these home as well. It's always good to have extra. Now we've got some mixed media tags for you on the show. And you've also got your watercoloured cardstock. £16.99 for this. 217994 is your item number if you want to go for your watercolour card and your mixed media tags. Not sure how many you get, but you've got them right there. So 217994. Right, something that's proven to be popular already on the show is your... Now look at this. This is your cracked leather paper. I'm just going to take this out and show you that. That is marvellous, and I'll tell you something, with some of those crayons that we've got on the show, some of the grungy colours, let me just bring one of those in from your set number 10, they would work really well on there, don't you think? And that would really bring out the detail of that cracked leather. And then when you're using this for your journal covers, you've not used real leather, but you've got that look. You've got that look. So many mediums that you can use on here. And you're also getting 18 assorted tags as well. So great for your different projects, great for your journaling, great for adding to your cards and your mixed media style canvases. 049327 is your item number, 18 assorted tags, and you've also got your 12 4 1/4 by 5 inch leather, cracked leather paper. I do like them, just looking at this. I think that'll be absolutely marvellous for your front covers of your journals. 049327 is your item number if you want to go for those. Right, we've got a pick and mix on your stencils for you. Stencils are, well, I think they're magical, I really do, because with stencils it gives you an extra dimension to your artwork, maybe a dimension that you didn't think about before. You've got a repetitive pattern, but the great thing about stencils, you can use as much of that stencil as you like or as little as you like. You can use your ink and your blending tools to go over just part of it in a pattern that you require of your stencils. You can also use these with your textured paste as well. So let's show you the designs that we've got. I'll hold them up just there. So that's your first one. I do like this because you've got the inner part, which could be the focus for your pattern. So this is like one of those magic eyes. This is like one of those magic eyes. So if I just hold this up, you'll see there that you could be looking at circles or you could be looking at diamonds. And that one is your shifter burst. Your shifter burst. So it could be circles or it could be diamonds. I like that effect. That's quite unusual. The next one, let's lift this one up for you. You've got your Shifter Plus. Now with your stencil, that's showing you the whole of the design, but you see what I mean? You could just use the top row. You could use a diagonal row if you want to. You've got the versatility when you're using your stencils. The next one up, like this one, great honeycomb effect to this one. And this is your Shifting Hex. Let me just make sure I've got that right. No, this is your Shifter Hex layering stencil. Your Shifter Hex layering stencil. Again, so on trend at the moment with your hexagons, but you'll see the pattern there. So you've got your pattern running down, so you can just use that on repeat to create that, or you can have it so you've got the middle part blank and you can put in there whatever you like. Again, versatility. The next one up, this one, I'll just grab the paper to show you. This one is the Gradient Square. Gradient Square. Like that one. So you've got your different sizes. Next one up, well, this will be your Gradient Hexagon. Superb. Like that. I think this could be my favourite. This is brand new. This is your Patchwork hexagon or your patchwork hex. That's extraordinary. I do like that. Imagine using that with different colours. I think also using it just with black on white would look spectacular, or white on black. £14.99. Select any two. Select any two of those stencils, and it's all about layering, isn't it? So maybe you could go for 4 if you want to, but if you're going for 2, choose the two different ones for you. There's more on the website. You've got your circles there. We didn't have that one out. Oh, I don't think the circles are in stock, so beg your pardon for that. £14.99, you get to pick a mix, any two. 279789 is your item number. Right, now, if you like more traditional style designs or more vintage style designs, £16.99 will get you your doily and your lace stencils. Lots of detail in there. Now, I do believe on this sample, the doily has been used. Yes, it has. I'll just show you that. I'll just bring it in. Been used with the butterflies just down the edge. So this is what it's all about, just using part. And I do believe that this could be the sample that Lou is working on in her demonstrations. And then you can see the crayons in the background, the water, the blending effect. We've got the stencils on there. We've got the brand new stamps, and we've also got the butterfly stamps in there as well. This is what Lou's working on in her demonstration. So your doily and lace stencils, £16.99. 647755 is your item number, which is perfect. Right, as promised, we've got Lou on the show via video, Lou Sims, and we've got another demonstration for you right now using the stamps.
My background is dry, which is brilliant, and I thought I want to play with some of the stamps that we've got on the show. And the first one I thought I'd look at is the flower jar, and I just want to create something around these areas here. So let's, which one should we do? Let's try that one. And I'm going to stamp them in the archival. Lovely big ink pad. Can't miss this. And I thought what I would try and do is stamp around. So we're creating frames around these parts here. So let's have a think. I might actually do this one first. And yeah, let's do that. Say sitting a bit like that. And I could have this one coming over. And let's do another one. So let's have a think. I can always ground it. So let's put another one there. Yeah, let's do 3 near each other. Now you get 2 different size jars. You get the larger one and you get the slightly smaller one. Both have loads and loads of detail. What should we do in this one? Let's do this. Okay. Oh, I like that one. And what should we do in this one? Let's have a think. Oh. Well, it's when you have so much and it's so beautiful. It's hard to know which one to choose first. So I'm going to go, let's go like that. And I'll join it with that one. And we'll have one of these. So all I'm doing is taking the different stamps and just building up what I'd like to see in all of the flower jars. It'd be nice to make it look like that's resting on the ground. Let's cover up my splodge. Just do another one beside it. right, I'm happy with that. I might add more, I might add less, but I think for the moment I'm actually quite happy with that. So I'm just going to put the stamps to one side. And now I'm just going to take away where I put my covering. And this is where I hope the mucky fingers in me doesn't do. Right, so that's, I can use them again because they're still sticky. So now I've got 3 portions like that, and I thought they would be perfect either to put the butterflies in or to do some journaling, absolutely anything. So I'm going to quickly grab the butterfly stamps and let's have a play and see what we could do. Okay, I've grabbed the butterflies, but first what I thought would be good we could do is I just grabbed a bit of scrap paper and a couple of micron pens. I could just do some little squiggles around the edge. So I know I've created the boxes, you know, as the rectangular. I just think they stand out too straight lined, if that makes sense. And considering, you know, it's a collage mix, I don't know, it just didn't look right being just perfectly straight edges. So I thought I'd doodle just some little lines around the outside. There we go. I'm trying to justify why I'm doing it, but I don't know, in my eye it just feels that, you know, it just takes away from the nice straight. Yeah, no, I prefer that. I definitely prefer that, just a little bit from there. Okay, so what I've done in between was, these are ones I've had from previous projects, from the different butterflies. So we could technically, you know, stamp straight in. We could stamp half in, half off and have a butterfly going. Straight again and lift it up. I quite like the contrast on the, you know, the butterflies not actually having any colour. So let's have a think. Right, I've got another one there. So I could do it with 3. So I could have 1 in each box like that, rather than, and then I could stamp some around, but in the distress inks that is similar to the background colour here. So I've got some of the blue there, so I could use some of the faded jeans and stamp a butterfly there, so I can bring it up that way. But I actually quite like the starkness of those against each other. So let's find those butterflies and stamp them in and see whether we're going to layer them up or leave them as is. So is that one? I can't tell. No, there's so many beautiful choices of butterflies. You know, I don't know which one to pick first. Right, let's do this one. And put that in there. I'm going to put it slightly higher, because then if I wanted to stamp a quote or write something underneath, I could do. And that's come out beautifully. So what else one did I choose? I chose that one. Do you know what would be quicker? Is if I turn this over, because then I could see it straight away. Oh dear, I'm going to blame it on the fact that it's really early in the morning and I'm doing this actually live and not via VT, and that's why. Right, let's put another one there. Let's put that one out of the way. And then we've got that one. So which one did I choose for that one? Oh, that one there. Move that. And put this one in the centre. Okay, I'm going to close the ink pad. So I've actually got the butterflies, so they become, you know, the focal piece. I could, because I've got these other ones here, you know, I could add a double layer and make them stand out. Have a look. So they could stand out like that. I could add some sentiments. I'm not quite sure, but I'm going to leave it up there for the moment, and then I'll go off and have a play and see where it takes me. But the goal of this demo was really to demonstrate different ways that you can use the distress crayons to create a background, and then, you know, bring everything in. Use them with your stencils, use them with the felt pads to blend out, as you saw, the wonderful stamps we've got on the show on top, and just create a wonderful piece for your art journal. Right, I'm going to go off and have a play and see where I can take this, because I can feel myself in a dithering mood, and I'll show you a little bit later what I've actually done with it. Thanks for watching.
And here it is, isn't that lovely? Such bright, vibrant colours, and I'm loving those butterfly stamps as well that lend themselves to beautiful colours, but also a nice grungy, just black and white effect as well. Okay, let's go back to the brand new today, £29.99. You'll see that we've got these lovely flowers and the jars as well. They're all pre-cut, that's what we like about this. Red rubber, let me turn this around for you. Very, very easy, just simply peel them back and all of the stamps just simply pop out like so. And I'm sure you mixed media people will be able to do something with what's left. So the stamps very, very easily just pop out for you, and you've got the jars and the flowers. What's lovely about this, with the different techniques that you can use, you can actually put the flowers inside the jars using masking techniques that you've got at hand. Maybe stamp some of them and then get those flowers to come out of that jar. I really like this. So you've got the jar at the background and then stamped again and simply decoupaged on the front of that card. That's very, very effective with the butterfly stamp on there. Here's another lovely example of more than one jar building up and creating that card. 211876, your item number, £29.99. Remember, we are celebrating VE Day, 75 years of liberation, and with that celebration it's a 4 for 3 event. That's all you have to quote to get 4 items for the price of 3. You'll get the cheapest one or the least expensive one for free if you're going for 4 items on the show. Let's move on to the flutters. This is the butterflies. Love this stamp set, all pre-cut for you. And you've got 3, 6, 9, 10 butterflies in total. When you get these home, have a look online, see if you can name all of the different butterflies that are in there. Beautiful, aren't they? The detail is just absolutely exquisite. Let me show you what they look like when they're stamped out. Can you believe that? Look at the fine detail that's in there. Your embossing powders, your distress inks, just in black and white, maybe using some watercolours to draw colour out and giving that lovely, gorgeous wash effect. Aren't they absolutely spectacular? It's a kaleidoscope of butterflies, and when they're coloured in, they really do look beautiful. You can decide the colours, of course, or you can go online and have a look and see what colours the butterflies should be. They look nice just in black, don't they, against some grungy style backgrounds. And there's another lovely sample for you as well. 846 200, £29.99 gets you your 10 butterflies, gets you a kaleidoscope of butterflies if you want them. Let's have a look at the website. This is where you can see all the items on the show. There is another show today, by the way, at 11 a.m. You might want to go for some of the assorted crayons we've got on the show. We've got stencils for you on the show. We've got distress inks, which match the colour of the crayons. We've got that lovely large archival ink pad. It's in jet black, it's acid free, and it's permanent, and it's waterproof as well. Right, let's head back to the crayons that we've got for you on the show. We've got two colourways, set 4 and set number 8. I'll just bring them in. So this is set number 4, set number 8. You've got those fantastic colours there, slightly lighter and more pastely than the second set we've got for you, but that's your first set. The second set is 7 and 10. And here's that, so a bit more grungy colours, and that's your 7 and 10, £23.95. You're saving £7 on the 2 sets, 12 assorted crayons in total. It's been great to have your company. What a great way to start the day to celebrate VE with us here on Hochanda. Stay where you are though, because we've got more coming up for you in a moment's time. Yes, coming up next, Rebecca Reid is with us here in the studio. Sewing Room Essentials one-day special. Picket fence after that with our lovely Catherine. And Cool Cat's Craft Storage with a twist.
If you love cake and you love to bake, we've got something you're going to enjoy. Here at Hochanda's Crafty Kitchen, we'll be introducing you to brand new guest demonstrators from the world of baking and cake decorating, who will be on hand to inspire you with sugar flour making techniques, food flavouring ideas, baking kits in a bottle, and as well as showcasing some very fashionable kitchen aprons. Watch out for brand new products, some very bespoke to the baking world, but others you can utilise within the world of craft, which will allow you more flexibility between the different mediums. Intrigued? Well, set your temperatures, set your timers, and tune in every fortnight to see what's in the oven on the Crafty Kitchen.
Hi, I'm Hayley. Join me for some amazing Fabric Freedom shows. Fabric Freedom design all their fabrics here in the UK, and they design them with quilters in mind, so they're really good at picking out those unidirectional prints, really nice and small prints so you can work on smaller patchwork projects, and paste prints as well, which is one of their signature fabrics. They do lots more fabrics besides quilting cottons, so tune in to the Fabric Freedom shows here on Hochanda.
Hi, I'm Bev. Hi, I'm Sam, and we're from Be Crafty. Be Crafty is a family-run company. Sam is my sister, and we love bringing brand new products to Hochanda. We manufacture and design all our own ranges of stamps, inkables, MDF, lots and lots of inspiration that we love to bring and share with you.
If you tune in to Hochanda to join us, you'll see that mine and Bev's style are totally different. But what that does is it brings you lots of styles and techniques that you can include in your crafting too.
Our ranges are increasing all the time with the lovely hand-drawn images that Sam and myself are trying to bring to you, plus the fantastic new designs that we like to bring in the inkables, in the dinkables and the MDF as well, so you can use them across all different sorts of crafts and bring the best we can to Hochanda too. So make sure you don't miss the Be Crafty shows on Hochanda.
Hello everyone, I've got a minute or two to tell you why you should all be members of Hochanda Freedom. Did you know that with Hochanda Freedom you could be saving on your deliveries every single month? For just a £6.97 monthly fee, you'll benefit from unlimited standard delivery, which means the more you spend with us, the more you save. And do you know the best bit? You can cancel at any time. Becoming a member of Hochanda Freedom, you'll also be able to take advantage of our exclusive Freedom members discounts, where you can save anything up to 20% on an already fantastic Hochanda price. Freedom members will also receive our exclusive members badge and Freedom newsletter, which will keep you updated with all the goings on behind the scenes. Look at all these benefits for £6.97 per month. Over 12,000 of you are already members, and we thank you so much for being part of our family and sharing your crafting passion with us. In fact, I'm going to hand over to you to tell everyone else about your experience with Hochanda Freedom.
I'm a Freedom member, which means I can shop a lot.
It's the discounts and all the special offers you get.
I get special offers, I get special discounts. They tell me when everything's happening. So if there's a special show I want to watch, then it's there.
I'm able to just shop when I'd like.
It's just good to have.
Yes, you do save. If you buy like I do, you save.
You see, you could be a member instantly for £6.97 per month with no monthly obligation. So when you want to cancel, you can. Just give us a call or go to our website, quoting the item number 888 888. So, don't forget you get your unlimited standard delivery, exclusive Freedom discounts, members badge and members newsletter. What are you waiting for? Join Hochanda Freedom today and become a member of the growing Hochanda family.
Hello, Mother. How are you today? Yes, celebrating VE Day with us here at Hochanda. It's great to have your company. Now, you might be watching various programmes on the television at the moment, and there's quite a famous programme on TV that's all about soft crafts. I think you might know the one I'm talking about. But if you are into your soft crafts, if you love dressmaking, we've got a fantastic one-day special lined up for you. Not only do we have some great accessories for you, but we've got the one-day special itself, which is a dress form. Now, this dress form is going to help you create shirts, skirts and dresses to fit you or the people that you're making them for precisely. So we're not talking about the standard size 14, the standard size 16. You know yourself, if you go to a shop or order online, you're a size 16, you order it, it comes along, it doesn't quite fit how it should, because we're all different, and that's why we're all beautiful, because we're all totally different in our makeups. So your dress form is going to allow you to adjust the bust so you can have that larger or smaller, and then you have also got the hip measurements as well. Very, very easily to extend that out as well, again to match precisely yourself or the people that you are tailoring for. Talking of tailors, they use these professional dress forms as well, so you're getting top quality. Now, your one-day special is available in black or grey, and the size is 14 to 20. And again, we're not talking about your standard 14, we're talking about the 14 that you can adjust to suit you, whether it be the bust area or whether it be the waist and the hip area down here. So very, very easy to adjust them. You've got all kinds of things on here that's going to help you make and create those fantastic tailored items. That's your one-day special. It's available on FlexiBuy as well. But we also have another option for you. This is your 8 to 16, and I believe this is also available in black or grey. You'll see you've got the dials at the top and also at the bottom. So again, this will take the bust out. It'll allow you to add more width to this or then take it in, because we are all different. Those standard 8s, I know myself, it's not a standard 8, not a standard 10 or a standard 12. So we're all different, aren't we? And this is going to ensure that you make that perfect tailored dress. You might be making something for a wedding. You want it to fit right. You might be making shirts for yourself. You want them to fit right. You want them to show off you, rather than be made to show off someone else, but it doesn't quite show off you. That's what it's all about when we're tailoring and using our dress forms for our soft crafts. It's available on FlexiBuy. 2 payments of £50 if you want to go for your 8 to 16. It's $99.99, saving a substantial amount of money. You're saving £15 on that deal. Now, if you are a professional dressmaker and you're thinking, right, now's the time to get the right equipment within your sewing room, remember we've got that great event on at the moment. It's a 4 for 3. It's a 4 for 3 event. All you have to do is quote VE 4 for 3. And with that in mind, you get the least expensive item for free. Have a think about that. 074395. It's available in grey and black, and the one-day special is also available in black and grey as well. But the details on your screen are for your 8 to 16. As promised, we do have some accessories on the show, and we've got the lovely Rebecca Reed with us, who's over the other side of the studio at the moment. Hello, Rebecca.
Hi.
How are you?
Nice to see you. I'm fine, thank you, this morning.
Well, it's great to finally meet you. I know you've done a couple of shows for us here on Hochanda, but for anyone that's not seen you, Rebecca, can you tell us a little bit about yourself?
Yeah, I've been working in craft forever, for probably over 30 years, which is great. I started off working for craft magazines as their technical editor, and I've been editor for them. I do a lot of designing myself. and I run a curtain making business, I do dressmaking, sewing, so my job was always to sort of search out the best products, what they do, write features about them, and because I use them all the time, that's what I know, what I like and what works. So today I've selected a group of products that would be ideal if you're a beginner, you haven't tried dressmaking before and you want to get started. This is your basic kit, but also I've put a few extras in there, just little gadgets and things that if you're a bit more experienced, maybe an intermediate, want to move on or want to just perfect your dressmaking, these little things will make a big difference.
Yeah, they certainly will. We've got some great traditional items on the show as well, all at great prices. Remember that 4 for 3 event. So we've got some demonstrations coming up from the lovely Rebecca in a moment's time. But what we'd like to do is show you the website, and this is where you can see all the items that we've got, so you can shop ahead. It's a good idea to shop ahead, get items in your basket, and then you can sit back, relax and watch the demonstrations and listen to the information that Rebecca is going to bestow upon us. And remember, if you want to be a Freedom member, it's 88888 in your basket. Now, if it's your first time seeing a dress form, you've heard about them, you've seen them perhaps on television shows all about sewing, maybe you want to know how to use these correctly. Well, we've got lovely Wendy here to show you how.
Hi, I'm Wendy Gardner, and I want to introduce you to the Millwood adjustable dress forms. Being adjustable means that you can actually create a body double that's almost you, which means that when you're dressmaking, you can get garments to fit perfectly. Now, when you get it out of the box, you will find it's got lots of pieces that need to be put together. You'll have 4 of these feet, and they slot into this base very easily. There's a groove there, a notch there, and up it goes. Nice and sturdy once it's all together. You also have a hem marker, the base pole, which has the markings on it, and then the top pole that the actual dress form fits onto. And of course, you have the address form. So first of all, we put the hem marker onto the base pole, and then put the base pole into the base there. You can move the hem marker up and down and lock it into place. This pole then goes onto the top. And then on top of that, you put the dress form. As you can see on this, you have 2 front dials here, and on the sides and the back, you have 3. So there are 11 points of adjustment on the body. You can also adjust the neck, and you can also adjust the waist height. So if you're long-waisted, you can separate the body slightly, and then you can make it fit you. This is all about making a dress form perfect for you. I'm also going to show you some inner parts of the dress form before I put it together, just to make it a lot easier when you do it at home. So inside the dress form, you'll see you've got 2 dials on the pole that you're going to attach to the long pole. The first one, the bottom one, is the one that you adjust, just lock it in place when you've got the dress form on the pole. And the one just above that, it's more like a wheel, that's the one that you turn to loosen so that you can increase the waist length. And then once you've increased it or decreased it to what you want, you lock it in place. So to adjust the sides, you just roll the wheels down and that opens out. So down and out. And the really good thing about these, lovely and easy to wheel, is either side you will see a little bit of white tape. Now if you want to use this dress form for more than just one person, you could have one set of measurements on one side of that, and then you could write another set of measurements, maybe in a different colour, on the other side. And just one more thing, before you buy, take your own measurements, bust, waist and hips, and then look at the 2 sizes, the small and medium, and buy the one that most closely resembles your size. And then of course you can do all these adjustments, which I'm going to show you how to do to make it fit you. Now it's all set up, the next job is to do the adjustments. Now the best way to do this is to take your measurements, as I said earlier, and then measure the dress form. Now I prefer to do it in halves, so measure from the side seam across the bust to the side seam, and then again for the back. Doing it in 2 halves means that if you have got a fuller figure, maybe a fuller bust, maybe a tummy, maybe a bigger derriere, by doing it in halves you can adjust the bit that you need to the amount you need. If you do it in the round, what you would end up with, say for a fuller bust, is it being too big on the sides and too big on the back and too big on the chest. So for the front dials, we turn them clockwise to open them out. Press in the little white dial there and we can open them out. And then you can start doing the sides. Remember, down is out and the back. So you've got all of these different areas that you can adjust to open it up. You keep on doing that and then you keep on remeasuring and remeasuring. Now, if you have got a fuller bust, there's two things to note. One, bust point. You measure from your shoulder down to the apex or the fullest part of your bust. Check that that measurement on the dress form is the same as it is on you, and the chances are it won't be, because these are a little bit pert for most people, so you might need to put on a bra on the dress form and adjust the bra height so that it's perfect for you. So to help do that, I like to make sure that the dress form height is the same as me as well. Now, if you remember, I showed you there was a dial on the body that I can open and just drop it down a bit until it's the right height, tightening it up. And then it's the right height. And that way, I can check that that bust is at the same point as me. But let me show you how you adjust it to fit you if you've got a fuller figure. So I have put on a bra and I have padded it with toy stuffing. So now, rather than having opened it all up to get this fuller figure that I need, and so many of us do, I've actually done it and created it by putting on a bra which I've padded. Because it's at the right height, I can also check that it's the right height for me. I've also opened up the waist, so I pulled this down because my waist is lower than it was on the dress form. Now this now means that I can fit garments really much more easily. And I'm going to show you how I'm going to do that in just a minute. But the other thing I wanted to say is I've opened it all up all the way round. Now you might find that what you'd like to actually do is have a clearer, smoother outline. So you can do that by wrapping it in some wadding. And then you've got a nice smooth outline. And the other thing you can do, if you've got lots of bits, so for instance, if you had to add something for your tummy here, or if you've got fuller hips, if you're pear-shaped, you might want to add wadding to the hip area. You might need to add a little bit more to the derriere. So you can just do that by adding wadding pieces, just layering it up. And then once you've done that, wrap the whole thing in a piece of wadding, or indeed you can wrap it with cling film. Doesn't look particularly wonderful, but it will be the right size for you. So I have wrapped my dress form in just a thin layer of wadding, just so that I've got a nice smooth line. And as I said, you could actually wrap it in cling film if you like. And then I can do things like tissue fitting. Now, this is a step that you can do in dressmaking. Before cutting out your fabric, you fit tissue to yourself. It's so much easier to do it on your body double here. So I can check that the centre front is in the centre. The side seams are down the side. The bust point is in the right place for my bust because it's all me in shape on here. It just makes dressmaking so much easier. So you've got an adjustable dress form which you've created your body double from. Having created your body double, you can make garments that fit you perfectly. As you can see from my pal here, she's got one of my dresses on and it fits. Now the last thing I'm going to show you with this amazing adjustable dress form from Millwood is the hem marker, because it makes it so much easier to hem your garments without enlisting the aid of a friend or standing on a table as somebody tries to go round you. So we put the dress form on a table because it makes it easier for me to show you. When I do this at home, I'm normally sitting on the floor. But it's very easy. You move the hem marker up to the level you want it to be, and then you can lock it in place. And then you can bring it forward. So if you've got a fuller garment like this, you can bring it forward so that the fabric will slip in nice and easily. Now you see there is an opening here which you slot the fabric into. And then I can just turn it up by the required amount using the marking on the front here as the guide. So if I decide to make it on the 4, turn it up onto the 4 and then pop a pin in. Move it round, go to the next piece, it's on the 4, pop a pin in. So it's really quick and simple, and you can do this yourself without enlisting somebody to help you. but do always let the garment hang for at least 24 hours before hemming, just in case you have bias cut seams on the sides, which can droop otherwise. And once I've pinned it close to the hem turning, I can then even up the hem allowance and then finish the hem by hand on the machine. So that's it. Your Millwood adjustable dress form. Your best friend.
It really is. Seriously, it really is. To make that perfect fit. I always, when I go shopping, I'll buy something and I think, oh, that looks nice. Yep, that's my size, and I'll put it on. It doesn't fit right. Never does. I think I've got swimmer's shoulders. I've got very large shoulders just here, so they don't take that into consideration when they mass produce that particular item for me. But now, using one of these, you can get that perfect fit. So a great video there from Wendy Gardner showing us exactly how to use them. 11 different adjustments. Your one-day special, 14 to 20, available in black and grey, £109.99. Look at the saving of £49. It's available in 2 payments of £55. We'll send this out, but we'll take the payment over 2 months, and then you can get that more professional fitted look. 771851. Right, we have got the smaller size for you. This is also available in grey and black. This is 8 to 16. The same adjustments on the front, the side and the back, so you can really make sure that you get the correct fit for you. 2 payments of £50 on the 8 to 16, 074395, and that's £99.99. But again, look at that saving. You're saving £50. It really is a great deal, isn't it? A third of the price. 074395. Right, we've got Rebecca here in the studio, and Rebecca's going to take us through an accessory kit that Rebecca's chosen for you guys to get the very best out of your soft crafts. Over to you, Rebecca.
Oh, hi. So when I was asked to put together a pack for what would be the ideal thing, I thought, well, do you know, I'm just going to choose things that I either use myself or I want, but not just any old product. I've chosen really good quality products. They're all different makes, but they're the things that you really need. So the first thing that you need are pins. Everybody needs pins. But don't just buy pins that you can find in the supermarket. They're too thick, they're not sharp enough. I've chosen dressmakers pins. So if I take them out, you can see they're made from high carbon steel, so they're very strong. They're exactly the right length for medium to fine fabrics, and they're quite sharp. So there's 350 in the packet. I mean, quite a simple thing, but it will make a difference when you're pinning your fabric if you use the right pin so they don't snag or break. The second product that I've chosen is the seam ripper, which seems like a really ordinary tool. Why would you choose that, you know? But we're all going to make mistakes. We all need to undo seams. But a seam ripper doesn't just rip seams. It isn't just for that. It has lots of other uses as well. So that's why, for me, it's one of my real go-to tools in the sewing kit. If you have a look at the seam ripper, let me just put it on some white fabric, you can see better. Can you see there's a little red ball and then a point? And most people say, well, I don't know what the red ball is for, but there is a very specific purpose for it. So I'm going to show you, here's a seam that I've sewn before, and if you need to unpick it, first of all use the point and unpick a few of the stitches at the beginning just to get you started. Then turn it over so that the red ball is facing downwards and put it underneath the seam. Now if you hold on to the seam, you can just rip all the way along, just like that if you do it really carefully. If you do it that way up, you're in much greater chance, if you've got the ball upwards, of cutting the fabric. So always put the ball down, that's the whole point of it, because then it runs smoothly along the fabric and you can undo it. If you're using a particularly fine fabric, like a silk or an organza, which could catch and you're worried about it, or you want to be very careful, you don't want to just rip the seam, then the best way to do it is to turn your fabric over and use the point of the seam ripper, lay it flat, and undo and cut through every third or fourth stitch, just like this. Really easy, and make sure you put the blade flat, not upwards, and it goes through quite well. Now, if you turn it over, pick up the thread on the other side, and that just comes undone. and then that seam is undone. So if you've got to do some very fine unpicking, or particularly if you've got a bit of reverse stitching that you need to undo, just do it that way but keep it flat. The other great thing about the seam ripper is if you need to cut small slits for buttonholes or magnetic clasps, I'll show you, you just push the point into your fabric. If you've drawn a line to the right length already, and you just push it along, and then you have a really neat little slit that you won't be able to cut with scissors. Or if you've got to cut a bigger hole in something, sometimes, you know, you might have a pattern, you have to cut a circle out of the middle. Start the hole with your seam ripper, because you can create a little hole, then you can pop your scissors in to cut. It's much easier than folding it and trying to cut. The other thing that I use this for is when I'm sewing, always have one sat by your sewing machine. So when you're sewing, and say you're sewing across a seam, and you want to hold the seam allowance down so that it doesn't fold over, you can just hold it with your seam ripper. It's just a fine little point that works really well. It's something that I always have by my machine. Also, you can cut threads, so when you're sewing, try and get into the habit of when you're sewing, particularly dressmaking, of always cutting the ends of your threads before you move on to the next stage. Because otherwise what happens is that the threads get caught in other seams. So if you've got a little seam ripper by your machine, then that's perfect. And I chose this one because it's got a really good ergonomic handle, and it's a good quality one, and as you can see, an essential part of your sewing kit. The next item I've chosen is tailor's chalk. Now obviously I like to use traditional items. There's a reason that these items have been around for years, and there is a reason why tailors use them, because they're a good thing. So this is pressed chalk, and in this box it comes in 3 colours. So you've got white and blue and red, and obviously they're for using on different fabrics. So if you're marking on a white fabric, you could use the blue one, but if you've got a black fabric, you might need to use the white one. Now the beauty of the triangular shape is that you get nice sharp edges, and you can keep using different edges to, depending on what you sharp, or you've got a little point. So this is ideal if you need to mark a seam allowance, or if you've cut your dress pattern out and you need to mark notches, if you want to just put a little mark where the buttonholes are. This is a great product. They are quite brittle, so do keep them stored in the box. If they break, it doesn't really matter, you can still use them, but just keep them in the box. But you see how easy it is to draw a line, and then when you've finished with it and you don't want it anymore, you can just brush it off and it's gone. So it's just a temporary marking, and tailors have been using them for years because they mark well, they can see what they're doing, and the fact that they come in different colours. The next product I've got, I love this one. This is the magnetic pin tray, which you think, oh, do I really need that? You know, I've got a box of pins. This just is one of those things that just makes your life a little bit simpler, because it's easier for picking up pins. It comes with a plastic lid so that you can, I'll show you with these pins, so that you can just pop pins in. If you're clearing up at the end of a session, you can just drop them into the top and they go in. And it also comes with a few of these flower head pins. I love these flower head pins. Really good for pinning large pieces, and you can easily see the ends, but be careful not to press over them. But what's lovely about this, so if you've dropped your pins all over the carpet, or like me, when you're on your sewing machine and they keep falling out and onto the floor and you need to pick them up, so you've got all your pins, you just brush them over like that and it picks the whole thing up. Also, if you've done a project and you've got lots of pins, and maybe you've done a quilt or something, you just want to make sure that all the pins have gone, you can just push that over and you pick them all up. So if you pop this by your machine as you're sewing, when you're removing the pins from your seams, rather than putting them in your mouth, which you're not supposed to do, you can just throw them onto the side and they'll catch into the tray. So it's a simple little gadget, but it's one of those things that I love because it really makes life a lot simpler and easier for you. And the same thing goes, I've also selected a pin cushion, and I've chosen this one again because you can keep your pins in it. You put it by your machine, you've always got a pin to hand. And I chose this one because this is traditional. In Victorian times, people used to keep tomatoes on their mantelpiece. It was supposed to give them good luck and ward off evil spirits. But when tomatoes were out of season, they used to use just a piece of red fabric with some sawdust wrapped in it. And that's how they then ended up always having tomato-shaped pin cushions. And you might have always wondered what the little, well, either strawberry or small tomato is on the end. Well, this is filled with small rock-like particles, and you just push your pins in and it sharpens them. Also, if you've got any pins that have got a little bit of rust on, it cleans them. So keep all your pins in there, but if you've got any that aren't that have got anything on them or just need a bit of a sharpen, you just run them in there. The other thing that this is really good for is a place for storing your sewing machine needles. So because once you've taken the needles out of the pack, it's really hard to see what number's what. So you can write the number of the needle on the top of the green. So if you put, say, 70 machine needles here, 80, 90, then you can just keep them in, and then you know which they are. So that's another thing. I've got 2 of these at home, and I use one as a pincushion and one for my sewing machine needles. The next product I selected was the seam gauge. This is perfect. It has all your standard seams, 1.5 centimetres, 2, 3, 4 and 6. And it's really good for if you want to very quickly mark a seam allowance onto your fabric. So say I wanted to mark the 1 centimetre seam here. If I just get a pen, I'll show you. You just take the 1 centimetre and you keep that running along the end of the fabric with your pen, and then you've got a perfect 1 centimetre seam. And you can do exactly the same if I wanted to have a 2 centimetre seam allowance. You just get that perfect thing. The great thing is as well is that it's metal, so it doesn't matter if you iron across it. So if you want to fold the seam allowance round it, you can. It's got a handy measuring gauge. So again, a very simple little gadget, but one of those things that once you've got it in your sewing kit, you'll be really glad that you have. Very important tape measure. Now this is particularly for the dress forms. When you get your dress form, you decide which one you're going to get, the most important thing you need to do is measure yourself, and measure yourself properly. Always get a retractable tape measure, because otherwise they get caught up in your sewing box, your sewing kit, the ones that are rolled up in a tin or the ones that are coiled, and once they start getting tied up or knotted, then they go out of shape and they're not correct anymore. And I chose this one because it's a premium quality one, so the spring is better. So you've got centimetres on one side and inches on the other, and then you just simply press the button, and it's a neat and easy way. And you need this for measuring yourself to get your dress form right. And then hand needles. Very important, dressmaking or hand sewing, you will have to do some work by hand. If you need to do any hemming or sewing on a button or working a buttonhole. I've chosen these. These are sharps. That's the name of them. It's not that they're sharp. They're called sharps. They have very small, round eyes, which makes them run through the fabric better without snagging or catching or leaving a big hole. But also because the eyes are round, they're a little bit easier to thread. They've got very, very sharp points, and this pack comes in sizes 5 to 10, so they're just narrower to wider needles. But these are the perfect hand sewn needles for dressmaking. And finally in your pack there are 2 packets of machine needles. These are Class needles, which are really good German make. You've got to pack the fine needles, which is 60s, 70s to 80s, which are for your very fine fabrics like lawn, silk, georgette, up to your cottons and poplins. And then the heavy pack, which is 80, 90 and 100, that's for jeans, canvas, twill, denim, that sort of thing. And with sewing machine needles, the one thing that I always say to people when they say, oh, my machine's skipping threads or it's not working properly, is in the main, you need to change your sewing machine needle. That's the biggest thing that goes wrong. Also, you should change your machine needle every 4 to 8 hours of sewing. If you find that your stitches are changing at all, change your needle. They do blunt quickly, so there's nothing worse than being in the middle of a project and your needle breaking just because you've gone over a pin or a particularly thick seam, or it's just caught the wrong way. So always have some spare packets, so that's why I've put the 2 in the pack. So that is your Sewing Essentials bundle.
Perfect. Thank you, Rebecca. Isn't it great to have the right tools for the trade? Remember, these have been chosen by Rebecca, that's had a wealth of experience when it comes to dressmaking. We're going back to Rebecca in a moment's time. I want to remind you of the one-day special, but if you do want the sewing needle bundle that we've got for you, here it is. I think that hemming measurement tool is fabulous, isn't it? It really is. And the magnetic to pick up all the pins, £24.90. You're saving £11 on that. It's a 10-piece bundle, 352133. Remember, we are in the midst of our VE Day celebrations. And because of that, if you quote VE 4 for 3, if you buy 4 items in any 1 hour, you will get the cheapest for 3. It's a 4 for 3. Right, let's talk about your one-day special, available in black or grey. We're very busy for this. Size 14 to 20. Now, you may have seen Taylor's Dummies. This is taking it to the next level and far, far beyond that. This is a dress form. It's got 11 different adjustments, so you can make the exact fit for yourself or for someone that you're making for. We all know that when we go out shopping and we buy something off the peg, a size 14, a size 16, size 18, size 20, we get it home and doesn't quite fit how we thought it would. We're told we're a size 20, but that could be size 20 in someone else's eyes. That figure that they put together and they measure, but it doesn't quite fit everybody. For example, when I go shopping, I've got quite large shoulders, wide shoulders, swimmer's shoulders. That's what my mum used to say. So that when I go and choose different style clothing, I'll go for my size, I'll put it in. It's not quite, it's pulling around the back. So I go for a bigger size, but then that's too big around here and it doesn't quite fit right. So to get that precise fit, using a dress form with the different adjustments, you've got 2 adjustments at the front, you've got 3 down each side, and you've also got 3 at the back as well, for your skirts, for your dresses, for your shirts, maybe a little waistcoat that you're putting together, a jacket, for example. It's going to fit perfectly every single time. 771851 is your item number. 2 payments of £55. You're saving £49. It's a great saving. It's a great piece of kit as well, a professional piece of kit for you. Now, we also have a smaller size. This is 8 to 16. Again, you've got the same adjustments, 2 at the front, 3 down each side, 3 at the back as well. So you can take it out into all of the different positions for you to make the exact fit. So if you are a size 8, you might be a size 8 here, but you need it a little bit bigger here, a little bit larger at the top. You might want it a little bit smaller here, and you might want to add a bit of depth right there. You've got it. You can do that. It's available in grey and black as well. It's £99.99, saving £50. It's a dress form. It's your professional dress form. 8 to 16, available in black and grey. 074 395. Available on 2 payments. Remember, when things are available on FlexiBuy, anything else that you add to your basket will also be on FlexiBuy as well. 074 395. Right, you can see all the items on the website that we have available for you, so you can shop ahead if you want to. This is a one-day special. These prices are a special price for 24 hours. We launch a one-day special at 6 o'clock. There's another live hour at 8 p.m. We go on repeat overnight. And then this is our first live hour of today, 8 a.m, another show at 12 p.m, and then your final call at 4 p.m, and then the price is going back up. Right, we're heading back to Rebecca now for some more demonstrations. What we're going to have a look at now, Rebecca?
Still talking about dressmaking, I thought we'd talk about cutting out. So I was going to put some scissors in the special accessories bundle, but I thought, no, scissors are a very specific thing. You know, a lot of people have them already, but I'd rather focus on them as one. So what I'm going to talk about first is rotary cutting. So sometimes when you watch people cut out dress patterns, particularly on the show that's on the TV at the moment, you see them cutting out with a rotary cutter. You think, well, why are they doing that? Why aren't they just using a normal pair of scissors? Well, there is a reason for that. So I've selected a rotary cutter, this one here. It's a 45mm rotary cutter. That's the diameter of the blade. They come in 3 different sizes, but this is the most commonly used. It's average. So it will cut out nearly everything that you need. So if you're going to just have one, the 45mm is the best. It also comes with 2 spare blades, which is really important because blades can blunt very quickly if you go over pins, or after a while they wear out. And once it starts skipping the threads as you're cutting, you need to change the blade. Just one word of caution: when you change your blade, put the old one back in the box to discard them, because they're extremely sharp. You really don't want to throw them in the bin. Very easy to change, and the instructions on the packaging. It comes with a safety shield because they're extremely sharp, as anyone will know ever cut themselves with a rotary cutter. So when you use the cutter, slide the blade back, and then when you finish with it, always just get into the habit of always closing it. You never want to leave your rotary cutter with that open. So it cuts fabric beautifully. I'll just show you on this seam that I did earlier how easy it is. Now you should use a ruler if you're cutting strips, but we haven't got that because I'm going to show you about cutting patterns. But look, you can see how easily and beautifully it cuts. Exactly straight lines. Always cut away from yourself, never towards yourself, always away, just for safety. Always cut standing up as well, because you need the pressure. Although it's a very sharp blade, you need the downward pressure to do it. And always keep your fingers well out of the way when you're cutting, so that you don't cut through. So I'm going to show you how you cut out a pattern piece, because there's a reason why you use a rotary cutter for this. So if you're using, this is just an ordinary piece of cotton with one of my pattern pieces. If you're using a fine fabric or something really slippery, so maybe a silk or a lawn or a satin, when you've got your fabric on and you've pinned it into place, you really don't want to be picking it up, because if you're cutting with a pair of scissors, you'll need to lift it to get round it. You don't want to do that because it will shift. Also, when you're laying out your pattern pieces, one little tip is, I've just had these folded, is always give them a very quick press. You don't need a hot iron, just a cool iron. Because when they've come out of the pack, they're always slightly folded. Just a very quick press, and be careful that you don't melt, that you don't burn them. Then all you need to do, lay it on and smooth it out. Now if you were pinning this into place, once you start pinning, it does start to shift the pattern piece slightly, particularly if you've got a thick fabric, the pattern piece will shift because it bunches it up slightly. And if you've got a slippery or fine fabric, it will shift. But with this, you can have pressed your fabric in advance, have it nice and flat on your cutting mat with your pattern piece, and then just weigh it down. You can make your own pattern weights, you can buy them. I just use washers, and I've bought a pack here of multi-washers. I've got them all in different sizes, so I can use them for different areas. So just weight it down with these. You can make pattern weights out of fabric and just fill them with sand or sawdust, but I find washers quite nice, and then I have little ones so that I can get them into the corners. Very cheap, and you can just get them from a hardware store. So now we've weighed it down, you can see now that this is not going to move, it's not going to shift. You just take your rotary cutter, slide the blade back, always working away from yourself. You need to just hold your hand to keep it slightly flat, but keep it well away from the blade so you don't cut yourself. And then just follow the edge of the pattern. If you're new to this, you need to do it quite slowly. If you've been doing this for a bit longer, after a while you'll get a lot better and you'll be much quicker. But if you're new to it, just run the blade along the edge of the pattern, like this. When you get to little bits like here, you can see there's a little bit of an angle. And then you can go all the way around the side as well. Just do it slowly and carefully. Now, as you can see, that's quite easy, isn't it? A lot of people think, oh, I couldn't cut out patterns with a rotary cutter. Just take it slowly. Have a little practice first, get a piece of fabric that's a spare piece. Always cut away from yourself. I mean, if I was at home now, I would go and stand around the other side of the table. So I'll just finish cutting all the way around here. There we go. Remember to always slide the blade back when you've finished. Now, I've missed that little bit. I wasn't. That's why it's easy if you just turn around a bit. There we go. And now that's cut out my pattern piece beautifully. And the fabric hasn't shifted. I mean, obviously, if you're... To start with, it might feel a bit odd. And you think, oh, no, I'll just use my scissors and pins. But just keep going. And it is so much easier to do in that way. And now you have your pattern piece cut out and you're ready to go. And you will get a lot quicker about it as well. So, do you want to talk about scissors now?
Yeah, why not? Let's do it, Rebecca.
Let's move on to scissors after we've done rotary cutter. So, I've also chosen 2 pairs of scissors. Normal ones and pinking ones. So here's the normal ones. These scissors I've chosen them specifically because they're Fiskars scissors, and I love Fiskars scissors. They have been in production, the company comes from the village of Fiskars in Finland, and they're still made in Finland today. The company's been going since 1659, I think, and these scissors, plastic handled stainless steel blade scissors have been made for 53 years, which just shows the length of their heritage. They have beautifully long, sharp blades, and these are actually, they call them scissors, but they're shears, because the definition of shears is you have one small handle and one big one, so you can get your hand inside them. And they have long blades. They're really, really sharp. I'm just going to take my fabric and you can see. So these are perfect for general dressmaking, cutting out fabric if you want to cut out patterns rather than using the rotary cutter. Keep the blade flat against there. And look, you can see how well that cuts through the fabric. I've got another couple of fabrics here to show you, so you can see how it works. So I've got some heavyweight denim here. Look, just as easily. They're beautifully sharp scissors. Make sure, you know, and even if you want to cut the thinnest of strips, you get a beautifully clean line because they're good quality. And I do like the plastic handles. There's also a screw in the middle which you can use to adjust the scissors. So depending on the tension and the thickness of the fabric, you can just get a screwdriver and change that slightly. I always keep a small piece of fabric just tied around the handle of mine, just so everybody knows these are my fabric scissors. And don't use them for anything else, because if you use them for paper, they'll blunt. What I tend to do is that when my fabric scissors eventually, after years, go blunt, I then relegate them to paper cutting. But always keep them for fabric and don't let anybody else use them for anything else, because they will blunt. But they will cut. This is a thin lawn. They'll cut this just as well. So absolutely perfect for dressmaking. So if you're starting off in dressmaking, think, oh, I want to have it go, these are the best scissors that I would recommend that you have, as well as the bundle. When you're cutting, always keep the blade flat on the surface. You can cut up like this, but if you're cutting, particularly if you're cutting out a pattern piece, you're not using a rotary cutter, to keep the fabric as flat to the surface you can. Keep the blade running flat, just like that. And also, I've chosen for you a pair of pinking shears. These are steel blades which have a slightly serrated edge, as you can see here. They've got V's, and when the V's close together, they meet and show exactly. Now, the thing that you mainly use these for is for finishing off seam allowances and fabric edges. So if you've got a piece of fabric and it says, when you finish the seam allowances, quite often you can either use an overlocker or a machine zigzag. But I prefer to use pinking shears. If you've ever bought vintage clothing or anything old, you'll often have, if you look at the seam allowance, you'll see that they've used the pinking shears. Because the way that the fabric is woven, you have a warp running one way and the weft going the other. If you cut across the warp and the weft, it won't fray, but just because of the way that the fabric threads run. So if you need to stop something fraying, you just run it, the scissors, cut them carefully all the way down. If you want it to be really neat, match up your last cut notch with the notch on the blade. If you were doing this and it was going to be visible, or if it was for decorative, so that's a way of keeping it neat. Obviously, if you're just trimming a seam allowance, it doesn't really matter. But now you've got a really nice edge. Also perfect if you're using some fabrics that are going to get a lot of wear. You know, if you ever bought a charm pack for quilting, I've got one here to show you. Have you ever noticed the edges of the fabric are always pinked? They've always got this edge, and that stops them from fraying. So if you're using some pieces of fabric that you're going to be using a lot, say if you're quilting and they're going to get a lot of wear, if you're using some triangles and they're going to be sewn and cut, just quickly pink the edges. I think also I use them a lot on my garments because it adds a real charm to them. I really like it. They work just as well on plain cotton and on denim. Look, they cut through that really well. And now you've got a nice finished edge. The other thing that they're very good for is if you've got a curved seam and it says notch the seam. And the reason that you would notch the seam on a curve is to take out small pieces of, let me show you on, I'll cut a curve and you can see what I mean. So say we have a curve of fabric and you've seamed it, you have to cut small notches to just remove some of the fabric, to remove the fabric bulk, so that when you press the seam open, some of it's disappeared. So you can see how the bulk of the fabric will be removed. But if you've got a curve, a much quicker way of doing it is to cut with your pinking shears.
Perfect, Rebecca. Isn't that extraordinary, knowing how to use those scissors correctly, especially those pinking shears? I do love those. And remember, all the items were chosen by Rebecca as well for you at home, so you can get the very best results from your dressmaking and, of course, your quilting and your paper piecing. Use them only for fabric, though. 146914 is your item number, £20.99. We also have the universal scissors from Fiskars. Again, ergonomically designed, great because you've got that functionality of adjusting them as well. £12.99, saving £7 on that price, 448849. We've also got your rotary cutter as well with the 2 spare blades. You've got your blade on the rotary cutter, your 2 spare blades. Do be careful at all time and make sure you lock it the instant you finish cutting with it, and always cut away. And we had the cutting mat that Rebecca was using as well, with all those measurements on there. 60 centimetres by 45 centimetres. It's an A2 in size. That's your cutting mat, only £14.99, saving £5 on that deal. Right, the one-day special. We've been very busy for this, actually. You've got a choice of colours in the black or the grey. This is your dress form with 11 adjustments on there. So you've got the 2 at the front, the 3 down each side, and you've got 2 adjustments at the back. This gives you the chance to make and create that perfect tailored fit, whether it be a dress, whether it be a shirt, whether it be a top or a jacket or a waistcoat. We all know that when we buy off the peg, it's not always the size that fits you, so you make do, don't you? If you've got larger shoulders like I have, or a thinner waist or larger hips, you go for the size that you think you are, or you have to go for a larger size, and then it doesn't fit correctly round the front or round the back, it's too tight. If you are a dressmaker, then this is going to be ideal for you, making the correct adjustments as well, because people like to have adjustments to the clothes that they've bought. This is going to allow you to do that. £109.99, saving £49, 771851. 2 payments of £55. Now, to have a closer look at the workings of this, here's our lovely Wendy Gardner.
Hi, I'm Wendy Gardner, and I want to introduce you to the Millwood adjustable dress forms. Being adjustable means that you can actually create a body double that's almost you, which means that when you're dressmaking, you can get garments to fit perfectly. Now, when you get it out of the box, you will find it's got lots of pieces that need to be put together. You'll have 4 of these feet, and they slot into this base very easily. There's a groove there, a notch there, and up it goes. Nice and sturdy once it's all together. You also have a hem marker, the base pole, which has the markings on it, and then the top pole that the actual dress form fits onto, and of course you have the address form. So first of all, we put the hem marker onto the base pole, and then put the base pole into the base there. You can move the hem marker up and down and lock it into place. This pole then goes onto the top, and then on top of that you put the dress form. As you can see on this, you have 2 front dials here, and on the sides and the back you have 3. So there are 11 points of adjustment on the body. You can also adjust the neck, and you can also adjust the waist height. So if you're long-waisted, you can separate the body slightly, and then you can make it fit you. This is all about making a dress form perfect for you. I'm also going to show you some inner parts of the dress form before I put it together, just to make it a lot easier when you do it at home. So inside the dress form, you'll see you've got 2 dials on the pole that you're going to attach to the long pole. The first one, the bottom one, is the one that you adjust, just lock it in place when you've got the dress form on the pole. And the one just above that, it's more like a wheel, that's the one that you turn to loosen so that you can increase the waist length. And then once you've increased it or decreased it to what you want, you lock it in place. So to adjust the sides, you just roll the wheels down and that opens out. So down and out. And the really good thing about these, lovely and easy to wheel, is either side you will see a little bit of white tape. Now, if you want to use this dress form for more than just one person, you could have one set of measurements on one side of that, and then you could write another set of measurements, maybe in a different colour, on the other side. And just one more thing before you buy, take your own measurements, bust, waist and hips, and then look at the two sizes, the small and medium, and buy the one that most closely resembles your size. And then, of course, you can do all these adjustments, which I'm going to show you how to do to make it fit you. Now it's all set up, the next job is to do the adjustments. Now, the best way to do this is to take your measurements, as I said earlier, and then measure the dress form. Now, I prefer to do it in halves, so measure from the side seam across the bust to the side seam, and then again for the back. Doing it in two halves means that if you have got a fuller figure, maybe a fuller bust, maybe a tummy, maybe a bigger derriere, by doing it in halves, you can adjust the bit that you need to the amount you need. If you do it in the round, what you would end up with, say for a fuller bust, is it being too big on the sides and too big on the back and too big on the chest. So for the front dials, we turn them clockwise to open them out. Press in the little white dial there and we can open them out. And then you can start doing the sides. Remember, down is out, and the back. So you've got all of these different areas that you can adjust to open it up. You keep on doing that, and then you keep on remeasuring and remeasuring. Now, if you have got a fuller bust, there's two things to note. One, bust point. You measure from your shoulder down to the apex or the fullest part of your bust. Check that that measurement on the dress form is the same as it is on you, and the chances are it won't be, because these are a little bit pert for most people, so you might need to put on a bra on the dress form and adjust the bra height so that it's perfect for you. So to help do that, I like to make sure that the dress form height is the same as me as well. Now, if you remember, I showed you there was a dial on the body that I can open and just drop it down a bit until it's the right height, tightening it up. And then it's the right height. And that way I can check that that bust is at the same point as me. But let me show you how you adjust it to fit you if you've got a fuller figure. So I have put on a bra and I have padded it with toy stuffing. So now, rather than having opened it all up to get this fuller figure that I need, and so many of us do, I've actually done it and created it by putting on a bra which I've padded. Because it's at the right height, I can also check that it's the right height for me. I've also opened up the waist, so I pulled this down because my waist is lower than it was on the dress form. Now this now means that I can fit garments really much more easily. And I'm going to show you how I'm going to do that in just a minute. But the other thing I wanted to say is I've opened it all up all the way round. Now you might find that what you'd like to actually do is have a clearer, smoother outline. So you can do that by wrapping it in some wadding. And then you've got a nice smooth outline. And the other thing you can do, if you've got lots of bits, so for instance, if you had to add something for your tummy here, or if you've got fuller hips, if you're pear-shaped, you might want to add wadding to the hip area. You might need to add a little bit more to the derriere. So you can just do that by adding wadding pieces, just layering it up. And then once you've done that, wrap the whole thing in a piece of wadding, or indeed you can wrap it with cling film. Doesn't look particularly wonderful, but it will be the right size for you. So I have wrapped my dress form in just a thin layer of wadding, just so that I've got a nice smooth line. And as I said, you could actually wrap it in cling film if you like. And then I can do things like tissue fitting. Now this is a step that you can do in dressmaking. Before cutting out your fabric, you fit tissue to yourself. It's so much easier to do it on your body double here. So I can check that the centre front is in the centre. The side seams are down the side. The bust point is in the right place for my bust because it's all me in shape on here. It just makes dressmaking so much easier. So you've got an adjustable dress form which you've created your body double from.
It's great,
Having-
isn't it? We're all different, but we've got one dress form for you. Well, it's available in black or the grey, and you've got all of those measurements that Wendy was showing us, all the adjustments for the shoulders, the chest area, the stomach, the derriere. This is the perfect fit for everyone from 14 to 20, the perfect fit. 2 payments of £55, 771851. I want to say a very big thank you to Rebecca. Thanks, Rebecca. We'll see you again at 12 o'clock today.
Yeah, I'll be back to show you some more things and we can have a chat through the tools again. And pressing, let's talk about pressing.
Fantastic. If you want to get your questions in, by the way, do email in. It's studio@hochanda.com, and then I'm sure Rebecca will answer all of your questions. But if you do want to get your one-day special, all the other items that we've got for you on the show, check out your basket. And remember, if you're going for 4 items, it's a 4 for 3. Stay where you are with more coming up. Yes, our Catherine's in the building with picket fence, Cool Cats Craft storage with a twist after that, and then we're heading back to Tim Holtz at 11.
Hi, this is Els from Elizabeth Craft Designs. Elizabeth Craft Designs is a Colorado-based company. It's a family company, so husband, son, daughter all work in the company, and then a fantastic team of designers, because a company cannot exist without a great team around yourself. What we would like to share with you is my passion for crafts. We love all the concepts we have, so we have from cute till classic and beautiful designs. We love our journaling planner line, and we are going to bring you our ideas, our passion, and we hope to transfer that passion to you. So please join Elizabeth Craft Designs here at Hochanda.
If you love cake and you love to bake, we've got something you're going to enjoy. Here at Hochanda's Crafty Kitchen, we'll be introducing you to brand new guest demonstrators from the world of baking and cake decorating, who will be on hand to inspire you with sugar flour making techniques, food flavouring ideas, baking kits in a bottle, and as well as showcasing some very fashionable kitchen aprons. Watch out for brand new products, some very bespoke to the baking world, but others you can utilise within the world of craft, which will allow you more flexibility between the different mediums. Intrigued? Well, set your temperatures, set your timers, and tune in every fortnight to see what's in the oven on the Crafty Kitchen.
Did you know you can continue watching Hochanda 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, for free, using your smart TV? It's just like watching us on your computer or tablet, only now we'll be on your large screen smart TV. Follow these easy steps to get your smart TV set up. Firstly, make sure your smart TV is connected to the internet, either through a wireless connection, if your TV supports it, or via the Ethernet port on the back of your TV. If you're not already connected, use your remote control and select network settings through your TV's menu and follow the instructions to set this up. Remember to have your router's password to hand, whether you're using a wired or wireless connection. This should be on the side or bottom of your router. You can always refer to your TV's help menu or instruction booklet for more information. Once you are set up, press the Smart Hub dedicated button on your remote. This will vary between brands, but it's usually located at the centre of the remote. This is where you'll find your internet web browser app. Select this to open and then type hochanda.com into the search bar, and this will take you to our website homepage, which includes our live broadcast and access to previous shows. So now you can watch, purchase and catch up with your favourite shows 24 hours a day, 7 days a week on your TV, whenever you feel crafty.
Hi, I'm Leslie from Chocolate Baroque, and we design and manufacture our own rubber stamps right here in the northeast of England. We have a wonderful in-house designer called Sue,
who hand draws all the images, which we then transfer into rubber stamps. We have very, very elaborate designs. We have everything from steampunk right through to beautiful florals, and then we have scenic and we have words. Our stamps are beautifully elaborate, very, very detailed, exquisitely etched, and the quality is next to none. So good that if you look after your stamps, we guarantee them for a lifetime. Whether it's stamping, mixed media or art journaling, join us at Hochanda for our journey into everything creative and messy and see what you can create with our stamps.
Hiya! We're celebrating VE Day, 75th anniversary of VE Day, and we're very proud of that here in the UK and of course all across Europe. What are you doing today to celebrate? Let us know, send in photographs. We'd love to see what you're up to, and we'd love to see how you've decorated your home. Right, we've got a fantastic show lined up for you. We've got our Catherine here as well, live in the studio, and by management and government request, we've been told to stay apart. I know, the government have told us to stay apart, finally. So there she is, there's the lovely Catherine, and we've got some great demonstrations coming up in a few moments' time. But the show today is all about Picket Fence, a company from America. We've featured Picket Fence quite a few times now here on Hochanda, so you know that you're getting top quality when it comes to their products. And everything is on extended delivery. It's going to be dispatched on the 18th of May. Let's start off with these beautiful colour glaze. They're a really nice smooth paste for you to use with your stencils, for you to use maybe with a palette knife to create some amazing designs. And with your stamps as well, because you've got that smooth element. Let me just open one of these up for you so you can see. This one is your black pansy. Now you can see from that, if I just give it a bit of a squidge, you can see the paste that's in there, but how smooth that is going to be when you use it with your stamps, you use it with your stencils, or use it to create a beautiful design with. Now it's very fast drying, which for me is perfect. I'm a little bit impatient when it comes to any kind of building up of layers. That's just me. So this is going to be perfect because it is very, very quick drying. Now, we've got these in sets of 4 for you, £22.96. Great value for money. And we've got 4 in each. So that's your black pansy. This one is your golden rose. Oh, look at that. That is absolutely fantastic. Let me open these up for you. So black pansy, golden rose, those two together, oh my word, what an impact, what an impact. Next up, you've got your brown dahlia. I've planted lots of dahlias in the garden actually, and they are absolutely beautiful when they come out. So I think that brown would also work with that gold and give you a really cool effect. Once they're dry, you can colour them further with dye or alcohol ink if you want to. So that gives you flexibility, especially when you're using the white. Oh, look at that. Now that one is called Snowdrop. That's a really nice colourway. I like that. I really, really like that. That would be good for some grungy style projects that you've got on the go. And to do some marble techniques with these, absolutely stunning. So that's your first option. Very nice, aren't they? Gorgeous. £22.96. Shall we go and have a look at the other ones? Let me put the lids on, because I have learnt my lesson about paste. You can dry out if you leave the lids off. So that's really important when you're using these in your craft room. Maybe take a little bit, pop it onto your glass mat, and then go from there. And never cross-contaminate. Learnt that as well. I like the size pots, very, very handy. That's your first option right there. Let's move on to the next one. Oh, I'm liking this, liking the next two sets. You've got your daffodil yellow. Let's open this up. My goodness, look at that. I've got a little sample here to show you. Oh, this is lovely. Here, got a couple of lemons in the background. You know what they say, when life gives you lemons, make lemonade. Look at that. Can you see that? Really, really like that. See that lustre on there? That glaze that you get. Okay, so that is your daffodil yellow. You've got your peony pink. I'm going to open these up because it's really nice to see the colours. That gorgeous shimmer in the glaze to it. So that's your peony pink. Then we've got your succulent green. Oh, these are sensational. I like these very much so. I'm into my bright colours at the moment, especially on black card. And then you've got your snowdrop. So beautiful colours there. Let me pop there. And with the white, you could mix that. You could mix that with the other paste, get different tones if you want to, get some really cool effects. When I'm using paste like this, I just mix them all together and get a really nice rainbow effect. Right, next up, under a different item number, these are all different item numbers, you've got your Agapanthus purple. That's wonderful, isn't it? You've also got your cornflower blue. Oh, that is absolutely delightful. Those two together. You do get the white in here as well, so I think the white with those would look amazing. You've got your leaf green. If you can't choose, by the way, it is a 4 for 3 event, everyone. So if you want to go for all 4 sets that we've got available for you, you're only paying for 3 if you want to, and you'll be able to split the cost on FlexiPay. £22.96, 443 462. Oh, these are gorgeous. I want to play. I want to play with them. Let's pop that back on there. Let's pop that on there. And the final set here. Oh, now this is, look at that. It's got almost like tones of gold in there, hasn't it? So that's your fern green, sorry. This is your marigold orange. That's nice. Like that. It's like a rusty orange, isn't it? Then you've got your ocean poppy. Oh, lovely. And then you've got your snowdrop again. I don't know whether I can choose. I think if I was going for a set, I'd go for the one with the yellow in it. I do like that. These are lovely. Now, if you are crafting and you've got people in your family that are under 18, is it under 18, Meg? Yeah, then it's not suitable for anyone under the age of 18. We just have to play it safe, really. And they're from America, so they do have their guidelines. Another sample here, which is lovely. Another thing that you could do with these, when you use them through your stencils, for example, they're not going to crack. They're very flexible. So think about that with the different projects that you've got to use these with. £22.96, 106270 is your item number. I think we're heading over to our lovely Catherine. Are you all right, Catherine?
I'm very well, thank you.
It's a bit strange, this, isn't it?
It's very strange.
It might be a requirement, not just of the government, but also of the management, apparently, to keep us this far apart.
I don't know, it could make things worse. We just have to shout at each other.
Yeah,
then everybody can hear us.
Probably. We've got some great demonstrations lined up there, haven't we?
Yeah, do you know what? I'm going to keep this very technique-based rather than making sort of cards up, because we've got limited time. And these are brand new products here at Hochanda. And I've got to say, not had these long, but I absolutely love them. There's many reasons why. If I just pick up one of the colours again, I know Janice has been taking the lids off, but do you know, they are so creamy. They're absolutely wonderful. We've got lots of stencils on the show as well. Now, Janice didn't get that far down the counter, so I'm going to be using all of the picket fence stencils that we've got here on today's show as well, along with the paste. Now, there's much more than putting it through stencils that you can do with it as well. So what we're going to do, we're going to start off with one of the new stencils. This is my, I think probably my favourite actually. Do you know, I can't remember the name of it. They're all very nice, they're all very different. But I'm going to start with this one, and because stencils are great for using with your sprays and your inks as well, I am going to use some ink first of all to show you the pattern, and then we'll move on to the paste with the same stencil. So just bringing in one of my colours, I'm going to go with Worn Lipstick. And now, I'm not taping this down. Obviously, if you're at home, use a stencil tape or some sort of low-tack tape if you need to, if you think things are going to move. What I will say about the stencils from Picket Fence is that even though some of these are very, very delicate, there's a lot of detail in them, they're very strong as well. So I'm just going across there with a little bit of the worn lipstick, and then I'm going to bring in some fossilised amber, just using the same brush actually, just make sure that's not moved, and we'll go over again just so we've got that little bit of a blend going on. If you've got repositional spray, that's a very good idea as well when it comes to using the paste. I'm not going to use it simply because I know not everybody's got it, and I don't like to use things that I know everybody hasn't got. So, you know, we're going to manage without, but if you do, then I would say probably with the paste, a good idea to use that. Just going to go with one final colour. Oh, I've moved that now, look. That's because I haven't got it taped, you see. It is a wise move if you've got your tape. Let's just line that back up. A little bit of the blue at the bottom. Just using the same sponge actually. Just blend that in. And then we'll take that away, and it is a beautiful, beautiful pattern. So just there with your distress ink, as you would normally use the stencil with ink, lovely designs, absolutely gorgeous. But what can you do with the paste? Well, let's move on to that. So what I'm going to do now, I'm actually going to grab a piece of red card. Now this is pearlescent card. And the nice thing about the paste is you can work with all sorts of different cardstock. This is pearlescent. Obviously your regular cardstock in any colour. I'm just going to put a little bit of tape on this one because I'm going with the paste. Also glitter card as well. You can also use your glitter card. Now what I would suggest, because I have been experimenting, my do's and don'ts would be, if you've got a glitter card that's very sort of crunchy on the top, you know, where the glitter's quite prominent and it feels very rough, your stencil's not going to sit very flat on it. So it's better to have a smoother glittered surface, which we'll probably do a bit of that later. But with the paste, and I'm using the black Panzer here, let me just show you how creamy this is. It is absolutely gorgeous, it really is. And I know Janice has already said that it's quick drying, and it is quick drying. Now I've got my heat gun with me just in case, but actually you don't need it, because even if you're impatient as a crafter, it's not going to take long. Now, oh, we've got a question in about the paste from Steve-O. Are they creamy enough to use on? Yes. Yes, you can use it with your finger on moulded projects as well. Think about using it on your canvases, on your MDF, on your mixed media pieces. It's going to work. It's going to work beautifully. Now what I'm doing here is just applying, I'm not using too much of it, but I am going to scrape a little bit more off just to make sure I've got all of that detail there. This is probably one of the finest stencils we've got. There is a lot of detail in it. This is the Fancy Flourish. Now we've got details at the bottom of the screen for you. I'm just going to scrape away any excess off the top, simply because there's no need to waste anything. I am just going to pop my spatula into some soapy water at the side of me there, because it is very quick drying, which brings me to another don't. I'm working on a glass mat. Don't work on a self-healing mat, because the chances are you're not going to get this cleaned up afterwards. Glass mat's fine, you can scrape away. One of your lovely non-stick mats, craft mats, would work beautifully as well. But there you go, you can see how lovely that detail is, absolutely beautiful. And you can see there's a shimmer on there as well. So that's onto pearlescent card. I'm just going to wipe up there before it dries. Now, oh, Steve-O said thanks. You're welcome, Steve-O. Right, what I'm going to do with this stencil at the moment, because it dries so quickly, I'm going to pop that into my water as well. Now, we also have on the show these, and these are brilliant actually. I think do they come as a pair? I think they do. I've only got the one, but I think it comes as a set of two. It does. Details on the screen for you. Now, this is your stamp scrubber. So it is great for your stamps, but it also works great for your stencils as well. And it's not like any other scourer. It's very, very soft, but it's abrasive enough to get away the dirt and to get into all the nooks and crannies of your stamps and your stencils without damaging them, which is an important step. So what I would suggest is keep a bowl of water, soapy water at the side of you, and as soon as you've used your paste, do pop it into that water, use your scrubber, and just take that excess paste off. And if I'm just going to grab a little bit of a paper towel so I'm not going to drip it everywhere. Then you can see it comes nice and clean. Okay, so very important to do that because you don't want to ruin those lovely fine stencils. So I'm just going to bring in a little scrap that I did earlier. I'm just going to put that to dry a little bit more. It was with the same stencil actually, just because we've talked about how flexible this is and it won't crack. So this was actually the same, I believe, the same colour cards, that may be a little bit of a different shade, but it's got the black pansy on there as well. So you can see how that dries, and I can really, really flex that, and that's not going to crack, which is really important. Because sometimes we do make projects where you need that flexibility, but there's just no cracking there at all. So it is fantastic for that. What else can you do with it? Well, we've used it in a regular way. You can use it in many other ways. So I'm going to bring in now a piece of watercolour card. I've just done a little bit on the top there. And you can paint with it as well. So if I just find my brush, and I've got a little bit of the blue that I started with here. Just going to use a bit on my mat. Just get that out there. Try not to contaminate, so use, I don't know, a spatula or something rather than your brush into every pot. Just going to put a little bit of the green there as well. I have got a water spritzer, just to add some water, or you could just dip your brush into water and do it that way. And I'm just going to mix a little bit of the paste, so you can make it as runny as you like, you can keep it a little bit thicker, you can water it down how you want, and you can use it as a background colour wash. So if you want to intensify the colour, let it dry a little bit, go over the top again, you can keep doing that. But I'm going to bring in a little bit of that green as well and start to blend these together, because they will blend beautifully. Let's go green and then back to the blue. So we've got that really lovely blend. There we are. So not just for stenciling, use it for painting as well. Use it for your washes. I'm just going to give that a bit of a dry off. I hate wasting this stuff. In fact, where's my other spatula? I'm experimenting for the later show. Don't know if it's going to work. Any spare paste that I can't put back into a pot because I'm contaminating it, I'm just putting onto a non-stick craft mat. It may or may not work. It's just something, it's not something I've heard works. It's something I've thought of that I want to give a go later. It may work, it may not, but I'll be honest about it. We'll see what happens in the later show, which is at 1 o'clock. Okay, so just clean up there. I am just going to dry that off a little bit, just so you can see how lovely this looks, because there is a pearlescent finish to this. It's not just a basic colour. My cable's not quite long enough. I'm really having to stretch a little bit here. I'm just going to have to move it over to my right a little bit, just until I can sort the cable out. Just turn it up a little bit. Oh, that blue looks lovely. Actually, they look lovely together. I really want to get this dried off so you can see the effect of it. Now, something else you can do if you want to make your own coloured card, or if you want to put your paste on quite thickly, you can die cut as well. Once it's on your cardstock, that's not going to crack it either. I don't know if we can just see the shimmer on there. I haven't got a monitor, so I can't tell whether I can. Can you see that okay? It's a lovely pearlescent shimmer to it. Okay, so now I've done that. Another one of the stencils that we've got. Oh, I've just stuck my fingers in the one I've done. That wasn't what I wanted to do. We've got another lovely stencil, which is the fish. Oh, they could be dolphins if you wanted them to be as well. The current of fish. Let's just put a little bit of tape on that corner. And again, if you've got the repositionable tape, well worth using it with the stencils, especially those fine ones as well. So then I'm going to go in with another paste. So this is one of the blues, and it is cornflower blue. Cornflower blue. Right, let me just clean off my spatula. Just a little bit of this, and again, now I'm just going to use the stencil as a regular stencil, working that through. At home, I would make sure that your cardstock is really, really dry if you're going to go back in. There's a little bit of curling on mine, which I don't really want, because the paste could get underneath a little bit. But I'm trying my best not to let that happen. So let's just go there. I think we're going to mix the colours again with this one. Let's just go with a little bit more blue. Let's go there. I'm going to add a little bit at the bottom as well, to kind of replicate what's happening underneath, but it's a darker colour. Okay, so don't want too much excess left on there because I'm not going to contaminate the pots. I'm just going to scrape away a little bit there, put that back in my pot as best I can. Clean that off, and then we'll get a little bit of the green, which is, I'm going to go with, oh, this is the Ocean Poppy. Oh, I had to look twice then, Janice. I did think it said puppy. Ocean Poppy. So let's just now give a little bit of a blend. And fill in those. Oh, these colours are just beautiful. So I'm kind of blending in a little bit with the blue now as well. Any excess that I scrape off, I'm not going to put back in that same pot because I will contaminate. I'm going to put it onto my non-stick mat for my experiment. Just kind of blending those colours together. And then we'll take this away and see how this looks as well. Now we've got another question come in. Ian is asking a question. Can you use the glazes on resin projects? You could use it on resin projects, Ian. Actually, yes. And I don't think there would be a need to lacquer it. I've not tried it, therefore I've not lacquered onto the resin. But yes, you could use it onto resin as well. I should imagine, give it a go. If you feel it needs lacquering afterwards, then you can do. There's nothing wrong with lacquering it afterwards, but I don't think it's a necessity. Right, so we've got that little bit of a blend of colour there as well. So the wash in the background was done with the paste, but also the stencil as well. And of course, the more that dries, the more you can see that shimmer coming through. That's a really lovely stencil, actually. I really like that. Really like that. Right, we're going to go back to Janice, I believe, now, and I shall see you in a little while.
Oh, I've got a question, Catherine.
Okay.
I don't know, I'm just going to have to make this up, really. It's only because you're here. It's just nice to chat with you. So, oh, I know. I've just done a bit of upcycling, recycling, bicycling, or whatever it is. And I used some chalk paint. So, will these pastes just go onto something that's maybe got like chalk paint on?
Yes.
Will it be perfect?
Yes, you could do that as well.
Ooh, I'm liking the idea of that.
Lots of surfaces you could apply this to. Chalk paint, definitely.
Then that means this first set could be for me. Yeah, I like this. So I've got a couple of samples using these colours within this particular set that we've got. First of all, it's this part here, the trees next to the fox, that has used the brown dahlia. So the brown dahlia, you can see there, has been used as part of that. It really does give a little bit of texture, but also that shimmer as well. Something a little bit more than just using paint. I really like that. Really, really nice effect. So this is your first set that you've got here. And also the gold has been used just to highlight just on the edge here. You've got the yellow, which is in the next set, but you've got a little bit of the gold, which just highlights, just give a bit of depth and shadow to the sun just on the side there. And that's been using with the gold just lightly. So it just shows you that you can blend the different colour matches together. So in this particular set, you've got the brown dahlia, you've got the golden rose, you've got the black pansy, and you've also got, there you go, you've got your snowdrop as well, like that. With the project that I've just done, I think those will go perfectly. £22.96, 131842. We've got another set which I am attracted to. You've got your daffodil yellow, which is a gorgeous yellow. Again, that sample of the two lemons, which are there. It's gorgeous. You can really see the sheen that's on there. Absolutely fantastic. You've also got that gorgeous peony pink. Love that. The green, I really like this one. This is your succulent green, and then you've got the white in there as well, the snowdrop. Like that set. Very much really into that pink and the yellow and the green. I think they go remarkably well together. Next up, we've got another set. You've got your agapanthus purple, you've got your cornflower blue, your leaf green, and your snowdrop. And again, here's a sample using the cornflower blue, and this is through one of the stencils that we've got for you on the show. In fact, it was a stencil that Catherine was using. Isn't that lovely? Really nice. And again, you've got that flexibility. Think about all the different projects that you can use that on, not cracking at all. Perfect. Right, another set for you. Change the details for this. It's a different item number for each of them. You've got your fern green. Here's a nice sample to show you that fern green and to show you that shimmer on there, that lovely glaze. It's a little bit olivey. See a little bit of gold in there as well, and fantastic. You've also got your marigold orange, your ocean poppy, and that shows off the ocean poppy just there. And then you've got your snowdrop white as well. £22.96, 106270. We are in the midst of our 4 for 3 event, celebrating 75 years for victory in Europe. So buy any 4 items in any one show and get the 4th item for free, as long as it is, well, it's the least expensive item you'll get free, but it's a 4 for 3. Right, we've got stencils for you now. You've got your waffle squares, your flourish circle, and your quatrefoil as well. These are remarkable, aren't they? The great thing about using stencils, of course, they're going to add so much to your projects, whether you're matting and layering, whether you're using your inks, whether you're using your pastes with these. Fantastic shapes and designs. £16.97, 202417 is your item number. Right, we've got another set of 3 for you. This one's been very popular, very popular. This is one that Catherine has been using. I really do like the fish, that lovely swirl going round. You've got your artisan. Get that, artisan? I think I had a sample of that. I'm just moving out the way, sorry. Yes, I have. And you've got your funky leaves as well. Yes, I had a sample of that. I'm just going to grab those. So these are the 2 samples that have been used with the artisan on your fox and the leaves just there. Really cool, isn't it? So the stencil leaves the white around, but you could do some Zentangling in there. That would look remarkable. 729383 is your item number. Picket Fence, of course, an American company. Everything on extended delivery, dispatching May the 18th. A family-led company as well. They love crafting. They love crafting together. And now they're bringing their crafty items to you to enjoy as well. This is your set of 3 stencils. You have got your layers of grass, your fancy flourishes, and your random dots. Like this one. Love that grass. It's really nice, isn't it? And it's in 2 different parts. If I can just make these come apart. Hang on, I'm going to just turn this to me, because there you go. So you've got 2 different parts, which is really good actually. You could use these in different ways. Very good. £16.97 for that set of stencils. Oh, you got the round sun as well. That's good value for money. So you've got the round, well, they're like masks, aren't they? You've got the 2 round parts. Oh, I like that. And then the grass. Very good. Very good. Excellent value for money, that set. 037508, your item number. And then we've got another set for you. You've got your sunbeam, you've got your martini glasses, and you've got your Moroccan tiles. Very nice, very nice. 231530 is your item number. £16.97 for that set. And then the last item, set of 2, your stamp scrubbers to help you clean your stamps. But as you're getting 2, use one to clean your stamps and maybe use one for your mixed media and do some effects. Maybe using it with your pastes. Don't know, give it a go when you get it home. £13.99. You're getting 2 in that deal. 704666. Right. Now over to our lovely Catherine.
It's a good idea, Janice. You could use it for your effects.
Yes, you can.
Just make sure you wash it straight away before, because that paste dries so quickly.
That is a very good point.
And it's pretty permanent.
Yes.
Right, okay, so another one of the stencils. So I love this one actually. So you've got the circle, but you've got that lovely sort of design in the centre there as well. Just to show you the design again, I'm just going to go through with the inks first of all. I've used a little bit of the purple, which is wilted violet, and then I'll go back to my worn lipstick again, just so you can see that blend. Really lovely. The quality of these stencils is fabulous. When I first took them from the packets, I thought, oh, these fine ones, am I going to be catching? Are they going to be, you know, when I'm using my brush and my blender, is it going to pick up the fine detail? Is it going to bend the stencil? It didn't. And with the scrubber as well, I've got to say, they are absolutely fantastic, because I've tried before with the normal kitchen scourers and they can be a little bit too harsh, which is something that you don't want. Now, the lovely thing about this stencil is, if you're using your inks especially, you can go on the outer edge as well as on the inside, which gives that sort of glow effect around the edge, which is really lovely. So there we are. That's your stencil. That's how it's going to look with your inks, which is beautiful. Now, what you could do, of course, is use your water, spritz there, and take a print from that if you wanted to as well, if you didn't want to waste that ink. But just because time is a bit of an essence for us, then I'm just going to put that straight on to my next piece of card, and I'm going to go with some of the paste. So this, I'm going to do something a little bit different. Let's go with one of the greens. Let's go with, have I used this one? This is succulent green. Really, really lovely. So there we are. You can see how pearlescent that is again. Absolutely beautiful. So I'm going to go in. Again, if you've got the repositionable spray, you can use it. If you've got stencil tape, you can use it. I'm not using anything just because I know not everybody's got that equipment. So if you haven't, you can manage without. So I'm just, this spreads so easily. You can see how creamy it actually is. My tip is, don't be too sparse with it. Be quite generous with it when you first put it on, but then scrape away from the top afterwards. You don't want to waste anything, but if you try doing too many small amounts in one go, you're more at risk of sort of picking up the stencil and getting the colour where you don't want it. So I'm just going to sort of blend that down. Now, even though I do want to make this a little bit more textured, I am still going to scrape away the top excess there, leaving the stencil in place. I know I've missed a bit at the bottom, but I'm not worried about that. And then just scrape away the excess back into my pot. Don't need to clean the tool off as such, because you can now just stipple. So if you want more of a textured look, then use the back of your spatula to stipple, because it picks up beautifully. And then we shall remove the stencil again. So very, very easy to do. Let's just take that away. So I'm going straight into the water, remember, I'll use my scrubber on that. But then you've got that lovely textured look, which really works well. So you've got real depth in there. Even though the paste is very creamy, very smooth, it still adds a lot of texture, which is fantastic. Now, I have got another one of those that I did earlier as well. Just again, so even though I've got a little bit of blue on there, even though that's textured, when you flex that, it's still not going to crack. It still works beautifully. So, you know, you've got that flexibility there, you've got the strength there. This is really, really good stuff. Let me just pop that to one side. I'm just going to give the stencil a little bit of a clean off with the scrubber again, because it's a little bit full, this. I'm going to be a bit careful. But you can see, using that scrubber, I'm being more gentle because of the water rather than the tool I'm using. It does come away really, really easily. Now, something else that you can do, and I haven't got one with me, I couldn't find one in my stash, everything's in my unit at the minute, so I'm going to see if I can borrow one from somewhere for the later show, but you can mix your own sprays as well. Even though this is a paste, you can put it in a little mister with some water, give it a shake up, and you can create your own pearlescent sprays as well. So that's great with the stencils and for backgrounds. I'm hoping to do that at 1 o'clock. We'll see what we can sort out. The spray mister I've got isn't really the right sort. So I'm just going to dab away the excess on that stencil, and that's nice and clean. I'll put that to one side for using later. Okay, so what I haven't shown you yet is the glitter card, because we can't always stencil onto glitter cards. Some mediums don't stick, some mediums will crack away, some glitter card just won't take it. Now this is quite smooth, it's very, very glittery, but it is quite smooth, and I've purposely gone for a smoother one. I have got, actually, just so it makes it clear what I was trying to say, this is beautiful quality, but this is very punchy. So if you put your stencil on top of there, because you can feel that glitter, then it's not going to sit as flat, so you've got more chance of the paste going underneath there and leaking. But with a nice smooth finish, then you can get some lovely results, whether you're going tone on tone, whether you're going with a different colour. It's entirely up to you. Now I'm using another stencil again. I'm just trying to show you as many different ones as I can so you can see them in use. This is Moroccan tile, a little bit of tape just on the corners, just as I work with this. Now what colour shall I go with? Oh, let's go with, oh, is that going to show up enough? Do you know, I am going to go tone on tone. This is the fern green. It's one of my favourites, actually. Look at that. Oh, it's gorgeous. You can see the gold in there as well. You've kind of got that gold pearlescent finish. Really beautiful. Oh, I didn't clean off my spatula. Remember, not just your stencils, clean your spatula as well. Just wipe that on my scrubber. Really do like those. Right, so same thing again. I'm just going to go in with my paste directly over the top. This is such a beautiful colour. So again, I'm going quite generous with the paste, and then I'll scrape away the excess. Just work that down. Do you know, we could actually blend this one. Shall we blend this one? I think we might. Just so you can see a difference in the colours. So I'm going to take away as much excess as I can just there, so I'm not wasting anything. You can see how much I've managed to save there. Just put that back into the pot. And I think, shall we go with the gold? Let's go with the gold. Don't want to contaminate, so I'm just going to wipe the spatula again. Let's go with it. Oh, this is so lovely. Look at this. Oh, wow. That is beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. I'm going to start at the bottom, actually, so you can just see that colour on its own first. So we've got the solid gold at the bottom. And let's just then start to blend upwards. Now I don't want to put my spatula back in the pot because I'm likely to be picking up a bit of the green. And let's just kind of work our way up right to the top. So by the time I get to the top, there's actually very little of the gold left. And then I'm going to go back down again, just make sure I've covered all those areas. And really blend these in. You can see the colours do work beautifully together. They blend so nicely. Now, scrape away the excess. That's going to go onto my experimental mat for later. I'm going to look rather silly if it doesn't work. My idea around now. It might not. I honestly can't tell you. Right, clean off your spatula again. So a little bit of water. I'm just going to wipe that onto my little scrubber mat. Dry that off. And let's have a look at the results. So this is onto the glitter card, remember. Oh, I like that gold on there. Straight into my water with the stencil. It's not a very square, this one, but I'll trim it down later because these would make beautiful backgrounds for your cards and your frames. But you can see there, now it's not dry. I might dry this off actually while we've got it here, so you can see that shimmer coming through. Let's give it a little bit of a dry so we can see the colour really coming through. I'm just going to bring my cable over a bit more. So it doesn't take long to dry at all. I would at home say let it dry naturally. Try not to force dry it, but obviously we haven't got the benefit of that in the studio. Oh, that's just bringing the gold out nicely now. They are absolutely stunning. Just going back to Steve-O's question earlier, definitely you can use it onto your mouldings and things like that as well. So if you're doing a mixed media, you've used moulds, use it like a wax. It will work. You can apply it with your fingertips. Obviously, do the same with your hands as you do with your tools. Give them a wash before it dries on too much. I mean, this is really difficult for me because I haven't got a monitor. I'm looking right across the studio. It is shy. It is really. Is that? Can you see the effect there, Janice? Is that? Oh,
I can. It's marvellous.
Thank you, Matt. Now Matt's turned the monitor so I can see. That is really nice, isn't it? So there you are on your glitter card. Really lovely effect, and that is going nowhere. I think I've got a sample with the glitter card as well. Not such a nice colour, I've got to say, but again, I mean, I'm really almost folding that in half, and that's not cracking. So it's really lovely. Now, our lovely producer, Meg, is just asking me a question. She's saying, can you do this on fabric? Yes, you can. I think you can. I did test this beforehand. I've got a bit of fabric somewhere, actually. It's not the best piece of fabric I could have found, but never mind.
Use your dress.
Hey, you look.
You got some on there. It works on fabric.
It works on fabric. I have got, this is the piece I was experimenting with earlier. I've got a bit of fabric somewhere. I'll have to see if I can find it. It's probably floated on the floor. Now, this isn't fully dry. Let's just get the heat gun on there. This was one of my experimental pieces. The information I got didn't mention fabric, but I do like to test things out properly. So we'll see what happens. This I did minutes before the show. It was almost dry. I'm just drying that off, so we'll see what happens. Right, okay. Hopefully that's enough. Yeah, it feels dry. Not cracking. Still a little bit wet there as well. Not cracking. You can see where I'm creasing it, but it's not cracking. Now, I don't know how that would wash, because I haven't done that. It is a water-based product. I know it dries quickly. I know it will stick to a lot of surfaces and you're not going to get it off. What I would suggest is, if you want to do something on fabric, something like a pair of pumps or something like that, definitely paint on with the paste, use stencils on there, then maybe Mod Podge over the top. Put some sort of sealant on there and then you should be fine, because Mod Podge will just seal anything. So I would give that a go. I'd like to do some pumps actually. I might have to find a pair of cotton pumps somewhere.
Pumps?
Pumps, that's what...
For a moment...
What's the other word?
Well... Second letter's A.
Plimsolls is what my mum used to say.
I thought you said pants to begin with. There, I've said it. Why would you want to do it on them? I don't know. We're celebrating VE Day. Anything? Are you doing anything to celebrate VE Day today, Catherine? Apart from being here, of course.
I'm just celebrating it with you guys from a distance. And my dogs when I get home.
Oh, have you got any bunting up?
No, but my neighbours have.
Have they? Very good.
Yes, they have. They've actually tied ribbons in the trees.
Oh, that's lovely.
And put bunting on the wall.
Isn't that lovely?
Our village actually is really well decorated. There's bunting all over the place. We would normally have a 40s weekend this weekend. But of course that's cancelled.
Oh. Well, I mean, you know, is it second time round celebrating VE? Were you there at the original celebrations?
Yes, I was actually, Janice. Now you've given my age away. Do you know, I'm 76 next. Were you there?
Bless you. I was there too, yeah. I was
there.
Oh,
yes. You lived down the road from me. You were that older girl, weren't you?
I was that older girl, yes. Catherine Sturrock. Oh dear. We're heading back to Catherine a little later on with some more demonstrations, but absolutely fantastic so far. Actually, one more question. Can you use this on like air drying clay? Or anything like that? You can.
Yeah.
So many different uses for it. And in the next show coming up, we've got some MDF memory boxes coming up for you. So you might want to add some of this to your basket so that you can decorate that when you get it home. So we've got some stencils for you. We have got your sunbeam. Now, earlier on, I did say we thought you got the circles with the grass. You don't. You get a circle. Oh, it had to happen. A circle that fits in there. So I beg your pardon to everyone that thought they were getting it with the grass that's coming up in a moment's time. That actually fits into the sun. £16.97 for your martini glass and your Moroccan tiles. Great set there. And Catherine was using the Moroccan tiles in that particular demonstration. 231530. Remember, celebrating VE Day today. It's a 4 for 3 deal. So if you buy any 4 items in the show, in 1 hour, you get the 4th one. Well, it won't be the 4th one. It'll be the cheapest item free. So buy any 4 items and the cheapest one will be free for you. It's a 4 for 3 deal. All you have to do is quote, was it VE443? It's as easy as that. Right, next set of stamples. Stamples. There's a new thing, a stample. Stencils. We've got for you is the grass, but you do get two parts here. I did mention a circle, you don't get that, but you've got the two parts to it here. Let me just get that out there. So it'll be pretty fun and funky to use. £16.97 gets you your grass. It also gets you that lovely fancy flourish, and also, that's an interesting one, your random dots, like that, like cobbles, look like cobbles. £16.97 for that set, 037508. Great price on these stencils. Now, the most popular stencils, the most popular set that we have is this set here. So you've got your fish there in that nice swirl. Do like that. But as Catherine said, they could be dolphins, could be sharks as well. You've got your lovely artsy sun. Really nice flames coming from that gorgeous sunrise this morning, if anyone was up early to see that. And then you've got your funky leaves. I'll just bring that in to show you. So you've got your funky leaves right there. And that arty sun is just there. Great using the paste. Looks fantastic, doesn't it? Just in the background, you can see there with the fox. £16.97. I also saw a fox on the way to work this morning. It's amazing. The supermoon was out there, the flower supermoon. There was a fox running on the road, safely, survived, got to the other side. And the sun was on the other side, rising. It was an amazing, amazing morning. Now, we've had an email from Helen. Oh, look at this. Helen's enjoying the show. She says, great banter. And look at the bunting and flags, and they're having a socially distancing party on the drive with the neighbours. Oh, I like that. That's amazing. That's lovely. Isn't it nice that everybody's getting into the spirit and celebrating socially safe as well? Very, very important. But whatever you do today, raise a glass to the celebrations that we've got. Right. We've got another set for you. £16.97 for a set of 3. You've got your waffle squares, your flourish circle, and your quatrefoil bouquet. That would make a gorgeous aperture. I wanted to place something inside. 202417 is your item number for that set of 3. If you like 4 sets, go for 4. You'll get 1 free. So you're only paying for 3, but you'll get 4. That's how it works. Any 4 items, you're only paying for 3. You'll get the cheapest one for free as part of our celebrations. There, the code, VE443. Right, we're heading back to our lovely Catherine. We are indeedy doody. Here she is. Not bad for 76, eh?
Did you say it's your 80th this year? Right. Right, OK, I just thought we'd do a little bit more with the stencils, because one that's very, very useful actually is the one with the grass in it, because you get the outer and the inner that you can use as well. So I'm just going to use a little bit of green. I'm just going to stick with one colour. This is, oh, I threw the lid on the floor. So I'm just going to be very careful because I've only got a little bit of tape on this, but just to add a little bit of ink at the bottom. Actually, I'm going to go quite dark or quite heavy with the ink first of all. So I'm just going to add this, so you can see the effect that you're getting with the outer frame first of all. Okay, so let's just blend that in. I'm just going to put a little bit of blue into there as well, just so, I did say I'd just use one colour, but I just want to sort of really sort of define that a little bit more. Okay, there we are. So if I just take that away, you can see you've got that lovely effect with the stencil outer there with the grass, but you've also got the inner bit, which is also very, very useful. So I'm going to now pop that over. I'm just going to turn it to the side so I can, and you can flip these over if you want, and which is what I'm going to do here, so that I haven't got the same bits of grass in exactly the same place. So what I'm going to do now, I'm just going to lift that slightly above where I've been, but I'm going to continue on with the same sponge, just kind of blending in without really adding any more, just to see how that looks. Maybe a little bit more green, but I don't want it to be as dark as the first layer. So we'll move again, so you can see you've kind of got that graduation coming on now. Then let's go again. I'm going to flip that stencil over. So again, I haven't got the grass in the same place. I'm not going to reload the sponge this time. I'm really going to sort of blend that in, just using the ink that's already there. There we are. So we'll take that away again. So you really are getting kind of that blended effect, which makes it look as though you know, you've got grass in layers. You're looking at the foreground and going more to the distance. So I've just flipped that again. I'm going to go, let's just keep doing this until we almost run out of ink without reloading anymore. I'm just going to blend again. Each time I'm doing this, I'm just flipping that over. So you can see you are really getting a really lovely effect there. I'll turn this the right way in a second as well. So let's flip that stencil again. Again, absolutely no more ink. Just going very, very gently over there. And you can see you get a lovely, lovely effect there with the one stencil. You don't even have to use the outer bit at the bottom, but I did that so you can see the difference between the two, because you've kind of got a masked off area. So that's really lovely. And then of course we've got another stencil, the one that does have a circle that comes with it as well, which is really, really useful, because if you've got that circle, you can use it for masking off if you're doing suns and moons and you just want to do a round shape, if you want to do a halo effect, so that's useful on its own. You could also blank out the centre of the sun as well if you didn't want that to be inky. But I'm just going to grab a little bit of my colours. I've still got a bit of green on here, but it's almost rubbed off now. So I've got my fossilised amber and my worn lipstick, and we'll go with a little bit of sunshine as well. I'm starting with the pink in the centre there. Try not to let this move. Let's just blend that through. Just make sure I've got that in the right place. Just taking that pink outwards a little bit, really going a little bit more intense in that corner. And then I'm going to get a little bit of the yellow and continue to blend. And we'll kind of soften that out as we go right over the edge of that sunshine there. So we can just see that blend. And then take that away, and that gives a really lovely effect in the corner of your card there. Again, just simply using ink. You could use your texture paste if you wanted to. You could use the colours. You can do whatever you like with that. Remember, you can also paint directly with it as well. I'm not very good at just sort of freehand painting. Janice is good at that, you know. I should have given it to Janice to do. But if you want to paint, let's just go with, I don't know, let's get the pink. This is the peony pink. Actually, there's a couple of things I wanted to show you very quickly. If you want to, I'm going to get that out. I'm back at 1 o'clock, so I'm going to have a play. We've got that experiment to look at as well later. Maybe do some stamping, because you can stamp with the paste as well. So we'll look at doing a bit of stamping as well, and some painting with this. But just to show you, just use a water brush or a little bit of water, and you can water the paste down a little bit. And then I'm just going to do kind of little sort of dots coming out the bottom there, as though it's little plants growing up. Nothing too spectacular, but just to show that you can paint with it as well. If you'd got a stamped image and you wanted to sort of paint into the outline, you could do that. Meg says it looks like a person running, does it? Does it? Oh, I see. Yeah. I think it's a kangaroo. Look, there's a tail there. Look, and there, it's like that. So, that's the worst flowers I have ever seen in my life, but never mind. I'm actually going to put that to one side and cut the bottom off that in a little while. But just before I go, because we haven't got much time left, let me just bring in another stencil for you. And again, I think I've just got a few minutes left. Let me just put 1 or 2 colours. I've just got a couple of minutes left. Let's go with a bit more of that pink. What haven't we used? Let's go with, this is the marigold orange. Oh, I've got to use the yellow, not done the yellow yet. I've probably put far too much on my mat for what I want to do, but never mind. Don't want to contaminate. Any spares going on my experimental mat for later. Oh, that yellow. Oh, look at that. So, instead of using a spatula through your stencil, you can actually sponge it as well. You could use a damp sponge if you wanted to. But actually sponging and just sort of dabbing and pouncing, using very, very little of that paste. You're not getting a texture as such, so if you want texture, then go with the spatula, but with a sponge, you can just pounce And I'm just going to sort of blend that together a little bit as well. It is quick drying. This is why I say maybe go with a slightly damp sponge, because it'll keep it moving a little bit more. But I'm rushing anyway because of the end of the show. But this is going to give quite a subtle finish. You could actually blend a lot easier if it was damp. You could actually sort of swirl around with your blending tool as well, just like you would with your inks. So that would work. But let's just finish off just pouncing that there, and then we'll have a look at what we've got there as well. Just going to turn the end of that over. Let's have a look at that. So a really lovely finish, and of course you've got that shimmer effect in there as well, which this isn't quite dry, but hopefully you can see that pearlescent glaze in there. Really lovely. So I'm back at 1 o'clock. I am going to have a play. I need to wash that. Don't forget to get your scrubbers as well if you're going for the stencils and the paste, because really worthwhile, even if you've just got your stamps as well. Do you know, where did that hour go? I've no idea. Right, I need to go and sit down now, or find. It's age. It's age. I'm getting old. I'm creaky.
Well, I'd say you're a pouncing scrubber, but we'll see you at 1 o'clock. I mean that respectively. Right, we've got Maggie here for Cool Cats Craft Storage with a Twist. Stay with us for Tim Holtz and then Sewing Room Essentials, one day special at 12 o'clock today.
Hello, my name's Kay from Indigo Blue, and we've been established for 7 years, and together with my husband Alfie we design and manufacture our own in-house red rubber stamps. We also have our own range of paints, lushes and stencils. We're so proud that we've now got a reputation for such high quality products and the detail that we can manage to get in our stamps. What I really love about Hochanda is I get to demonstrate lots of different techniques for you to understand how to use our products and hopefully inspire you. I've got loads of fantastic ideas buzzing around in my head, so I can't wait to get those filtered into our products and out to you at home. So grab a cup of tea, join me and the team from Indigo Blue on Hochanda.
Hi, I'm Tracy from Paratex UK. Paratex is a non-toxic, water-based fabric hardener. Whether you're making a sculpture, creating a fantastic canvas, we've got products that can help you to do that. We can all use it. You can craft with your children. It doesn't matter what age you are or what ability. When we bring the product to Hochanda, you will see the possibilities are absolutely endless. As a family-run business, we love being part of the Hochanda family. So watch the Paratex shows on Hochanda for some fantastic creative fun.
Hi there, I'm Nick from Crafterscope. I've been crafting for as long as I can remember. It started off making things just for myself, but then friends and family asked if they could use them too. It was really important to me to bring something unique to the crafting arena, something that was different and something that people would enjoy using just as much as I do. I really hope you'll come and join me on Hochanda for my shows with Crafterscope.
Hi, we're the team from Daisy Bee Stamps. My name's Nina, this is Josie, and this is my dad Roy. And we design and manufacture our very own polymer stamps. So 3 years ago, we decided to embark on turning our own designs into polymer stamps. We're really excited about where this is going to take us in the future and how we can evolve those designs and keep bringing you something that's just so different. So we wanted to add an extra element to our stamp collection, and this was down to Josie using her iPad and hand drawing the amazing sentiments that we now have in our collection. All our designs complement each other so that you can use them again and again to create something new. So make sure you don't miss the Daisy Bee shows on Hochanda.
Hello, I'm Hayley, and you might have seen me presenting here at Hochanda. Well, I've always been an avid crafter behind the scenes and have been given the opportunity to share some of my favourite products with you in a monthly show called Handmade by Hayley. I'll be covering lots of areas of soft crafts like quilting, dressmaking, sewing, knitting, even printing your own fabrics. I'll even be bringing some items from my own Handmade by Hayley range. So I hope you'll join me, let me inspire you, and maybe you will discover a new craft in the process.
A very good morning to you. I hope you are well. Yes, we're celebrating Victory in Europe Day, the 75th anniversary, and we're celebrating with an incredible event where you get 4 items for the price of 3. You get the least expensive free. So if you want 4 items in any show in any 1 hour, all you have to do is quote VE443. Now, the 75th anniversary of Victory in Europe. I think there's going to be a lot of memories right there. And I'm sure you sit and chat with members of your family about times gone by and maybe start to think about new memories that you want to create. Well, we need somewhere to store those memories, not just up here, not just within the grey matter, somewhere where you can store the physical memories. Well, brand new today from Cool Cats Crafts, we've got a fantastic memory box. We've also got the storage items on the show as well, so you can get all of your inks and your ink pads all together, collated in one area. And we've got the storage solutions coming up for you as well. And here in the studio, we have one half of the Cool Cats. We have Maggie. How are you, Maggie?
Oh, good, thank you. Hi, everybody. Thanks for having me back.
Of course we're going to have you back. It's lovely to have Maggie here, and of course we are social distancing. We've been working very hard over the past couple of weeks to make sure that we can have our guests back into the studio environment, but also adhering to all the guidelines that we've set up. So we've got Maggie here, and the other part of Cool Cats, Kay, is going to be with us in video form, but I'm sure Kay's at home watching, so a big hello to you, Kay. Nice to have you on the show in video form. So shall we start with the memory box? This is an incredible price, everyone, £9.99. My word. Now, a few things we need to tell you about the box itself. You will be constructing this when you get it home, but it's very, very easy to follow. The design of this is fabulous. Let me just open the lid first of all. Now, we know what lids are like when they go on boxes. Sometimes they can slide off. Well, Cool Cats have thought about that, and you'll notice there's a lip going all the way around the edge of the lid so that when that goes back on, those memories are kept safe inside, maybe alongside a few secrets as well. Already a quarter of the stock has gone. Now the base, let me lift this up, because what's lovely, when you've got a box lid that just goes over the edge like so, the design of that, of course, so you can lift that up. You've also got the edge so it doesn't slip off, but you'll notice at the bottom there's the same design. So it's not a flat box all the way to the bottom. Can you see that? If I just tilt that forward, you've got that lip that goes all the way around the outside. So it looks expensive, doesn't it? And you get, of course, the opportunity to decorate your memory box however you like. 2 examples here. Lovely one using some fabulous graphic 45. I think this was the Princess Fairy Tales or something like that, the collection. It's lovely, isn't it? And then decorate on the inside as well. This one at the front, really like this. This is used as stencil, some texture paste. You've also got within there maybe some moulds that have used some air drying clay. And that's that tassel on the top. And then you've got that little, that's a nice touch, isn't it, on the top. So it almost looks like, what do you call the hats that people wear when they graduate? Graduation hat, cap. It's called something like that. It's a graduation cap. There you go. Mortarboard, something like, I thought that was for building. Anyway, you might have lots of memories from university that go in there. You might have lots of memories from relatives from VE Day. Who knows? Oh my goodness, already a third of the stock has already gone. You've got plenty of memories, it seems to be placing in the box. It's £9.99, all top quality MDF as well. It's all FSC approved. It's low in formaldehyde, and you can also see lots of demonstrations on YouTube, and of course Facebook group for Cool Cats as well, so you can follow their demonstrations on the Facebook. So perfect, top quality there for you. Love that, a third of the stock gone. Now, we've had time at home, have we not, in our craft rooms, and we've been looking around our craft rooms to find things, and I bet there's certain items that you can't find. Maybe you've thought you've lost them, and then when you've done your project, you find them the very next day. Well, now here's a chance for you to build and create some excellent storage so you can keep everything at arm's reach. And what's nice about all of the storage systems that we've got for you, they don't take up much room in your storage area, but they can hold so much. So the first one we've got here is your storage with a twist. Do you like that? This is your standard 4-tier multi-medium whiz, 558996. So you can store your ink pots at the top if you want to, and all of your different elements. You've got 4 tiers here, so you choose, you decide. They are easy to put together, and all of them come with instructions that you can follow to put together. And remember, Cool Cats have their Facebook site and YouTube as well, so you can follow on. Substantial build quality as well. Remember, all of the MDF is FSC approved, and it's UK supply. It comes from Ireland actually, and it is low in formaldehyde, which is very, very important. Beautiful construction. The thing is, you'll be doing this yourself when you get it home, and then you'll be able to paint and decorate these. 2 payments on FlexiBuy of £22.50. 558996 is your item number. Now we've got a 2-tier. What does this remind you of at home? Carousel, a fair. I used to call them the up and down horses, but yeah, it reminds you of a carousel. And that's what's nice about these storage systems, isn't it? They look like they should be part of your craft room. I think they're an excellent design as well, with the fact that you can just simply turn it around with ease, because it's on that Lazy Susan mechanism. It just turns with ease, and it's all quality components that you've got in here as well. So effortlessly, isn't it? So effortless. £27.99. This is for your 2-tiered. Remember, we've got that 4 for 3 offer. So if you buy any 4 items, you'll get the cheapest one for free. If you're going for 4 of these, for example, you get the 4th one for free. So you're only paying for 3. Quote VE 4 for 3. It's part of our VE event. That's your item number for your 2-tiered. Then we've got the mini-tiered just here. I'll just bring this to the fore. You can see when you lift this up, you've got the quality. The Lazy Susan system, you can see just in there, that mechanism. It's a metal mechanism as well. Placing that down with this, just simply turning. It's that action, isn't it, that when you turn this, just how beautiful and smooth that is. £26.99, 924261 is your item number. And then you've got your mini 2-tier right here. Now, I know as crafters you have lots of different ink suppliers, you have lots of different bottles of inks and things like that. I'm just thinking a cake on each one of those would be perfect in your craft room. Just whiz that around and help yourself. £19.99, 622982. Can I just grab the memory box if I can? I've got an update for you. We're limited stock. Oh my goodness, limited stock on that memory box. Oh wow. And that is going to be Maggie's first demonstration. 152794 is your item number. We can still demonstrate it. Let's pop that back over there. Limited stock on that one, everyone, so we do need to check out your baskets. Can I just show a sample of the 3-tier? Can I just pick this up and bring it over? Because that looks amazing. That's a 3-tier, but just to show you how lovely they can look when they are decorated. So just acquaint this to the 2 tiers and the 4 tiers that we've got available. So that's your standard 3-tier you're seeing there. I just wanted to show it you painted up because it really does look lovely. Almost looks like a crown, would you say? Just saying. Just saying. The memory box, everyone, technically sold out for the memory box. Technically sold out. Right, we are moving on because we've got more storage for you, and I know you want to head to Maggie. This storage system right here, it's fascinating. You'll be amazed at how many of your inks you can fit in here. This is your large Inky Whiz, £59.99. Again, it's on that construction of the Lazy Susan. It's a metal construction inside that fits on the MDF. So you've got that quality. This is something you're going to build once and that's it. You won't be going back in to do any kind of fixing because you're getting quality building components with this. 406730, easy. It really is easy to put together following the instructions that it comes with. You have got the areas for your larger ink pads and the smaller ink pads that you're going for. You might have gone for some of the distress ink pads that we've had on the show earlier on today. They'll fit perfectly in those little cheese wedges that we like to call them down the side. 2 payments of £30, and this will fit on a 12 by 12 area in your craft room. Isn't that amazing? Imagine all of your inks all there for you, all colour coded. Oh my word. And do you know what? There's a little bit of storage in the middle as well. So you could put some of your ink brushes in there or a very slim bottle of wine. Oh, there we go, I said it. But yes, you've got a little bit of storage in the top just there. 406730 is your item number for that one. We've also got your standard Inky Whiz. This is such an ingenious idea, isn't it? To be able to put all of your inks there. Maybe you've got mobility problems and you can't run around your craft room as you would like to. You can't get around your craft room as you like to. And you get to your craft area and that's where you base yourself. Well, to have this just at the side, turn it around, you take your inks out that you need at the time. Also great to take with you if you're demonstrating anywhere because it is lightweight, substantial, but lightweight to pick it up. And if you're demonstrating at a work class or anything like that, or a workshop should I say, you've got all your inks right there, so you're not foraging around. You can do your demonstrations concisely. £34.99, 893829 is the item number if you want to go for your standard Inky Whiz. 2 flexi payments of £17.50. Great deals throughout, but already busy as you can see on the show because we sold out of the memory box. But I'm being told we've got some news. We've been able to get some more extended delivery. This is good news. It's going to be dispatched on the 12th of May. So that's not long to wait. Oh my goodness. Well done, everyone. It's back in stock. Get them in your baskets. Check on out before they sell out. 152794 is your item number. Oh, already 10% of the extended has gone. My word, I think we need to get to Maggie soon to have that demonstration on how to build the memory box. Remember, we've got that lovely lid that doesn't slip off because you've got that lip that runs all the way around. The lip also runs all the way around the bottom as well. £9.99. Oh my word, already 10% off the extended delivery stock has gone. 12th of May, dispatching those. Right, I think we better head to Maggie to get a demonstration in, Maggie.
Okay. Hi everybody, thanks very much for joining us. We did the memory box because people were asking us to make their lovely albums and they wanted something to put them in. So we've designed this for you, and you'll be pleased to know that the corners of the actual box aren't pointy corners, they're very slightly rounded. So it's all designed laser cut, so it's easy to put together. Okay, now we recommend a strong tacky glue, and I think you actually sell this one on the website, Aileen's Original Tacky Glue. So these are your 4 side pieces and they're all exactly the same. You just need to move them around as you use them. So when you're applying your glue, I would recommend, and I've learnt this from Kay, it's what we call the woodpecker technique. Okay, So you're just going to dab along, and you'll see this on all our videos as well that are on YouTube. Just dab along like that, and it means you don't get too much glue. You can see I had too much there, but you're still going to get a good bond, because if you have too much glue, actually doesn't it doesn't adhere to the surface as well. So we'll just pop that one straight in there like that. Use an old paintbrush, just swish along, and you get rid of any glue that's poking out of the side, and then you just work your way around. So another woodpecker's coming out to play. This is such an easy way to apply glue. I wish I'd learnt it years ago. So well done, Kate. We'll just carry on with this. And it seems very strange being here without Kay. So that's our next one, which we're going to pop in, and that will go. Let's put some glue in there. And we'll pop some glue in there like that. So you can see it fits together really easily, and you've got this little lovely lip just on the edge of the base. So we'll swish that along there, and then we'll carry on going round. Okay, just check which way it's going to be, that way round. So we'll put the glue there. That's the next one. Up there. And once you've put this together, just give it time to dry. Now I'll put it in that way. And that's our box done already. Okay, now the lid. So that's our box done. So our lid here, you'll get two pieces. The larger piece is the actual outside, and the inside is the lip that's designed to fit on, so your box, it doesn't slip off your box. And you'll note, I don't know if you can see this, that there's a hole in the middle. Yep, okay. So what you're going to, and there's also a hole in the base one, and it's just really to help it easy, make it easy for you to line things up. So we'll just carry on with the woodpecker. I hope you're impressed, Kay. I hope I'm doing it satisfactorily. Seems like it's taking ages, but you really do have much more control like this. Okay, so now I'm going to pick it up, and you're going to try and find the light. That's it, where the hole is. So I know I've got it centralised, and then I'm just going to stick it down like that. Make sure you don't move it, and that's it. So you're just going to leave that to dry now. So that's actually your box completed. Decoration wise, if I was going to use paper, I would actually...
Maggie,
yeah.
Can I just interrupt you
Yes.
for just 1 second?
Yeah.
And apologies to everyone at home.
Yeah.
Apologies, Maggie. We've got limited stock again. We've got limited stock again. So, Kay, if you're at home, can you give us a call? If you know our telephone number, we're going to try and give you a call. We're limited stock though on the memory box, £9.99. If you want it, everyone, you do need to check out your baskets so that you don't miss out. So that's limited stock for the second time on that memory box, which is perfect, of course, for fitting your albums in, and it's perfect for other things as well, for putting your memories in there. 152794 is your item number. I'm sorry I had to interrupt, but we do need to do that just to make sure that you are ahead of the game and that you do know what's happening as far as stock is concerned. So limited stock again on your memory box, 152794. So sorry about that, Maggie. I just had to come in and interrupt you. Oh, it's technically sold out.
I think we can do something. We're just discussing it at the moment.
Okay. Oh my goodness, we're living life on the edge of our pants.
Yeah.
Is it edge of our pants or seat of our pants?
By your cat's whisker.
By your cat's whisker. There you go.
Yeah.
There you go. But like, of course, cats and whiskers, they work their way through situations, and that's what we're going to do now. Oh, I tell you what, we'll head down the counter, Maggie, and have a look at the storage solutions while we try and sort you out some more memory boxes. This is exciting, isn't it? Right, let's have a look at your storage. Right, first of all, you have got your storage with a twist, and it really is storage with a twist. Beautifully designed, carousel style. Do you know what's nice about this as well is that when you store your inks and your pots and your different items on here, you see the edge just there. Now that will keep everything in place, which is perfect. You've got your different style, your different separators on there as well, so you can fit a lot of inks. Remember, these are all quality MDF, low in formaldehyde, FSC approved. They're from Ireland, and easy to put together with the instructions that comes with each and every storage solution. You can also go onto Facebook groups as well for your cool cats. So looks absolutely love that. Looks amazing. 558 996 £44 and 99 pence if you want to go for your standard 4-tier medium with 2 payments of £22 and 50 pence is your flexi buy. And of course, when you open up a flexi buy, you can add anything else into your basket, and that will also be part of a flexi buy as well. Now we also have the 2-tier with your storage solutions. If you wanted to, your 2-tier would fit on your other storage solutions we've got for you in the show. I'll show you that in a moment's time. But this is your 2-tier, £27 and 99 pence. It's your medium whiz, 168608 is your item number. We've also got your, let me pop that to one side, and this one is for your miniatures. And this is your 3-tier. Again, they're all on a Lazy Susan system. Just pick that up so you can see it's a metal system in there. So you've got your quality of that ease of use for turning, £26 and 99 pence for the 3 tiers there. 924261, and then you've got your mini 2-tier here as well. Very busy for this one actually. The beauty of these, they'll fit on your craft desk, or maybe you craft in your dining room, for example, and then you could just lift this up and pop that to one side, but it means you've got everything there just easily turning. £19 and 99 pence. 622982 is your item number. Now Kay has done a video demonstration for us, and we're going to take a look at that right now, how easy it is to put together.
Hi, it's Kay here. I'm in front of the camera and Maggie's behind, and we're going to put together our Lazy Susan piece. So we've got our Lazy Susan mechanism, and we have our 2 bases, and we have the top base and the lower base, and the lower base is the one with the hole in it. So I'm just going to put my Lazy Susan on here, and we're just going to screw it into the pre-cut holes. So I can just find those and then screw them in. When we put these together, I tend to find that this bit's okay, but if you want to do for the next part, is a magnetic screwdriver. Is really helpful if you've got one. If you haven't, you can use a little bit of sticky stuff and stick it on the end of the screwdriver just to hold the screw in place. But anyway, we put these in. So it's a little bit like watching paint dry, I'm afraid, but we'll get there. A bit wobbly. It's a bit wobbly.
Yeah, but it's okay. It's interactive.
Is it? So are you going to be applying for a job as a camera operative anytime soon, Maggie?
Oh, no, I don't think so. It's quite fun though.
Yeah, that's probably the swearing.
Don't tell everyone that.
No, we've done that. There we go. And so what you're going to find is you've got this onto your base, and you're going to use this as your access hole, and so you can line everything up. So can you see that? Is that lined up? Can you see that? If I put the holes out together.
Come towards me.
There we go, like that.
Perfect.
Okay, so that's your access hole. So those pieces are going to fit into your base. So you want those 4 corners on here. What I tend to do is I line it up, and then I'll get my head out of the way so you can see.
Not in the way.
Oh, isn't it? Okay, that's cool. No. Right, sometimes I find it easy to stand up and do this, so that's what I will do. There we go. So that's lined up there, and I'll put my screwdriver in, and then I must make sure it's even all the way around, and it tends to line it up properly at that point, and I'll just move it across. So I'm in there the hole. So what I'll do, if I lift that up, can you see that, Maggie?
Yeah.
And I'll just move that across.
Yeah.
Okay, and then you just put your screws in. If you don't move it after that point, that was showing it. So I'll just put that back again. So I'll just put that back again. That, and just even it up. I've got your screws in place, and I'll just screw it into place. I'm changing that to a magnetic screwdriver.
This is the hardest bit, really, isn't it?
It's well, once you've lined it up, you've got your first screw
Yeah.
in there. You're fine. So just and then you can just roll it, go around. Just do it. Just a bit tighter than that, finger tight. You don't need to be any tighter than that, because the holes are pre-drilled for you. That doesn't help. That's not very helpful, is it? I'll go around to another one, and I'll move that one out of the way.
And the Lazy Susans take quite a substantial weight, don't they?
Yeah, according to the blurb we have, about is 90 pounds of weights directly onto them. Let's move that across. Let's find that one I lost. And just move around. Oops. And just screw them on. As simple as that. So it's a bit small, but it's a magnet. I'll put the bigger one on there because it's easier to screw in. But that one's not magnetic. And then the last one. So I'll just position this one in to the hole, and that's your Lazy Susan done. So I think I made it look a bit more clumsy than necessary, but that's as simple. It's quite simple. It looks more complicated than it actually is, but it is a quite simple process. And that is your Lazy Susan, and that's your base ready to go for your next part. Okay, we're going to put the barrel of the Inky Whiz together, and this is a large one. So I've got 6 solid shelves, and I've got 4 shelves with a hole in. Okay, so I'm going to do my toaster rack thing. So these are called the uprights, and you're going to place the solid shelf in to your uprights so it looks like a toast rack, like that. And then you're just going to follow through and put them all in together, one on top of that. So you put all the solid ones on first, because that's going to be the bottom of your Inky Whiz. And then I was going to move up and put these on. So put those in. So they just slot in. And at this point you don't need any glue at this point. So You put the whole barrel piece in, so that's the central part of the shelving unit in without any glue whatsoever. If you come across those, just poke those out. They usually fall out, and if they haven't fallen out, just poke them out. And then now I'll come to, I've got 6, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, I've got 6 of these, and now I'm going to come in to my ones with the holes in. So when the Inky Whiz is made up, you can put sweeties in it, rulers, tools, or whatever you want to put in it. So you've got a little extra storage in there as well. So I'll just put these in together. That is what you're going to be left with, like that. So that is your first one. So I'll turn around to this point, and this is usually the trickiest one to put in, which is the third time you put your upright in, is slotting it in so it fits in this. So this is the most fiddly one. Once it's in, the rest usually follow through. So this one can be a bit tricky. So just gently manipulate it and it will just fit in. That's it. Okay? And then it will just slot into place like that. So that's now in place. So this one should be slightly easier.
And you know it's slotted in because it's right up flush with the edge, isn't it?
So that's all one flush there, okay? So normally I'll probably do this facing me, but so you can say, okay, and just move it around and just slot these in. Whoops. And go around and tidy it. It doesn't take long at all.
Last time we were there at a show, you had Janice doing it, didn't you?
I did. I think Janice did. Yeah. So I'm not saying that just because Janice can do it, anybody can do it. But Janice hadn't done one before, so,
no, she hadn't.
So that was a point. This is about you don't need any experience to put these in. And they are designed, precision designed to fit in and put together really easily. And this is the last two.
And we were really mean. We didn't give her any practice. We just said, do you want to have a go live on air?
And she did.
And she did.
There we go. And that is the bottom. And that is the top. And that is absolutely secure and ready to go to put on your base.
I did have a go. I did. And yes, if I can make it, so can you. And, well, Kay meant that respectively, and she's quite right, because I can be a bit clumsy, and I sometimes go in like a bull at a gate. I do, or like a bull in a china shop, because I don't normally read instructions. Oh, come on, I'll have a go. So for me to actually construct that, yes, yeah, it really was easy, and you get a really good sturdy construction afterwards as well for all of your inks. £59.99, 618177 is your item number. Of course, what makes this stand apart from a lot of static storage units is the fact that you have that metal Lazy Susan system, and it's top quality. 2 payments of £30 if you want to get that. You'll get it all in one sitting, but then you'll spread the cost over 2 months. We also have the large available for you. Remember, these are stackable if you want to. That's your large. I think those are the details we had up a moment ago. Did I just... Ah, that was a super, that's why. And this is the large Inky, 2 payments of... no, that's not... they're the same price. That's where I'm getting confused. That's where I'm getting confused. So, super Inky, large Inky. Right. This will all be a distant memory one day, and I'll be able to store it in a memory box. These are lovely. We sold out once, sold out again. We've got some more, everyone. They're only £9.99, and they're going to be dispatched on the 18th of May. Let me just talk you through the design if this is the first time you've seen these. Right, so... you will get these home and you will place them together. They're MDF, top quality MDF as well. What makes this stand out from other just regular boxes on the market? Let me show you. First of all, the lid. When you put a lid on a box, sometimes it will slide off, not this one, because you've got the lip going all the way around the outside. You can see just there. So the inner part fits within the box, leaving you that lovely lip going around the outside. That's important because you can actually lift that off easily. Then to match that along the bottom, You'll also see that you've got that lip going around 4 sides as well. So it's not just that flat, you've got that lovely little lip on the bottom as well to match. So it's top quality there, £9.99. Sold out once, got it back on extended, sold out again. We've now got it back on extended, dispatching on the 18th of May. Not long to wait, but you can put your albums in there. You can decorate this however you like. Only £9.99. You can multi-buy if you want to. And if you multi-buy, you buy 4, you only pay for 3 because it's part of our event. Quote VE443 on that. But a quarter of the stock, oh my word, of the extended has gone, my word. We've seen some demonstrations from Kay in the show. We've also got Maggie here with us. And we've got another demonstration coming up, haven't we, Maggie?
Really, no.
We're back with Maggie, but what we're going to do is just have a little chat.
Yes.
About the memory box.
Yeah, okay. Hi everyone. I was just going to say, when you've constructed your memory box, you may choose to decorate it with all sorts of mediums, stencil paste, things like that. If you want to do it with decorative paper and you want your black borders, what I do is I go around all the edges that are going to show with some black gesso, and then I leave it to dry before I cut my papers to fit. Now you can either, I like to cut my papers so I have about 1/8 of an inch gap all round, so you've got like a black border showing through. So you can either cut your papers to fit like that, stick them on. This is an easy shape because obviously it's rectangular, so it's easy to measure and cut. What you can also do is stick your papers directly on, but you must wait for the glue to dry before you then sand the edges off with an emery board or a sanding tool, whatever like that. So that's how you can do it there. And don't forget as well, lots of people forget, but don't forget the bottom of your box. So particularly if it's going to somebody as a special gift, you can put black card on. Black felt is really nice on the base because it just finishes it off, and it's a soft base. There's just black card on that one, Janice, but it's a soft base then, so you know where it won't scratch your table anyway, but you just know it finishes it off, and it's all about the finishing touches. So that's it really, and I'm really delighted that you love the box. Just show you one more thing. So this is what we had lots of people asking. This is the size of the box. So this is a 9x9 album, and you can see that it fits in comfortably and it's easy to get in and out of the box. I have dexterity issues, and actually we're just, Kay at the moment, she's at the unit. That's another little one that fits in there, which is actually designed to go in that box. Kay at the unit at the moment is currently designing a special project storage thing for me because I have problems getting some things out, so we're just having that designed at the moment. So watch this space for that as well. So
how exciting!
I don't know if I should have said that, Kay, but hurry up.
Come on, Kay, chop chop. 2/3 of the stock has now gone. It's a lovely design. It's so easy to lift up. And as Maggie was talking then about the design and maybe put into the felt underneath, I'm thinking, how about putting some little legs underneath so it raises it slightly, and then matching the legs maybe with a little round handle at the top, a little round knob or something that just goes on the top there that you can lift that lid off. That would look special. You of course can design yours however you like. We've gone limited stock again, and it's technically sold out. Wow. Sold out once, sold out another. Oh my goodness, right, we need to grab a breath, we really do, or take a breath. You don't grab a breath, do you? No, best not. We need to take a breath. So whilst we do that, what we are going to do is take a look at Freedom membership. And here's our lovely Alex to tell us more.
Hello everyone, I've got a minute or two to tell you why you should all be members of Hochanda Freedom. Did you know that with Hochanda Freedom you could be saving on your deliveries every month? For just a £6.97 monthly fee, you will benefit from unlimited standard delivery, which means the more you spend with us, the more you save. And you know the best bit? You can cancel any time. Becoming a member of Hochanda Freedom, you will also be able to take advantage of our exclusive Freedom member discounts, where you can save anything up to 20% on an already fantastic Hochanda price. Freedom members will also receive our exclusive members badge and Freedom newsletter, which will keep you updated with all the goings on behind the scenes. Just look at all these benefits for £6.97 per month. Over 10,000 of you are already members, and we thank you so much for being a part of our family and sharing your crafting passion with us. In fact, I'm now going to hand over to you to tell everyone else about your experience with Hochanda Freedom.
It's lovely because you have the special offers, don't you, that give you a nice discount off, sometimes up to 20%.
I don't have to worry about the postage. I can spend a £5 on something that I've seen as and when I've seen it, or I can spend 20 or 30 or 50 pounds, it doesn't matter.
I get special offers, I get special discounts. They tell me when everything's happening. So if there's a special show I want to watch, then it's there.
Yes, you do save. If you buy like I do, you save.
You see? You could be a member instantly for £6.97 per month with no ongoing monthly obligation. So when you want to cancel, you can. Just give us a call or go to our website quoting the item number 88888. So don't forget, you get your unlimited standard delivery, exclusive freedom discounts, members badge and a members newsletter. What are you waiting for? Join Hochanda Freedom today and become a member of the growing Hochanda family.
Oh, lovely, Alex. Yes, if you become a Freedom member, all of your P&P you won't be paying for. It's amazing, isn't it? I went to the post office the other day, actually, to send something off. Oh, my goodness. When did the prices go up? Shocking. So to become a Freedom member, oh, it's well worth it, well worth it. Right. We have got some more items for you on the show to help you store. You've got your storage with a twist. It's your mini 4-tier, like that. That is your mini 4-tier medium whiz. £32.99, 558192 is your item number. We've got your midi Inky Whiz. Again, you've got the storage all the way around the outside. A little bit of storage in the middle as well if you want to. £39.99, 124441. And we've got your mini Inky Whiz. £36.99. So this is tall, a little bit tall as you can see there, and compact. All on that fabulous Lazy Susan system at the bottom. And that's available on FlexiBuy. And then you've got your Dinky. We'll change the picture in a moment. If you do want to go, all the pictures are on the website, which is a bit of a glitch there. 412223. Seems our computers are celebrating a little bit early for VED Day. Right, Bucky. It's Bucky. Right, what we're going to have a look at now, Bucky.
Right, so one of the other items we've actually got on the show, which isn't on the thing, because obviously we're quite restricted with space, and we're well aware that the whizzes take over Hochanda when they arrive, so apologies everybody. This is our desk caddy, which is designed to actually, it's got a flat back here, and it's designed to actually sit on your working surface. It can butt up against a wall, but it holds 12 by 12 papers absolutely perfectly. It's got other storage, it's got horizontal shelves. So I was just going to show you, because when people buy them, we always say to them, if you're going to use decorative paper, cut templates beforehand. But if you're impatient like me, I'm Mrs. Impatient, and you put it all together and then you think, oh, I forgot to do the templates. There's an easy way for the difficult shapes that I find works for me. So just take a piece of copy paper, and can you see this piece here? You've got like a little pot there, so you've got a funny shape there. So what we're going to do is we're going to take our copy paper, piece of copy paper, and first of all we're just going to fold it so it fits just up to the right length there. So let's just fold that there like that. Okay, so that piece I know fits in there like that. Okay, so I know that I can cut across at that bit there, so we'll just cut straight across. You can see my little notes there. Okay, so that fits in there like that. So that is a good fit there. I can see it's still a bit tight there, but I'll do that afterwards. And then I'm going to run that along, and I can see that I need another bit adding there. So then I'd take a piece of tape and stick that piece onto there like that. So let's just do that now. This is called improvisation, by the way. So a little bit of glue off here, because I've not had it up right. That's it. We'll just do this just to show you. Okay, so let's pop that on there to make that a bit longer. Okay, so put that back in. So you're going to chop that and you're going to chop that there. So I've put that mark there with my fingernail because that's the depth that I've got, so we'll chop that there. Just shorten this one down here. Right, so I know now I've got my piece of paper that fits perfectly there, and now it's the curve, and this is the hard bit. So the easiest thing to do is take your copy paper and just push it down with your hand. Hold it flat, but push it down with your hand, and you will get a ridge there. Okay, so what we're going to do then is just follow that ridge. A bit like follow the yellow brick road, follow the ridge. Okay, just keep going round, and then hopefully that'll fit in there. Right, so I can see that that's a pretty good fit. I can see there's a bit of a gap there. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to put that onto my decorative paper. Put it onto your piece of decorative paper, and then we'll have it that way, I think. We'll put that on there. And you're going to draw along. Try and keep it straight because you know that bit should be straight. And then you're going to go along here. And the other thing is, when you're marking out your template, make sure you've got your piece of copy paper, your template that you're drawing, the right way round, so you've got the right pattern that you want to go in there. And actually, I'm very lucky because that is the pattern that I wanted there. So we'll just cut there, along there. And I'll probably cut a little bit less just for now, just to see how it goes. Okay, so we'll just keep going. Move that out of the paper, right? Okay, so now I can see I need to trim. That needs to come out a little bit that way. So I probably need to trim a smidge more off. So a little bit more off here. And then I'm just going to follow the line. And if you always look where the point of your scissors is as you cut, it's much easier to have a bit more control and hopefully have a more even trim, if that makes sense. So just keep your eye on the end of your scissors where they're going, so you can see really you've got the blade length as you're cutting all the time. So that's pretty much, it's a bit thin there, but that's pretty much the same width all the way through, and that's just a tip using your scissors. So let's see for there. Yeah, right, I can see I've got a bigger gap there, so turn that there. This is the OCD in me now coming out. So I'll just trim a little bit more off there. Yeah, needs to be straighter. As I say, you can cut it exactly with the copy paper first, so that's there, I'm happy with. So it's just here, I can see I need a little tiny bit, so I'll put a little mark there and a little mark there. And then we'll just start again. Just trimming around like that. Okay, yeah, that's fine. So that's fine. So that fits fine there now. So what I'll do now is I can ink the edges and then I'll stick it. And as you can see, if you'd made templates, it would have been a lot easier. But it's always you need to know how to get out of situations if you make a mistake. So we'll just ink the edge. I haven't got my blending tool, so we'll just go around with an artistry ink. And all our ink pad storages, they're designed to hold all different ink pads and things like that. And the dinky one holds all your mini distress inks, your mini artistries, the new mini eyes inks, things like that, your dinky and your mini. And the mechanisms for the all the whizzes actually come from the UK as well. So we've tried to source as much as we can from the UK. Now I'm not using the woodpecker technique here because I'm sticking paper and I'm not sticking MDF. So, and normally I'd use our bookbinding glue for this, but okay, so we'll pop that in there. So that's there like that. And that's fitted in there like that. Don't forget, this would have had a black edge. You would have probably painted the edge of it first, so it would have had a black edge. Again, if you've forgotten to do that because you were impatient, you can take a permanent black marker pen, run along the edges and go across, and it'll do the job for you just as well. So just a quick demo showing you how to decorate.
Perfect, Maggie. Isn't that great? I mean, if you've got some of the sprays that we've been selling here on Hochanda, you could use some stencils and you could spray, you could gesso over them. The choice really is yours, and that's the beauty of buying these kits, because it's going to fit in with your decor, it's going to fit in with your taste, and it's going to fit in with what you want, which is perfect in the small areas that maybe you're working in. If you do want to go for the Desk Caddy MDF storage, that's the one that Maggie was just demonstrating there and decorating, £24.99. And of course you can go for more than one, it's entirely up to you. Take advantage and quote VE 4 for 3. We are in the midst of our VE celebrations, and you get 4 items for the price of 3. You get the cheapest one for 3 in 1 hour. They have to be in the same show. Right, we have got your standard 4-tier multi-medium whiz for you. All top quality MDF, easy to construct. You've got the help and tutorials on your YouTube, and you've also got the Facebook group from Cool Cats. Everything is sourced from the UK, including that Lazy Susan mechanism that goes on the bottom. 2 payments of £22.50. Tidy up your craft areas, but not just that. Find those inks that you've lost, find those colours and put them together and have them at hand. You'll be an efficient crafter and a creative crafter as well. 558996. We've also got your 2-tier, and again you'll see the action of this, how smooth this is to turn around. £27.99. It takes up a small area on your craft room, but you'll fit so much on there. £27.99. 168608 is your item number. Then you've got your mini, cute isn't it, compact. This is your 3-tier. And if you want to go for this, it's £26.99. 924261 is your item number. Then you've got your 2-tier, which is rather sweet, isn't it? I can imagine a little bit, some cupcakes on here, just twisting them around. But they are, of course, for your craft room and your inks. Perfect. £19.99. Just means that you get everything organised where you want it to be. 622982 is your item number. Then you've got your large inky whiz. This will take up a 12, well, if you place a piece of card in your craft area at the moment, 12 by 12, that's how much space this will take up. So it's not a lot, is it? Not a lot of space, but you can fit a lot on here. It's your large inky whiz. 2 payments of £30, 406 730, just £59.99. Such a smooth action. Next up, you've got your standard. These will fit on top of each other, by the way, as will the carousels on top of here. So, for example, just to show you, in case you're thinking of going multi-buying or getting different items, you can fit one above the other like this. So you've got that great storage system going on. I know it's like a fairground ride, isn't it? You do have to buy them separately though, so I'm just teasing you there. I'll just take that away. But remember, with the 4 for 3 offer, you can buy any 4 items, you get the cheapest one for 3. 2 payments of £17.50, 8938 29 is your item number, £34.99. Also a bit of storage in the middle, so you can put your paintbrushes in there if you want to. Right, let's have a look on the website. This is where you can go to see all the items we've got for you on the show. Plenty of items on FlexiBuy as well, which means you can spread the cost over 2 payments if you want to. And with that 4 for 3 offer, my word, you can really help yourself. Look at the 5-star reviews on there as well. Take a look at what other people are saying about their storage, how it's changed the way they craft. And the memory box, of course, we sold out 3 times, not once, not twice, but thrice. Yeah, 3 times we sold out of that. So well done everyone that got hold of that. And that's how you have a look at the products in the show. I want to say a huge thank you to Kay, who sent in the videos. I want to say a huge thank you to Maggie. Maggie, thank you so much.
Thank you. Thanks, everybody.
Lovely to see you. I know we're at a distance, but it has to be for now.
I'd just like to say how well everybody's looked after us. Thank you very, very much.
Oh, you're more than welcome. And stay safe. And I believe you're back on Wednesday.
I'm back Wednesday with Stampendous, yeah. Oh, and then we've got a special Cool Cats on next Sunday as well.
A special?
Well, it's a Cool Cats show on Sunday, so just 1 hour.
OK, looking forward to that, looking forward to that. It's been great to have your company as well. We've got plenty more shows lined up for you today, celebrating victory in Europe, the 75th year, the celebrations. We want to hear from you throughout the day, so you can email in at studio@hochanda.com. We'd love to hear from you, what you're doing to celebrate. We're celebrating with you by offering 4 for 3. In any 1 hour, you can choose 4 items from that hour if you want to. And you will get 4 items for the price of 3. You'll get the cheapest one for 3. That's how it works. And all you have to do is quote VE443. It's as easy as that. And it's a great way of getting what you want and stocking up on your crafty goodies. 893829 your item number if you want to go for your Cool Cats Craft Storage with a Twist standard Inky Whiz. £17.50. That's the one just there. But remember, they can stack upon each other. It's been great to have your company. More shows lined up. I believe Catherine is coming up next. Catherine, are you up next? No, Catherine's not coming up next. No, she's not coming up next. She's coming up later. We've got Scott coming up next. Oh, with Ranger, of course, and Tim Holt. So, yeah, you'll have to wait for Catherine, I'm afraid. Thanks, Maggie. See you in a moment. Tim Holtz is coming up next with the lovely Scott. They actually look very similar. Sewing Room Essentials one day special after that, and then Picket Fence.
Hi, my name is Blanche Siegmann. I'm the owner of the company La Blanche. The company La Blanche is a crafting company located in Germany. For over 20 years, I'm designing and selling stamps, paper crafting products, and home decoration. As a passionate crafter myself, I make sure all our products are of highest quality and easy to use. We produce a whole range of products. We produce paper products. We have also shrink sleeves for your jars, glasses. We have home decoration products, paints and wall decals. Everything, the whole range of crafting we produce for you. I hope you enjoy watching us at Hochanda and crafting with La Blanche.
Hi, I'm Rob from Add Some Sparkle. My wife Jackie and I have been running Add Some Sparkle since 2010 as a small family business. We're both very passionate about papercraft in general, and Jackie's particularly passionate with paper embroidery, which is one of the main things we focus on now. Add Some Sparkle produce paper embroidery kits and products, which is taking a very old and traditional Victorian craft, bringing it up to date with a modern twist in the designs we use. And what's really special for me is the fact that we can get paper embroidery to a wider audience through working with Hochanda. The future for Add Some Sparkle is we'd love to keep working with Hochanda to be able to bring more exciting and new products. We're looking at hopefully bringing some paper embroidery books out onto the market to add to the kits that we already produce and bring. So make sure you don't miss our Add Some Sparkle shows on Hochanda.
Hi, I'm John Lockwood from John Next Door. I'm lucky enough to have been a guest on Hochanda since day one. I've been working closely with Crafts2 on the development of the John Next Door brand and also working with their fantastic range of products. I'll be bringing you some fantastic shows that are combining the John Next Door and Crafts2 products. We'll be sharing things like the press cut dies and some of the Find It media and some of the other fantastic tools, accessories and other products that Crafts2 bring to everybody at home. I hope you can join me on my crafting journey and learn some tips and techniques from me that I share with you. So don't miss the Crafts2 shows with me, John Lockwood, on Hochanda.
Hi, I'm Hayley. Join me for some amazing Fabric Freedom shows. Fabric Freedom design all their fabrics here in the UK, and they design them with quilters in mind, so they're really good at picking out those unidirectional prints, really nice and small prints so you can work on smaller patchwork projects, and paste prints as well, which is one of their signature fabrics. They do lots more fabrics besides quilting cottons, so tune in to the Fabric Freedom shows here on Hochanda.
Hi, I'm John Lockwood from John Next Door. I'm lucky enough to have been a guest on Hochanda since day one. The John Next Door brand is designed to bring high quality, innovative products to the crafting market. The range includes stamps, dies and new products such as the media plates. I'm also looking to expand the brand and bring you lots of new techniques, new ideas and new products into the next few years. So don't forget to tune in and watch the John Next Door shows on Hochanda.
Hello everybody, and a very good morning from myself and the team here at Hochanda if you are just joining us. And obviously we want to say a big thank you, of course, to everybody, all the veterans that are celebrating the 75 years, of course, with our very special day and our 2 minutes of silence there, of course, in memory of those that lost their lives, of course, in World War II and, of course, subsequent battles that have happened since. But a day of memories, I'm sure, for lots of people that are watching, of course. But most importantly, hopefully a day of celebration, of course. We've got the Queen's speech later on, of course, 9 o'clock. I'm sure there's bunting galore everywhere, and quite rightly, as it should be. Of course, Hochanda's made some bunting in its time, and so it's in the right place as well. It's lovely to have your company. And, of course, as celebration, we are holding, it's a very VE fantastic offer for you from today, of course, and right the way through the weekend for you. So if you want to get 4 items of any 1 hour that you see, then actually you'll get the lowest price point at that, well, for free, basically. So it's 4 for 3. And if you want to make that quote when you are putting things into your basket or when you're on the phone, then all you do is quote the reference, which is down at the bottom of the screen, VE4, the number 4, the word 4, the number 3. Easy, isn't it? VE443 is basically what you're looking for. But again, you will get your the lowest price for free. So let's crack on. It's brilliant to be with you. It feels like a Saturday, but of course it is a Friday, and every day is a weird day during lockdown day. So we've got some real special offers for you. We've got some great demonstrations for you also in this hour that are all already pre-recorded for you. So lots of you to learn. And I was asking Lou, who's done the demos for you to see in the show today, what is it about Tim Holtz? She goes, well, look, Tim Holtz is such a brand name that everybody knows of Tim Holtz. You know, if they've been in crafted for some time, they know about the quality they're going to get. But for those that don't know, a real opportunity for you to start your collection with the Tim Holtz work that you're going to get. And we've got a whole array, some brilliant tools for you and some fantastic stamps to work with. So let's start straight away with the first item. I'll go down the counter, then we get to a first demonstration for you in this hour. So let's just show you to start with. And these are all on the sort of red rubber that you're going to find. You can see that they stamp out absolutely beautifully here. So this one here is your wonderful flower jar collection. You're going to be getting 14 stamps in total, but really lovely. Always have that wild flower kind of feel about them, the countryside. If you've been doing your walks at the moment, of course, safely and distanced, we do with the family. I always try and keep myself distanced from the family. I think they do it from keeping a distance from me, to be honest, when we're out on our walks. But you'll see all the lovely wildflowers that are out there and lots of gorgeousness that's out in the countryside. But this is all about that. So if you're inspired by the countryside, if you like that idea, that whole rustic feel, certainly with the jars, you can sort of see how those flowers will go into those jars and work beautifully. But you get some real lovely elements that come through from those wild flowers. Some of them just the stems, of course, that are going through there with the little leaves. Some have got little flower heads on them. Use them individually, singly, of course, put them collections together to get a lovely little bunch of them. 211 876 £29.99 is your first item to go for. And this is the other thing that we've been seeing a lot on our walks recently. My little girl, who loves to run and chase a butterfly. Who doesn't? It's like a remake of Little House on the Prairie, if you remember those. I'll just tilt this round so you can see the actual rubber of the stamps themselves, and you can see the detail that's in the wings on the actual rubber. But if I show you then how they stamp up, and you really do get the chance then to see all that beautiful detail that you're always going to get with Tim Holtz work as well, is those beautiful wings on the display of the butterflies. So I'm sure you'll understand that they are going to take any colour, of course. Making sure you're getting married up, you've got to have them, you know, opposites and all of that stuff. Exactly the same, of course, on your butterflies. £29.99 for this set. But if you are inspired again with the whole idea of wildlife, they really are beautiful. And you can see with the colour that's in them, or even just use them on the black over the top of the colour, which looks lovely. Or if you do actually want to do the colouring, the whole sequence, of course, with them. And here's some here you can have a little look at. But absolutely beautiful if you're inspired with your gorgeous butterflies. It's the whole stamp collection here. £29.99. 846 200 is your item code to go for there. Now, moving down, we've got our stencils, and actually we've got the doily, and we've also got the lace. So I'll just hold them up next to, hopefully I'm going to hold them up right next to the appropriate ones that you can see. There we go, you can see an idea how they will work. Now, beautiful for taking all sorts of your paste to go through and your lovely colours of your inks. 647 755, it's only $16.99 for that one. And don't forget, that's not, you know, pick and choose which one you want, that's for both for that price. 647 755 will get you both for £16.99. Absolutely gorgeous, perfect for all your layering stencils, great, you know, just add all your imagination how you're going to work with those. Right, now we've also got, which we love on the show, a good old-fashioned pick and mix. And here you have got a selection from 6 for you to choose from. And from those 6, you can choose, again, any 2 that you want to go with. And these are, again, are your layered stencils that will work. So we've got some beautiful designs, actually. So are we starting at... Showing at this end, are we? Yeah, we're here. So this one is Shift de Beurre, and it's absolutely beautiful, really actually gorgeous, this. Very, very pretty, the circles that are going through, but I actually like the... Do you see the circles, or do you see that little diamond element in the middle? What do you see? What do you see, Ross, my producer? You see the circles, you don't see... I see the little diamond sort of shape in between. That's what stands out for me. But I suppose that's the beauty, isn't it? I like that. Have you seen that? What's the image? It's a well-known one, isn't it? Where you either look at it and it's either the face, or it's two faces or a vase. So it depends how you look at it. It's the outline of the nose, but it looks like there are a vase or 2 faces. It's a bit like that for me on this one. Second one in to choose from. We've got Shift de Plus. That you can see here, and again, those plus signs are very, very prominent on those ones. The third one along the line, we've got the Shift de Hex that you can see there. Again, the whole hexagon design coming through. Working our way down. Here we go. Well, now, what's this one? We've got gradient squares. So nice going from small little squares from either side, and then working the way into the larger square in the centre. Again, but if you're only using elements of that, work very nice. We've got the radiant hex that you can see there, very, very striking. But we've also got here, we've got the patchwork hex, which works really nicely on that, doesn't it? So out of those 6, you can choose any 2, and the price for any 2 you want to go for there is just £14.99. 279789 is your item code to look for there. Absolutely brilliant offer. Don't forget, 4 for 3 deal, of course, that you want to go through. Any 4 from this hour, then of course you're going to get one of those. The lowest price point from those ones, you're going to get that one free. Right, working our way in. How about this? You get the whole lot here. So you're going to get the cracked leather paper, you're going to be getting your all sorted tags that are in here, so you've got some rather nice petite ones, a little bit of Francais for you, I know, fluent. In that, just that phrase alone. The smaller, you've got the medium, and of course you've also got the larger ones to go through for those ones. So there's 18 of your tags in total, and then you've actually got your 12 sheets of your 4.25 by 5.5 inch of that beautiful cracked leather look. Do we know what the GSM is on that? Because it's actually quite a thick card, actually. It's got a nice sort of strength to that. I hope you're kidding. Oh, it's in pounds, is it? It's in pounds, they're converting. £111, what does that work out? I didn't know there was a conversion rate for the weight of your paper. You learn something new every day, don't you, Hochanda? He's converting as we speak. That'd be an interesting image at the end when he's come out all converted. 049327 244 GSM. There's a lovely number for you, isn't it? 244 GSM for that, for your crackled leather paper. Really nice. 049327 £17.98 for the bundle. Right, now then, if you haven't seen these before, then these are most definitely something I think you're going to really enjoy, and the crayons. Now, these are absolutely fantastic and really gorgeous. We've got a lovely set, different sets for you to pick from, but these, if you talk about the quality of these are all about giving that really strong pigment that you're going to get, and they are absolutely brilliant, as I say. And something to talk about these here, these are water reactive. So once you've placed this, in fact, if I've got a little bit of paper on here, there we go, there's a little bit here. Let's take one, for example, so you can sort of see. And, of course, the more you layer these up, then, of course, that stronger that pigment's going to be coming through as well. So if you just put a little bit in here, so you've got the red in there, for example, and if you wanted this to extend, of course, you just turn the pointer at the back there, and that will give you more, of course, of the crayon, or less so you've always got that. Now, just with a little bit of water on the finger, and you can rub that through, so you can sort of see how you get that lovely watercolour effect. Can you see that coming through? You'll be able to get this, obviously, your technique will be a lot better than mine will, but you can see that they are water reactive. Now, if you wanted to, you can layer these up as well, so that will work if you try to get different colours that are coming in. Oh, look, Janice has been on here, you can tell. Lovely little watercolour version she's done with some little flowers. There she goes, see? She's done that then from them a little bit earlier on, I believe, there. But you get an idea how they are water reactive. So, if I give you a little rundown of the two different, how these are looking, their colours, for example. So you've got here set 4 and set 8 to choose from, and you'll see a little bit about how these, and you get both. On this particular one, so all the different sets. So this is for set 4 and set 8. And again, if you've got any of the other sets, of course, then you'll know that these will blend and will work together with all of those. But you get some really gorgeous colour from the candied apple to the tattered rose, and really strong and some softer tones to come through from that one. So you've got that set to choose from if you'd like to go for that. You've also got set 10 and set 7 to choose from if you wanted to go for this set instead. And if I give a little idea again of these ones that you're going to be getting, we've got the tea dye in there, sort of the browns coming through, gathered twigs we've got. Do love the coral, the abandoned coral. That's really lovely and vibrant, isn't it? And you've got fired brick. So again, some really deep, rich colours. If you can afford to go for the whole sets on these, go for them. Don't forget, you've got the 4 for 3 and anything in this hour, 785 268. You can choose from any which ones of those sets you want to go for. We've also got your distress inks for you. Now, we know how popular these are. Let's just, I'll bring in, and again, sets of 2 to choose from for your distress inks and these ones. You've got the peeled paint, you've got faded jeans in there on this one. Really nice. Barn door, that's a bright barn door. Very nice and bright. Broken china, you've got a rusty hinge. You've got your Victorian velvet, it's very pretty. So you've got these ones, you've got to choose from these ones. You can do. Or you might want to go for the other set, which is 13 and 15. These are your sets 13 and 15. And again, we've got some really gorgeous colours in here. I do like, again, the candied apple we've got here, the abandoned coral. So you can see they will match up beautifully from the crayons. And if you want to double up on those ones and go for the ink pads, so you've got them in all those different variables, and it's perfect to go for. The cracked pistachio is a bit of a favourite of mine. Do like that, but I love a pistachio. Who doesn't? 012185 if you want to choose and go from any one of those. Don't forget your deal on options like that. It's really good, isn't it? 4 for 3, don't forget. You want to quote that reference, VE 4 for 3, and you'll get that fourth one, of course, the lowest price point for free. Now, if you are looking for your bigger, and you do a lot of your inking on your pads, then you want to go for this one. Acid free, it is your permanent, it is waterproof, and this is your jet black. So if you are looking to do some of your main feature images, your major lines, your major outlines of etc. That you work with for stronger backgrounds, if I just open this up, there'll be a lot of people to be excited about the size of the pad here. Look at that. Or imagine the stamping you can do with this. Just £12.99, and that is a pad that's going to last a long, long time, isn't it? 210522, only £12.99 for that one. And again, put that one into your offer. 4 for 3, lowest price point, you're going to get 3 out of that. Finally, you need some extra tools to carry on the job, of course, and that's what we've got here for you. So not only do you actually have the tools to do the stamping, you've also got the different heads that you can refill and work with all your different colours on that one. So you get the 2 mini applicators plus 60 of your replacement felts. 60 of those round replacement felts all together. So it's a really fantastic chance. If you haven't got these tools yet, I don't know of any of these sort of the guests that come on the show that I've not seen working with them. So if you haven't got yours yet, grab them. If you have got them, time to restock, isn't it, for this deal? 660480 is your item code. Remember that code, quote, VE 4 for 3, to make the most out of this hour, of course. It's only 4 in 1 hour. So, first, we've got lovely Lou demonstrating for you, taking you through. And if you've not seen how some of these tools can be worked, this is your chance to catch up. So, enjoy Lou.
Okay, now, for my next demo, I thought it would be nice if we again focused on the distress crayons. The reason I'm going to do the distress crayons a little bit more than the distress inks is I think most of us know how the distress inks work, but we're not quite so sure about the distress crayons. So I've got my jelly plate out, and I thought we'd have a play with some of the distress crayons on different papers and card. Most of them are the ones that we've got in the show today, and also a play with the stencils and see what sort of backgrounds we could come up with. So I'm going to start by just spritzing my jelly plate with a little bit of water. Nothing else, it will clean it. And I'm going to start layering down some colours. So let's go for, what colour have we got here? This is the Salty Ocean. And let's put it on. And as you can see, because the crayons are water soluble, they're starting to pull straight away. I'm going to grab my spare bit of card that I was using this morning so I can take off. I don't want too much water on the crayon to dissolve it. So we've got that one there. This one is, oh, festive berries. So let's do some festive berries there. And as we can see, so I'm just taking the excess water off because I don't want it dissolving the crayon. Oh, what's this? Let's go for, oh, seedless preserve. And put some across there and move some of the colours in. And let's go for, oh, dried marigold. And we're going to have some up there. And just put some there. And let's grab a green. Let's go for evergreen bough. Oh no, lucky clover. I'm going to put some lucky clover here. And let's do a little bit there. And oh, I'm trying to think what else. Now I'm laying down a lot of colour, and I'm expecting now when I put the card down that the water will want to find its way out. So let's put some there. And with the as with normal watercolour on a jelly plate, it's pooling, unlike we would have with the acrylic paint, which sits on top perfectly. So let's grab a piece of card and just put it on the top. I'm just going to rub it down. And I can see, look, can you see where it's coming through, where there's a lot of water on here, which would be interesting to see what effect we get. Okay, pull it away. Oh, I'm quite liking that. That's quite a nice, subtle background. Oh, I'm liking that. Let's just put that there. And I've still got some colour, but there's quite a bit of water. Let's grab a stencil and try something different with a stencil. Let's go over with the seedless preserve again and go over the actual stencil itself. And add a little bit there and see what happens. The festive berries. And put that there. I'm not worried about the colours going on top of each other, because once you start using the crayons again, the other colours where they blend on top will just gradually come away. Right, as you can see there, it'll come away. Right, I don't know if we're going to need a little bit more water. So this is the mixed media card that's there. So let's just put a bit of that on and see what happens. And I've got bits coming out already. Ooh. Okay. Oh, that's come out beautifully. I do like that. Let's give it a quick spritz of water. Where's my spritzer gone? Okay, because I've got quite a bit still on my stencil there. I'm going to grab, let's grab a tag. Should we cover the whole tag? Oh, I don't know now. I know, I'm going to cover a little bit of the tag. I've got a craft tag, the etc. tags. Let's put that bit there. And what else have I got here? I've got a little bit of the leather card. Let's put that on the top there. Okay. I'm just mopping up, so let's have a look on the leather card. Well, that's come out really, really nice. And I've still got some more there, so I might mop it up with that in a minute. Oh, I'm loving that background. That has got a really gorgeous watercolour depth to it. Right, let's see what's happened to this one. Not quite as intense, but I love how the colour has got a nice burst here. Right, let's mop this up a little bit more then. Let's have a look. Okay, let's mop up a bit there. Well, that's looking good. Oh, and there's more there. And, oh, I think I might need to spritz again here. Let's just do a light spritz there. Seems a shame to let it all be wasted. Oh, look at that. Oh, I can do a bit more, I think. And let's do a bit more there. And, oh, this is looking really good. So I've got that there. The stencil, I'm losing the definition with the stencil, but I can still see parts of it compared to that one where you can really see the stencil. So let's pull that up there, and I can see a stencil outline just there. So let's put that stencil to one side. I'm going to get a piece of cards just to mop up and see what we've got. Right, what have we got here? Oh, that's brought it up. It's like a beautiful ghosting effect. Let's go over the top of it again. So that's come out absolutely beautifully. Well, I'm loving that. Right, let's try with another stencil. What have we got here? Let's have a look. Oh, I do like the hex one. So let's spritz again. I'm going to try and spritz a little bit lighter than I did before. And let's go for some other colours. So this is the Candied Apple. So I'm going to do them now if I can. In circles. I'm just going to take off the excess because, like I said, I don't want the water to sit on the crayon. Okay, let's do that. And I want to put all that up. That would probably help a little bit more. That's good. Let's take that off as well. I will use that background up. And let's go for a darker green. Let's go here. Move them in a bit. And I'm going to go for some squeezed lemonade. And as I said, I'm not worried about the colours merging in together, because when I next use the crayons, as you can see there, all the different colour will come off. So just move them out of the way. Going to put the stencil. Let's put the stencil at. I think, yeah. I'm going to put the stencil right across the top there. Let's grab a piece of card and see how this one looks. So all we're doing is we're using the distressed crayons to lay down some colour. And obviously the more water we put, the lighter the backgrounds will be. So let's have a look at this one. So that's, I can see where I've gone across there, and it's quite light on the actual stencil. So let's change this a little bit. So let's do what we did before, which was go on the actual stencil itself. And see what comes about. I'm trying not to go on the jelly plate because the water's gone there, because I don't want to drag it across the top of the jelly plate. And we'll put some there and there. Where's my spritzer gone? And here it is. I just spritz lightly. Okay, I'm going to turn this over now and see what comes about. So this is another fun way to use the crayons to create some wonderful watercolour backgrounds with your stencils. Oh, I like the depth of colour, so you can really see how pigmented the colours are there. And it's watercoloured, but I can still see the beautiful stencil. Right, let's have a think. A little tag there. Let's put a bit of spritz because the yellow, to get that yellow activated again. I've got a little tag, so we're going to put the little tag on there. And we'll use this one to take up the rest. Right. I'll put that back on top. And pick up even more. Oh, so we've got some different sort of backgrounds there. I'm loving these. Right, let's just put my stencil in there. I'm just going to rub 2 pieces of card to clean the stencil and see how much it picks up. Okay, let's have a look. So I've got, it's a bit like I've embossed it through a, die cutting machine. And what have I got this side? And this side is slightly less. So if I'd spritz those, I might have got more of a colour. Let's have a look. What would happen if I did spritz? Well, the colour, and the colour is starting, even though there's not much on there, the colour is starting to blend out. So we've now got a selection of backgrounds. I'm going to let that dry on my jelly plate, and then what I'm going to do is I'm going to see what sort of pattern we've got here and see if I can lift it with some acrylic paint. But in the meanwhile, we've got some different types of backgrounds. So we've got that one just mopping up, or those 2 just mopping up either side of the stencil. We've got those on the tag, and we can still see the stencil design through it. These are all wet. I'm putting them on top of each other. And I've got that one there, which really shows the pigments and how intense the colour of the actual crayons are. I really love that one. And that was a ghosting print, just mopping up with some excess water, and that looks brilliant. And that was this is the cracked leather distress card that's on the show, and we use this to mop up from the last stencil. I love the bursts of different colour. And the craft tag, it's starting to dry, but you can see the outline of the stencil beautifully. And I love the thickness of around the lines on those. And then that one's got like a 3D appeal to it, a 3D look, by the way the different colours have gone round all the different parts. Oh, I like that one. And that was just our print from just putting colour down on the jelly plate. So I'm going to let these dry, and then what we can do is see how we can turn these into different sorts of projects, whether cards or art journals or just tags. But I'll let them dry first. So I'll see you shortly.
Yes, you will indeed, Lou. Thank you. On that, you get a really good opportunity to sort of see. Certainly, if you are thinking about going for the crayons, as well as actually for the inks, but the crayons, how little she put onto the actual jelly plate. But again, how much she got off of those as well, and actually working together. So if you are going for those, you haven't done yet, get them into your basket. Do take advantage, of course, don't forget of the offer, the VE offer. So when you come through, you can have 4 items from any 1 hour show, and then your lowest price item is for free. So certainly if you want to get some of these and you want to go to town and try and get as many of those sets of the crowns as you can while that offer is there for you and everything else, please do, and enjoy when you get them, because you're going to get a lot from them. So I'll go back a bit of a run down the counter again so you can sort of see some of the elements, and certainly I'll go back over the crayons again so you get a chance to see exactly what Lou's been working. Then we'll go straight back to Lou, and they'll all be dry. With the magic of TV, they'll all be dry and she can carry on. Right, so the first thing we showed you here, of course, is talking about our lovely flowers and the jar stamp here. Again, it is Tim Holtz. You've got the great name, of course, and they're all done on the red rubber, and you get a really lovely impression from any of the stamps you're going to get, of course, with the name of Tim Holtz. This is all about the countryside, the wildlife, that whole rustic feel, the 2 lovely different sized jam jars in there that you have, that you can put your lovely little wildflower collection in. So they are absolutely gorgeous. My little girl done that. She picked some, well, I think they were weeds, basically, but she liked them. They had a flower head on them, and they were put in a little jar, and they're still in our kitchen. 211876. I just keep wanting to throw them away, but, you know, I don't know what, any dogs have weed on them or anything like that, do you know what I mean? But they're in the kitchen, so all nice. 211876, £29.99. The yin to the yang, of course, you have the wildflowers, and of course they will bring along with them all the lovely wildlife. And here you got the Tim Holtz collection of butterflies, £29.99 here, of course, 846200. Again, absolutely beautiful images that you're going to get from the butterflies. And here I'll give you a quick idea of how they stamp up just on the black ink. And again, you get really lovely detail. Don't forget, we have got that extra large jumbo size ink pad if you want to get that. If you just want to get that nice, crisp, clear as well. Absolutely lovely. 846200 for the butterflies. Right, moving on to our layering stencils. Now, these are all designed to add all the texture and imagery to whatever you come up with regards to your creativity. So you'll find it here that actually the actual nice tag shape that you get makes it very easy for you to put these together and to keep them all organised and to store them all in one place. But you do get an absolutely lovely image. Whatever your favourite inks are that you're using with your paints, you've got your paste you can use, of course, all your different possibilities, but they are lovely. So this is the doily and lace. Don't choose. You get both of these for that price of just £16.99. 647755 is your item codes to go for. Get those into your basket. Right, we love it on Hochanda, a good old pick and mix. And I've got 6 for you here to work with again on your stencils, and you can choose any 2 that you want to put together. I know you've seen some of them also being used there as such. I think it was the layering, which one which she was just using. The gradient hex, wasn't it, that she was just using. But you've got all 6 here that you can work with, and you can just choose any 2. They're all on the website for you, of course, to add whichever ones you want. Okay, so this is the shifted burnt you've got here. Moving down, I'll be very rapid for you. We've got the shifter plump plus that you can see here. We've also got the shifter hex that you can see here. And we've also got the all gradient square. I love the fact that I've got them on here, but I've got them written upside down. We've also got the patchwork hex, and we've also got the gradient hex. I think that's the other way around, isn't it? That's patchwork, and that's the gradients that you can see there. So even when you do read them upside down, they're still not right. 279789 to choose one, which one do you want to go for? The website, pick any 2 in your pick and mix, and they're just £14.99. So really good and all nice and clear that you can see to go for. Lovely, lovely, lovely. Right, we've also got a lovely little bundle for you, for your tags and also for your paper, your card stock, basically, but really lovely stock. First of all, your tags. You've got your 3 different sizes. You've got your small, you've got your medium, and you've got your large. And you get them in the light, in the tan, and you've also got them in the card brown that you can see, already pre-drilled through, and also got the little sticker around the top of those to give that extra security for you. But what I also love, you're getting 18 tags, by the way, and you've got 12 of your cracked leather paper. Now, this is absolutely lovely. I think it was 244 GSM, so it's a really nice sort of strength about that. But if you catch that lovely texture that you can see there, absolutely brilliant. Really love that. 049327, only £17.98 for the kit for you there. Then we come on to your choices of your one of all distress crayons. And all your crayons here are really strong in pigment, absolutely fantastic. And also they're semi-opaque. So if you want to do a lot of layering up and working with them, then you can do. So the first different sets we've got for you, and you can choose which ones you want. I've got number 4 and I've also got number 8. And you can see them here, really, really popular. I think it was the candied apple that Lou was working with in the demonstration that she was talking about there. But there's some really lovely colours. That's how they look, that you get them on the white card. I've also number 8, which is your softer colours. I've just put a few on there. I know, get me. And you can see it's done by me because I'm on the wonk, look. But I just wanted to show you how they actually work on your black card as well. So even on there, the pigment is so strong, you are getting a really nice colour coming through from those ones. So you've got those 4 and 8 that you can choose from if you wanted to. But you've also got options 7 and 10. 7 and 10 to work with. Again, really gorgeous colours. And I think the offer that we've got for you today, VE4 for 3, don't forget you're going to get your lowest price free if you get any 4 things in the hour. This is your chance to sort of double up on these because they will all complement all the other crowns that are in the range for you, for your distress. You know, when she saw Lou working with the spritz on that, just a little bit of water, how much she got. They were so fantastically strong in their pigment, and again all you got to just do is twist the end of those and then they just come through, so you've got a nice new part of crayon to work from. 785268, you've got your 12 or sorted crayons to work from, whichever one you want to choose from. Absolutely brilliant, great quality, and I'm sure you're going to have a lot of fun working with those. We've also got the ink pads if you'd like to go for the ink pads. So I've got 5 and 6 for you to choose from. You're going to get 5 and 6 in one set, and the other one is 13 and 15, I believe, I think it was. But you've got here some broken china, you've got the gathered twigs, Victorian velvet, rusty hinge, barn door, you've got the pumice stone, you've got peeled paint, and you've got faded jeans. That's sections 5 and 6. Or you might want to go for 13 and 15. Again, if you can afford to go for both, certainly in the deal today for VE Day, do see if you can try and get these. We've got cracked pistachio, you've got mermaid lagoon, fossilised amber, abandoned coral, you've got lucky clover, candied apple, carved pumpkin, and you've also got, what's the violet one there? Wilted violet, is that one? I think it's wilted violet. A little bit more. I'm more of a shrinking violet. 012185 if you'd like to go for the inks. Now, I did mention this earlier on, and you saw that, again, if you just wanted, if you do a lot of stamping, if you're doing a lot of work in the black ink, then this is absolutely perfect for you. I think Catherine's in the studio, she's got her eye on this as well. $12.99, 210522. It is the ink pad, but it's the jumbo ink pad that you see here. And as you'll notice, it's not just all casing and very little ink. You'll see that the ink pad goes right up to the edge. So that is the size of that you are getting. So you've got hours and hours and hours of inking ahead of you with that for just $12.99. And I would say that black is probably one of those staple ones you just need to have in your collection, don't you? Right, final one of the tools, if you need to just get a few more into your stash to be working from, or you've never worked with these, but I'm sure if you're just starting out, maybe this is one for you to go. It's the fantastic applicator you've got here. So it's a Tim Holtz alcohol ink. You get 2 of the mini applicators, nice and simple, perfect for working, nice and quick. Plus, we're also, there's a part of the 60 for replacement felts for all those different colours that you are going to be working with. $13.99 only, 660480. Right, hopefully, like I say, through the magic of TV, Lou's work is all nice and dry to carry on with, so we'll go straight back to her and carry on her demonstrations.
Right, my tags are dry, so I thought we'd have a go at a little bit of decorating and see what we could do, you know, to pick up. So I'm going to grab some distress ink. So I've got the fossilised amber, so I think that will go nicely with there. And I don't know whether to go for the wilted violet. And then I'd like a nice, let's do the abandoned coral. Okay, let's see from there. I'm going to grab a few sponges to work with. And let's have a look, see what I've got. So what I thought we could do first of all is just a standard ink around the edges, just to bring in that little bit of detail there. And I've got a little bit, and I've got a nice smudge mark down there, so we might as well bring that in. So, and then let's have a look at the wilted violet. I might not use too much of this one, we'll see. I don't want to take away too much from the stencil pattern. I like that. Right, I might do a little bit more. Okay, I'm not going to do much more. And then let's bring in the abandoned coral. Find a bit of sponge. There we go. Oh, I like the way that's high, picking up a nice warmer colours. So that goes to show that the beautiful distress crayons work beautifully, obviously, with the distress inks, because they're all from the same range. So the idea behind the distress is to be able to layer on top of each other. Right, what else could we do with that? I would like, let's have a think. I'd like to bring in some book papers. So let's tear that bit off. And I don't want that edge. But I'll do that bit there. That's a bit too wide, so let's tear that in half. I'll just put them to one side to use at another time. And I thought that could go down there. But I'm just going to add a little bit. Let's use up a bit of this fossilised amber, not much of it, just a bit of it. And we can do it that way. There's my spritzer. I've got a few bits here, might as well use up all of it, really. Let's see what we've got. And a little bit more. Right, so that's going to sit there. Oh, so that works brilliantly. Where's my cloth? Let's just wipe that out of the way. Right, I'm just going to quickly dry that off and I'll be back. Right, that's dry, but I thought we'd just bring in a little bit of the black because it's all looking a bit yellowy. So I just wanted to make some bits pop, not many. So just grab my ink pad. Now I think I like it with a little bit showing, so let's glue that in place. I quite like the way that's looking. Right, let's, what shall we grab to stamp on it? I think it's got to be a butterfly. Which butterfly shall we go for? There's so many beautiful ones to choose from here. I mean, you've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Wow. Sometimes when you have so much choice, it's really, really hard. I'm going to go for that one, I think. So that looks really good. So that's the tag that we created with the jelly print, and I've just done some simple stamping on the top. And I don't think I'm even going to colour the butterfly. I think I'm just going to put stamp a quote or something along the bottom there. So we've got one quick tag made with one of our backgrounds. So just tidy up and then we'll see what else we can make. Right, I grabbed another piece. Sorry if my mat's a little bit shiny. It's where I just cleaned off before. And I thought we'd have a go this time with the flowers. And what I thought we'd try and do, a bit like I did in my first demo where I did the squares and we layered up, I thought we'd try and make this into like a random background a little bit. So I thought we could use the jars and randomly place them over, and we could then build up with some of the flowers. So not sure where it's going, but I think this is half the fun of discovering, you know, your stamps and using your backgrounds. So I don't know whether we should go small or large. Or let's do a pair and see what it looks like. So let's have a look. I'm going to go off there. Oh, I like that on the, do like that on the leather effect card. It adds an X, it's like it's got a crackle effect on the stamping. Oh, that's really nice. I do like that. Just wipe that ink away because all I'm going to do is just put that all over our project, my project. Right, let's do the smaller jar and put it there. And I'm just going to keep repeating that randomly up. Let's have a look. That side or that side? No, let's keep the pattern going the same way for the moment. We can always fill it in. And I don't want to make it diagonal, so decisions. Now see, if I put it there it looks diagonal, but I really haven't left myself much else I can do unless I reverse it. Oh, decisions. Let's just go for it. I can always put a sentiment there. Right, let's turn that round that side this time. And you can really see the wonderful cracked leather effect through the stamping. Well, I am liking that. I think that looks really good. I'm going to put another bottle there. Okay, let's have a play now. Let's move them out of the way. And let's grab some of the foliage. And let's see what I can put in. So, I like that one. Let's match it up. And I can match that one up there. I wonder if I can bend it slightly so it goes the opposite. Now let's put something different in. Let's see, what else could I use? Oh, that looks good. Let's try that one. That's a lovely long tall one. Now you get a lot of stamps with the flower jar. I mean, we get 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14 if I've counted correctly. Alright, let's put that one so it goes straight up. Oh, I like that. I'm going to put a little bit of it there. And a little bit of it. So it's coming up that way. You don't really notice it there, but that's fine. I'm going to do a diagonal. So all I'm doing is I'm just playing, really, with how I want things to look. So I should put it that way or that way. Let's do it that way. So it's going across that jar. Right, what else have I got that I can play with? I need something up there. So let's do this one. And I can put that one up there. That's quite delicate. That's lovely. I just feel like they should have a 3 with it somehow. Okay, so I've stamped those. So let's just move them out of the way for the moment. And my ink pad. So we've got those there. I'm just going to grab a micron pen because it's bugging me. And we've got these lovely stems, but they're not going all the way down to the bottom. So let's do that. And make the stems go further down. Otherwise it looks like they're just hanging in limbo. Now that's quite a delicate one, so I'm just going to have that quite delicately going down. And that one is going to go there. And that's a nice delicate one as well. So that stem is not too bad, it's going there. So I'm quite liking that as just a simple background, just by layering the stamps. So if I put that on like a DL card, she says, trying to think how she got one somewhere. Oh, sorry, let's have a look. What have I got here? Right, one DL card, one piece there. So if I put that suddenly, and I put it like that on a DL card, I could even just get away with a simple sentiment, or I've got a few more butterflies here that I like to stamp and get ready. So I could add, maybe not the bigger ones so much, but I could add like the smaller ones, or just one smaller one with a simple sentence, with a simple sentiment, and maybe a black outline on this card. And I think that's another project quickly and simply made, and that was just using our backgrounds. So I just put that there. Let's move that. But that means now I have got all of these ones that we made using the jelly plate left over that I can make projects for on another day. So I can have a play with all my stamps and the distress inks and see where I can take it further from there. So it'd be great to see what you do, you know, with jelly plate printing with your distress crayons, and then what are you going to do with the backgrounds once you've made them? Well, I'm going to let that dry, and I'm going to go off and have a little bit more of a play.
So we indeed have a bit more of a play. Now I've actually got finished article right here, as was done. And again, fantastic use of the crackled paper that we have on the show for you, of course, that works with that. The 14 of the stamps that work with the wildlife, so you've got the flowers and you've got the jars in there that she talked about. So it's all there, but it really does, honestly, I don't know if you can see it up close, but the actual texture, again, of that paper really does make a big difference to all those wonderful colours that are coming through and the whole image that you're getting. So it's a lovely piece there, done, and I hope that gives you inspiration to go for. Now, of course, we've only got about a minute or so left. Don't forget the crayons. Now, we have got the VE443 offer, of course, for the celebrations of VE Day all this weekend. So, of course, out of the 4 items in any hour, then the lowest price item you will get free. And it's perfect for when you have got chances like this to get entire sets. So you can either choose to go for set 10 and 7, or you can go for set 8 and set 4, or, you know, as we are looking, why not get both of those as well? Maybe get the larger of the ink pads to go for, because that's a bumper collection. You're going to get a lot of use from that. Maybe the cardstock and the tags as well. Go for those 4, and then, of course, you'll get your cheapest one free. So there's some real savings to be made, of course, in celebration of VE Day. The crayons, go for those choices. You've seen them working on the black card as well as you can see them working on the white card. For all of your different techniques, of course, working with all your ways with your water, with spritzing, of course, or adding it straight in. The more you put in, the pigment is really, really striking. So they're absolutely gorgeous. 785268. Choose from either set 4 and 8 or set 7 and 10. Right, from myself, I'm going to hand you over into the very safe, beautiful and moisturised hands of lovely Janice coming after that. But thank you so much, Steve, for being with us so far in this hour. We've got a lot more for you, of course, coming up for you throughout the rest of the day. So make sure you don't go anywhere. If you've got anything in your basket, make sure you get those checked out so you can take advantage also again of the great offers that are available for this particular hour. So keep the bunting high, wave the flags passionately, and stay with us on Hochanda for even more. See you in a second. Yes, Janice is ready with Rebecca. She's on the other side of the studio with her bodyguards in tow. You'll see what I mean. For the Sewing Room Essentials, coming up with your one-day special.
Hi, I'm Matthew Palmer, a professional artist with the SAA, the UK's largest and friendliest art community. The SAA exists to inform, encourage and inspire all who want to paint, and that's exactly what you'll learn to do with me as your teacher. As a self-taught artist of 30 years ago, I know the challenges of a white piece of paper and learning how to paint. But with me, Hochanda and the SAA, I'll show you how easy watercolour painting really is. I'm here on Hochanda because I want to show you my watercolour painting techniques. Started and develop your watercolour painting. So whether you're a beginner or an advanced artist, I've got some fantastic watercolour techniques that will get you started and take you even further on your watercolour journey. So join me, Matthew Palmer, for my shows on Hochanda.
Hi, I'm Jean, and together with my partner Malcolm, we run a small business in the northeast of England called Crafty Individuals. At Crafty Individuals, we're mostly involved in the design and manufacture of a very wide range of red rubber art stamps, but we also have a range of background papers and mini images that are also brilliant to create with. Personally, my background is in art and design and crafting, and most of the designs have been created by myself. We also have a great little team of other artist friends who've helped us along the way and have come up with other designs that completely work alongside our own. So do pull up a pew and join us on the Hochanda shows. We can't wait to see you there.
Hi, I'm Joe from the Mill Shop Online. Welcome to the Mill Shop Online. As you can see, we're a lot of fabric here. We're very passionate about our fabrics. We're one of the largest online sellers in the UK of fabrics for upholstery, soft furnishings, and now the lovely craft market. Whether you're starting out with fabric or you're an experienced sewer, we love to bring projects that every ability can really have a go at. So don't miss the Mill Shop Online shows on Hochanda.
Still don't know which side my heart is. I did this earlier on today and I was like, is that or is that? I didn't do biology at school. I didn't like to cut up frogs. Anyway, happy VE Day, everybody. The 75th anniversary of victory in Europe. We're celebrating here at Hochanda. I hope you're having a lovely day at home as well, all being reflective and remembering. We've got a deal for you. You can buy 4 items in this show for the price of 3. You'll get the lowest price item for free. All you have to do is quote VE443. It's dead easy, really, really is. Right, welcome to your one day special. We've got a lovely guest with us. Rebecca Reid is with us in the building. Hello, Rebecca. All the way over the inside of the studio.
All the way over here. Hello, nice to see you this morning.
Lovely to see you. And what can we expect to see in the show today, Rebecca?
Well, this is all about people who want to dressmake or do dressmake but want to learn it a bit better. So I've personally selected for you lots of tools and gadgets and things that you need that will make your dressmaking better and easier.
Well, that's what I like to hear. Making it easier is what it's all about, but also having the right tools for the trade. And that's exactly what we've got here with your one day special. This is your dress form. Now, you may have seen tailors' dummies, for example, and they are what they are. So if you want to create or make anything that's tailored to fit you, you need to get yourself a dress form. Now, this will adjust in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 different places, giving you the exact measurements that you require. For example, I've been out to the shops and you see a size on the rail, you go up, you think, oh, that's my size, you take it home. It doesn't quite fit. I've got, as my mum used to say, swimmer's shoulders. I've got big shoulders, I have. So I'll go and choose my size and it doesn't quite fit. So I'll go for a larger size to accommodate my swimmer's shoulders. But then it's a little bit baggy here or a little bit tight there. So being able to make and create something, especially for a special occasion like a wedding, anniversary, you can make the exact fit. And we're all different, aren't we, ladies? We are. We're all different. We are. So with this, you can adjust the chest size, you can adjust the waist size, you can adjust it out, you can also adjust it widthways as well. You've got the areas around the side and around the back to give you more or less. Now this is from a size 14 to size 20 and it's available in black and it's available in grey as well. 771851 is your item number. So making and creating sizes from 14 to 20, but of course a size 14 might be slightly adjusted for you so you get the correct size. £109.99. We'll divide that into two, but look at that saving £49. Maybe you're watching a certain television programme at the moment, all to do with soft crafts. I don't just mean this one you're watching at the moment. And that programme uses dress forms, so now you'll have your very own at home. Available in black or available in the white. Now we have got the smaller size for you here. This goes from a size 8 to 16. This is also available in grey and black, adjustable, also in 11 areas, and it's exactly the same, but it's the different size on there. So you choose, you decide. Remember, with our 4 for 3 events, you get the 4th item for free. Well, when I say the 4th item, it's the lowest price item for free. That's also available on FlexiBuy as well. So remember, making the right tailor-made dress, skirt, top, shirt, waistcoat, jacket, coat, you name it, you can make it and create it. Now, to look at this in more depth, here's a lovely Wendy Gardner.
Hi, I'm Wendy Gardner, and I want to introduce you to the Millwood adjustable dress forms. Being adjustable means that you can actually create a body double that's almost you, which means that when you're dressmaking, you can get garments to fit perfectly. Now, when you get it out of the box, you will find it's got lots of pieces that need to be put together. You'll have 4 of these feet and they slot into this base very easily. There's a groove there, a notch there, and up it goes. Nice and sturdy once it's all together. You also have a hem marker, the base pole, which has the markings on it, and then the top pole that the actual dress form fits onto. And of course, you have the address form. So first of all, we put the hem marker onto the base pole and then put the base pole into the base there. You can move the hem marker up and down and lock it into place. This pole then goes onto the top, and then on top of that you put the dress form. As you can see on this, you have 2 front dials here, and on the sides and the back you have 3. So there are 11 points of adjustment on the body. You can also adjust the neck, and you can also adjust the waist height. So if you're long-waisted, you can separate the body slightly and then you can make it fit you. This is all about making a dress form perfect for you. I'm also going to show you some inner parts of the dress form before I put it together, just to make it a lot easier when you do it at home. So inside the dress form, you'll see you've got 2 dials on the pole that you're going to attach to the long pole. The first one, the bottom one, is the one that you adjust, just lock it in place when you've got the dress form on the pole. And the one just above that, it's more like a wheel, that's the one that you turn to loosen so that you can increase the waist length. And then once you've increased it or decreased it to what you want, you lock it in place. So to adjust the sides, you just roll the wheels down and that opens out. So down and out. And the really good thing about these, lovely and easy to wheel, is either side you will see a little bit of white tape. Now if you want to use this dress form for more than just one person, you could have one set of measurements on one side of that and then you could write another set of measurements, maybe in a different colour, on the other side. And just one more thing, before you buy, take your own measurements, bust, waist and hips, and then look at the two sizes, the small and medium, and buy the one that most closely resembles your size. And then, of course, you can do all these adjustments, which I'm going to show you how to do to make it fit you. Now it's all set up, the next job is to do the adjustments. Now the best way to do this is to take your measurements, as I said earlier, and then measure the dress form. Now I prefer to do it in halves, so measure from the side seam across the bust to the side seam, and then again for the back. Doing it in two halves means that if you have got a fuller figure, maybe a fuller bust, maybe a tummy, maybe a bigger derriere, by doing it in halves, you can adjust the bit that you need to the amount you need. If you do it in the round, what you would end up with, say for a fuller bust, is it being too big on the sides and too big on the back and too big on the chest. So for the front dials, we turn them clockwise to open them out. Press in the little white dial there and we can open them out. And then you can start doing the sides. Remember, down is out. And the back. So you've got all of these different areas that you can adjust to open it up. You keep on doing that and then you keep on remeasuring and remeasuring. Now, if you have got a fuller bust, there's two things to note. One, bust point. You measure from your shoulder down to the apex or the fullest part of your bust. Check that that measurement on the dress form is the same as it is on you, and the chances are it won't be, because these are a little bit pert for most people, so you might need to put on a bra on the dress form and adjust the bra height so that it's perfect for you. So to help do that, I like to make sure that the dress form height is the same as me as well. Now if you remember, I showed you there was a dial on the body that I can open and just drop it down a bit until it's the right height, tightening it up. And then it's the right height. And that way I can check that that bust is at the same point as me. But let me show you how you adjust it to fit you if you've got a fuller figure. So I have put on a bra and I have padded it with toy stuffing. So now, rather than having opened it all up to get this fuller figure that I need, and so many of us do, I've actually done it and created it by putting on a bra which I've padded. Because it's at the right height, I can also check that it's the right height for me. I've also opened up the waist, so I pulled this down because my waist is lower than it was on the dress form. Now this now means that I can fit garments really much more easily. And I'm going to show you how I'm going to do that in just a minute. But the other thing I wanted to say is I've opened it all up all the way round. Now you might find that what you'd like to actually do is have a clearer, smoother outline. So you can do that by wrapping it in some wadding. And then you've got a nice smooth outline. And the other thing you can do, if you've got lots of bits, so for instance, if you had to add something for your tummy here, or if you've got fuller hips, if you're pear-shaped, you might want to add wadding to the hip area. You might need to add a little bit more to the derriere. So you can just do that by adding wadding pieces, just layering it up. And then once you've done that, wrap the whole thing in a piece of wadding, or indeed you can wrap it with cling film. Doesn't look particularly wonderful, but it will be the right size for you. So I have wrapped my dress form in just a thin layer of wadding, just so that I've got a nice smooth line. And as I said, you could actually wrap it in cling film if you like. And then I can do things like tissue fitting. Now this is a step that you can do in dressmaking. Before cutting out your fabric, you fit tissue to yourself. It's so much easier to do it on your body double here. So I can check that the centre front is in the centre. The side seams are down the side. The bust point is in the right place for my bust because it's all me in shape on here. It just makes dressmaking so much easier. So you've got an adjustable dress form which you've created your body double from. Having created your body double, you can make garments that fit you perfectly. As you can see from my pal here, she's got one of my dresses on and it fits. Now the last thing I'm going to show you with this amazing adjustable dress form from Millwood is the hem marker, because it makes it so much easier to hem your garments without enlisting the aid of a friend or standing on a table as somebody tries to go round you. So we put the dress form on a table because it makes it easier for me to show you. When I do this at home, I'm normally sitting on the floor. But it's very easy. You move the hem marker up to the level you want it to be, and then you can lock it in place. And then you can bring it forward. So if you've got a fuller garment like this, you can bring it forward so that the fabric will slip in nice and easily. Now you see there is an opening here which you slot the fabric into. And then I can just turn it up by the required amount using the marking on the front here as the guide. So if I decide to make it on the 4, turn it up onto the 4 and then pop a pin in. Move it round, go to the next piece, it's on the 4, pop a pin in. So it's really quick and simple, and you can do this yourself without enlisting somebody to help you. But do always let the garment hang for at least 24 hours before hemming, just in case you have bias cut seams on the sides which can droop otherwise. And once I've pinned it close to the hem turning, I can then even up the hem allowance and then finish the hem by hand on machine. So that's it. Your Millwood adjustable dress form. Your best friend.
It certainly is, and it's definitely worth the investment for you. Those are the details for your one-day special. The one-day special is size 14 to size 20. If you want to go for the small size, that's also available for you, but the one-day special is the 14 to size 20. If you wanted to go for the 8 to size 16, both are available in the black or the grey, but if you wanted the smaller size, £99 there, saving £50, also available on FlexiBuy. Right, we're going to hand you over now to our lovely Rebecca, who's here in the studio. Rebecca, can I ask you a question?
Yeah, go on then.
About these forms. Which one would you go for? Because they're two different sizes. There's people at home that might want both of them, but is there a particular one to go for?
Well, just remember that you can't make them smaller, but you can make them bigger. So the small one is 8 to 16 and the large one is 14 to 20. So if you're a 14, then you can have either, in theory. So what I would do is measure yourself first before you buy them. These 3 very important measurements. You've got to measure around your bust, and I'll just show you how to do that. So put your normal bra on that you're going to wear with most of the things you wear. Don't put that fancy one on that you bought that doesn't quite fit properly and, you know, but you thought looked nice. Put on your normal bra and pants, and then that's it. And then measure yourself or get someone to help you. So for the bust measurement, take a tape measure, either inches or centimetres, doesn't matter, and I'll just show you. And then measure round the back, so the bust, and you've got to measure round the biggest point, so right through the centre of your nipples. Okay? And make sure, when you do it, that the tape measure at the back is straight. Not bagging, but straight, and that's your exact measurement. Then measure your waist, and to measure your waist, it's the people are often unsure what their waist is, but if you bend over, it's that bit, and everyone's doing it now, look. It's the bit when you bend over that creases, that's your waist.
Mine's a big crease, Rebecca.
Just bend over, and don't hold your stomach in or hold your breath or push it out, just go, you know. Just
Our producer's saying he's got 3 creases.
The biggest crease. So just natural, because you don't want to be making your dress where you have to hold your tummy in, and then that's the point that you measure, and again measure all the way around, and if you can get someone to help with you, that's best, because you can make sure the tape measures straight. And then for your hips, you know where you can feel your hip bone, it's just below your waist, it's sort of the pointy out bits. Measure around that, but make sure you measure sort of your widest part, get it right across your bottom. And you know, don't worry what these measurements are. It absolutely doesn't matter. People think, oh, I hate measuring myself because I don't know to. No one needs to know. Just write it down and then burn it. Or whatever. Nobody needs to know what your measurements are.
Well, you know, Rebecca, I've always said it's bought and paid for, so, you know, I might as well use it.
It's better that your dress form fits you than you've made it to a set of measurements you'd like to be. You know, just be honest with yourself. And then the measurements for these are I don't know whether they're on the website
14
or not.
to 20 and then 8 to 16.
Right, well we have got more precise measurements. So for the 14 to 20, the bust is 39 to 47 inches.
Okay.
The waist is 32 to 40 inches, and the hips are 41 to 49 inches.
Great.
And so remember though that you can make it a bit bigger. So in the video Wendy explained, you know, if you've got a big bottom or a more rounded bottom, then
Yes.
you can pad it out with a bit of wadding. So what I would say is once you've measured, then choose the one that suits you. So if you're, you know, a smaller size 14, this is fine, because this goes up to 16. If you're a larger 14 compared to those measurements, get this one.
Got you, yeah, that's a good point.
As long as you are within those measurements, it's fine. And then what I'd say is once you've set it and you've got it and you think it's right and it all measures, go and get one of your favourite dresses, one that you know fits, that you feel comfortable in, that doesn't pull across the bust, doesn't make you breathe in, and put that on the dressmaking form and see if it looks right. And then if you think, oh no, I look slightly different in that, you know, like Wendy said, put a bra on and put some padding in so that it actually looks like you. Once you've done all of that and you put a dress on, that's it, you can leave it. It's all good to go. You
Perfect.
can then be sure to make all your dresses that actually fit you.
It's brilliant, isn't it? It really is. Now, you've got some accessories for us, Rebecca, on the show. And one of them is a pressing ham, but you can't eat it. And the other one is a clapper.
A clapper. So I was asked to put together some products and some bundles of things that you need if you're going to take up dressmaking, or if you're already a dressmaker and want to get a bit better and to make your life easier and your dressmaking look more professional. So pressing is crucial. You should always press throughout every single process. So every time you sew a seam, press it, then sew the next one. Because if you don't press your seams open or to one side so they're nice and flat, when you then join the next piece of fabric on, so say you've joined all the pieces on a bodice round, if you haven't pressed those seams beautifully, when you join the skirt on, they'll start to pucker. So take the time to press. Now, if you're pressing a seam open, I'll just show you, that's really easy. So you just take a piece of fabric. There you are, you've done your seam. Open it out and just press it open. So that's easy. But obviously, we're not straight people. Press it all, when you press a seam open, just a little tip, always press it open from the wrong side and then press it from the right side as well, and you can make sure that you haven't got any little creases or puckers. That's just one thing. But obviously we're not straight people, we've got lots of curves, we have sleeves, we have
swimmer's shoulders,
yeah, busts, everything. So lots of the times when you're dressmaking, you will have curved pieces, and that's where this comes in. Now it's called a ham purely because it's the shape of a ham. It's filled with sawdust for two reasons. Sawdust is flexible, so you can move it to different shapes, but also it will take on very high temperatures like an iron. And sawdust is wood, and wood absorbs moisture, and that's what you need it to do. So if you've got a curved seam like this one I've got here, and you want to press it open, you can't really do that on a flat surface. So this is where the ham is brilliant. The ham has lots of different curves on it. It's got smaller curves at the front and bigger ones. So just move it round the ham until you find the curve that it fits. And now it's really easy to press the seam. And if you press the seam open on the curve, and you can move it round to different places to get it just right, then you'll be able to press it open, but you wouldn't have been able to do that on the flat surface. So this, you know, really simple gadget is wonderful. You've now got a nicely pressed open seam which you wouldn't get otherwise. Really worth investing one of these.
And it's only £9.99. That is a great price, saving £5. And of course we do have smaller irons on the show, so that technique that Rebecca was showing us there, if you wanted to go for the iron that we've got available for you on the show, I think we're going to bring the details up on the screen. £19.99. Now I'm sure this folds down, but I've not used it. There you go, it folds down so you can pack it away. But look at that freedom price, £11.99. Well, that has really ironed out that price, hasn't it? That is fantastic. And that, I think, would be really good to use, as Rebecca was using the larger one. Ergonomically designed, really nice weight to that. $11.99, 417259. That is a why not deal with that Freedom discount. So become a Freedom member today and take that discount. You've got the adjustable temperature just there. I don't think it's a steam iron, no, because it's got no holes at the bottom. There you go. And anything that doesn't have a hole on the bottom isn't a steam iron. Am I a steam iron? Of course I am. Right. Oh, we're going back to Rebecca. Oh, yes. So, well, OK, we're going to go back to Rebecca and we're going to take a look at the point presser. Yes.
This is another product that we've got today, this mini ironing board. They go together, so I'm just going to confuse everybody. But if you've got a little iron, then this mini ironing board is absolutely perfect. As I said, pressing your seams as you go is really important. And I mean, I'm just as lazy as everyone else. I can't be bothered to get up from my sewing machine, walk to the ironing board and back. But if you've got the little iron that you were talking about and you buy this little ironing board, which does fold flat as well, you can just pop it by your sewing machine near your workstation, and it works in exactly the same way as a normal ironing board. It's all padded, it's got the Teflon type coating. Perfect.
It's really handy, isn't it, if you're doing English paper piecing or something like that, or you've got, what's the terminology for one of the creases that you need to iron out? We all need to iron out some creases, don't we?
But just for
don't iron yourself.
Just for little pieces or small seams, it's just perfect.
Yeah, like not your barn circles when you're quilting, your rails, Catherine's in the studio. Catherine, what are they called? Rail frames. Railing, when you do your patchworking. Oh, bless her, she got up early this morning. Rail fencing, rail fencing. Oh,
but just
dear.
for little small bits of ironing, this is a really good thing to buy it in tandem with the small iron. That will make your life easier, because this show is about making your life easier and your finish makes more professional.
Perfect.
Right,
so,
now I'll move on to the clapper.
Let's have a look at the happy clapper thing. We want to know what it is and what it does.
So, tailors' clappers have been used for hundreds of years by tailors, and the reason I chose this is, you know, all those tailors over all those years cannot be wrong. There's something wonderful about this. So, when you want to press a seam beautifully flat and open, you need the right combination of hot to cold and moisture, so wet to dry. And the problem is that when you press a seam open with your steam iron, it's nice and steamy, and then you take it off and all the moisture disappears, and as does the heat. But this is made from a hardwood, it's beech. It has to be made from a hardwood because hardwood absorbs water really well. So what you do is you steam the thing, and then you just take the clapper and you press it on to absorb the moisture, which takes about 5 seconds. And that's it. And your seam will be much more beautifully set. It will be flatter. Particularly important when you're using thicker fabrics, but you will get a much better finish. So all you have to do is you have your iron in one hand, give it a press, put that on. Now the moisture is all coming up through the wood and being absorbed, and you have a better seam. If you want to press a hem, this is where it really comes into its own, because you want to have a nice crease so that you don't have to, you can then just run it under the machine. So press it like this and then press the clapper on top.
That's
and now
easy.
you have a look at that hem, absolutely crisp, staying flat. You could press it over again for a double hem. Again, press it, place the clapper on top. It's just a few seconds. And now you get a beautiful finish. The other thing, this is a multi-purpose thing. It's also got a point presser on the top. So in the same way with the ham that we needed to press curves, if you want to press a point like this, this would be maybe a collar or the corner of a pocket or something. How do you press that open? Because you can't get into the point. So what you do is you put the point on here, and because this is wood absorbs moisture and withstands high temperatures, it's fine to iron on. You press up to the point and then you take it off, and you can press the other side. There we go. And now, look, you've got a beautifully pressed open point, which you wouldn't have been able to do without this. So this is really good when you're making collars, and, you know, it's just one of those things that really good value for money, because these are, you know, these have been made for centuries. They've got to be made from the right wood, and honestly, since I've had one, it's made such a difference.
Wow, at $14.99, that's a great price, and it really has, you know, it stood this test of time. Like you say, it's been used for centuries for a reason. £14.99. The one you are getting won't have been used for a century. It will be brand new. This is like one of those films where I'm throwing my voice to Rebecca. It's amazing. We'll have to try that. We'll do it. Here at Hochanda, we've worked really hard over the past couple of weeks. Management have been working hard so that we can bring guests back into the studio in a safe environment. Lots of things are in place that you guys don't see at home because it's a bit boring, really, to get the guest from their car all the way through reception in a safe manner. They're in their own room and into the studio. So that's why we are far apart at the moment. But hopefully we'll meet again, as Vera Lynn once said. Right, the clap is very busy, by the way. £14.99, 060 583 is your item number. It's a great deal, it really is. Here it is. And again, it's made of that hard wood, so you can use it in conjunction with your steam irons. It's about using the correct items to give you the best results, and this will. Right, we have a box for you available on the show, and Rebecca's going to have a little chat about this in a moment's time. So you can open it up like that. You can, oh, makes a good, that's almost like a clapping sound. And you've got your drawer in the front just there. £37.99. This is your Millward wooden sewing craft box with drawer, but it's only £22.79 if you are a Freedom member, which is a huge discount as a Freedom member, is it not? So if you're adding items to your basket, maybe you're going for the one-day special, maybe you've added the clapper, maybe you've added this and something else, you will get the lowest priced item free. It's a 4 for 3 deal. That's how we're celebrating VE Day. So if you do want to get hold of that, 488 654 is your item number. But it's a gorgeous box, it really is. Now back to Rebecca. I think you're going to take us through the 10-piece bundle.
Yes, I am. Yeah. I just wanted to show you, now that we've left this for a few minutes, this seam this hem that I pressed with the clapper, just very quickly. This is the end that I pressed with the clapper, and see how it's still turned over, a double hem. This end I just pressed but didn't press the clapper on, and that's starting to come up. So just interesting, after sort of a few minutes, how your hem has stayed down. So what I was asked to do was to put together a bundle of 10 items that are really essential parts of your sewing kit, or things that you might not have seen before or not really sure what to do with. These 10 things are things that I couldn't do without, and it's important to have quality of them. You don't want to buy cheap versions, they need to be this quality because they'll last. It's a false economy otherwise. So the first thing I chose was pins. Pins are really, really important for dressmaking and all types of sewing, but buy the right pins. If the pins are too thick, then they will mark the fabric. If the points aren't sharp enough, they'll mark it. But on the other hand, if they're too thin and they're too flimsy, they'll just break. These are made from high carbon steel, which means they're very strong. They're just over 1 inch long, perfect for dressmaking, for using, I put them on the lid, for using for fine to medium fabrics. I prefer to sew with flat head pins, not glass head pins. I use glass heads for certain things, but for normal dressmaking, I use the flat heads because they don't distort the fabric so much. They sit in there. If you happen to press over them, it doesn't matter. You shouldn't really sew over them, but you can. It's not them. These are the best things for dressmaking, for the less distortion. So first of all, there's a packet of those, which you really need.
Yes, I was going to ask you about sewing over pins. Some people like to do that. We don't recommend it.
Well, if you're going to, then you need to pin horizontally across your fabric. So if you've got a seam, if you're going to sew 2 pieces of fabric together like this, I sometimes do, if I'm doing a lot of pinning, normally you would pin vertically like this. If you are going to sew over, then pin horizontally. If you're sewing very tight curves, you should always pin horizontally anyway, because you can then pivot it more. But then when your sewing machine goes over it, 9 times out of 10 you're absolutely fine, but there is the odd time where it just catches your needle. So you shouldn't, but if you have to, then do pin horizontally.
I mean, that's down to you guys at home. It's your discretion
It's
whether
up
you
to you,
sew
your
over the
needles.
pins. We're not taking any responsibility for broken needles. We're not taking any responsibility for broken machines. So that's down to you guys at home. We just wanted to show you maybe a way of doing that. What's up next?
But pinning horizontally is a really good technique for when you're pinning lots of them and to keep it going. So the next product that I chose was a seam ripper. Because, well, we all make mistakes, and if you've made a mistake, you need to be able to undo the seam without damaging and destroying the fabric next to it, and a seam ripper is the best item to use for that job. So what a lot of people don't realise is what you're supposed to do with it. So if you look at the seam ripper, you can see that there's a point, and then there's another small point with a red blob on it, and in between the two is the blade. And they're very safe because you can't actually get your fingers into the blade. The blade's very sharp, will cut threads easily, and it will cut stitches, but you can't get to it. And the red blob isn't there to protect the end of that, it's there for ripping seams. So, when you need to undo a seam, undo the first few stitches just so it's come loose, because you may well have reverse stitched at the end of it. So just undo those first with the point. I obviously did quite a few there to undo. Right, then what you do is put the point, the red ball, downwards. And the reason there's a ball on it is so that it slides across the table. Put that downwards with the point upwards, because most people unpick that way, but then you've got more chance of cutting the fabric. So put the ball downwards, hold the ends of the seam, and then you can just unpick your whole seam, like that.
That makes it easy, doesn't it, rather than unpicking everything single stitch?
If you want to unpick a seam where the fabric is very delicate, or it's a small piece and you can't do the running through, then the best way to do that so that you don't rip the fabric and don't damage it is place the point flat and unpick every sort of 3rd or 4th stitch. All you do is slide it. Don't do it that way because you'll catch it like this. Just slide it through. I'll just do a few here to show you.
Do you know what's good about this, Rebecca, is that you get these tools home, but seeing this, the correct way to use, it makes all the difference, doesn't it?
Well, it's just, you know, you think you have these tools and you don't think, oh, what do I do with it? So now I've unpicked every 2 or 3 stitches. If you then turn it over, you can use the point of the seam ripper to pick up the thread on the back, and look, all the thread comes off. So there's your seam unpicked. Really, really neatly. The other great thing about a seam ripper is that you can use it for cutting holes. So if you're doing a buttonhole and you need to cut a neat slot, you can just draw it on, the point bit will poke into the fabric really well, and then you just push it along and you've got a neat little hole. Perfect for buttonholes, or if you need to make a slit to put in an eyelet or a magnetic clasp, that's what you use them for. Also, if you're always keep one by your machine, so when you're sewing, if you've got a seam that's open and you're sewing on top of it and you just need to hold it flat or ease it, then the seam ripper is your best friend, because you can sew through the machine and you can just hold it with the point without the needle touching it, without any pins getting in the way, and then you can run it through the machine. So it's just a really good little tool just to hold things flat. So
Yeah, it's really handy. I've often used one of those to take off labels from clothes. You know, sometimes labels in your t-shirts that itch. If it's a large label, just
But
slim it
again, if
across.
you're going to do that and you want to be sure, do the method where you lay the point flat and unpick. But they're just a really useful tool, and also they cut threads. So when you finish stitching, you can just cut the end of the thread with them.
Perfect. Right, what's next?
Right, next is tape measure, which I showed you earlier when we did the dummy. And the reason I chose this one is it's retractable. If you've got one that's rolled up in a tin or just a loose one, they can start to bend and twist and knot, and then they distort, and then they're not the correct measurement anymore. If you have a retractable one, they come back in and they're kept safe. It's metric on one side, imperial on the other. I chose this one because it's premium quality, which means the spring is better, so it will work for longer. But
perfect.
Really perfect part of dressmaking. The magnetic pin dish, which I love. So It comes with some flower pins, which are just beautiful. Lovely, lovely pins, really nice and long. But when you're sewing and you take on your machine and you're taking the pins out, rather than putting them in your mouth, which is very dangerous, you can just throw them onto here. Because it's magnetic, you just throw them on and they catch. If you want to clear up the pins, you can put the lid on and you can just pop them in. There's a little slit at the top and they can go in. If you found you come to the end and you've spilt all your pins, which you do, you just wipe it all over your surface and there they are, all picked up. So if you've done a bit of dressmaking and you've got a few loose pins, or they're on the floor, I constantly drop pins, I don't know where they're going, you can just run it across the floor, you can just whiz it across what you've been making to make sure all the pins are out of the way.
Now
So
that's really handy, especially...
little gadget, but just
yeah.
wonderful.
If you've got little ones who come running round, whether those are your fur babies or babies, you've got to be careful of pins. You've got to be careful of your carpeted areas because you can lose them. So just having that to go around is
It's
fabulous.
great, and it's just really useful. So by my machine, I've always got one of these, and I've always got a seam ripper, and it's just very useful to have. And I've got pins all over the place.
Now remember, all of these come in a bundle, £24.90. You're saving £11. It's 352133, and everything that Rebecca is showing you now within this bundle of 10, you will receive £24.90, but you're saving £11. It's a great deal. Right, Rebecca, what's next?
Pin cushion. You need to have a pin cushion. It stores your pins in. I chose this one because it's really traditional. It's a tomato pin cushion. These have been used since Victorian times. It's used to bring you good luck, prosperity, and ward off evil spirits to have a tomato on your mantelpiece.
I was going to ask you why tomato. Really?
So, what the Victorians did is when tomatoes weren't in season and you didn't want a rotten tomato on your mantelpiece, they would just get a piece of red cloth and stuff it with something and put that there instead. And so that then moved on to
so
having...
tomatoes ward off evil spirits?
Yes, and encourage prosperity.
Wow, I've been growing tomatoes at my home for ages, and
but you have to
I've
have
never
one,
left.
But you have to have one on your mantelpiece.
Oh, there you go.
There you go.
I'm too busy eating them.
Or a tomato pin cushion. And obviously your pin cushion's great because you can store your pins in it or your dish. And the little, well, it's a small tomato, it's a strawberry. It's not decoration, that. It's for your pins. So inside, they used, in the old days, they used to have emery powder, but now they're sort of little rock-shaped particles. And you put your pins in, and it sharpens them. So if your pin is a little bit tarnished or rusty, or it's gone a bit sticky, or it's not as sharp as it used to be, just pop them in there, and then that will sharpen them.
What's inside there to sharpen them?
Well, they used to be emery powder. It says it's rock-like particles, so it's probably small
like
bits
a rock sand or something.
Yes, a rock sand, and it's just abrasive.
Yeah.
So I mean, quite often you fill pin cushions with that, and it keeps all your pins clean. The other great thing that you can use for these is when you've got sewing machine needles. There is a pack of sewing machine needles in the packet. When you're in this bundle, I'll talk about that in a minute, they're numbered in your box, but if you take them out of the box, you don't know what number they are.
Yeah.
So what you can do on the green stalks here, because it's divided into 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, you can write the number of the sewing machine needle on the green stalk, and then you can pop the needles in there, and then you know.
Who would have thought a pin cushion would have had so many different uses, was so versatile, so handy, and you just can't live without it? I want one. Actually, I want to buy a sewing machine now to go with that pin cushion.
You can have the pin cushion, yes. So talking about sewing machine needles, I put in 2 packs in this bundle. A finer one, which is size 60 to 80, and a heavier one, which is the size 80 to 100. The size of the needle is dependent on the fabric. So these are universal sewing machine needles, which means that they're perfect for dressmaking. They are sharp, but with a very, very slight rounded point, so you can use them for knit fabrics. If you're using knit fabrics a lot, use a stretch sewing machine, but universal, you can use these for plain weaves like cotton, but also they have got a slight rounded point. The size is 60 is for very fine georgette, silk, lawn, going up through the 70, 80, which is perfect for cotton, all the way up to 100, which is heavy denim and twill. Most of the time, if your sewing machine is skipping stitches or the tension is wrong, the first thing you should do is change your sewing machine needle. And most of the time that will solve it, because you should only use a needle for 4 to 8 hours of sewing.
Really?
Because they blunt. You know, you think how many times that needle to go up and down and picking up the thread underneath. And people don't change them because you don't think about it. You change them when you break them.
Yeah, true. But also, some people don't change them because they're trying to save money. But in this bundle that we've got here, $24.90, you've got all the different pieces, including those needles as well. So it's a great price.
And what quite often happens with me is that I'll break one, and the reason it's broken is because it's too fine. And then, oh, okay, and then I change the needle and put the 100 in, and it's absolutely fine because it's for the thicker fabrics. But always have spare needles. If you're in the middle of a project, it's a Sunday evening, you can't get any sewing machine needles, always have some spares, so that's why I've put those in. I also put some hand needles in. A lot of time people just, if they're new to sewing, they might have an old needle case or they've bought some from the supermarket, but there are loads and loads of different types of needles, all designed specifically for a purpose. And the needles that you need for hand sewing for dressmaking are sharps. Sharps needles have got small round eyes and very sharp points. And they've got small round eyes because they're used for hemming, sewing on buttons. You don't want them to mark the fabric, so these little eyes will slip through really well. Because they're round, they're quite easy to thread as well.
Are they?
And they're very, very sharp, and they're a medium length. And in this packet you've got 5 different sizes, size 5 to 10, which you can use for all different weights of fabric. But you will find there's a difference if you use the right needle. If you're hemming a pair of jeans by hand and you don't want the stitches to show through to the front, use the right needle and they won't. If you use one of those, I don't know what the needle are, you know, those thick ones that you don't even know what they are, you will see the stitches.
Yeah, you're right.
And people quite often are put off hand sewing. I can't hand sew, the stitches are too big. Well, if you use the right needles, and you know, there's quite a lot in there.
And that's also included in that 10-piece bundle. Are we still going, Rebecca?
We are still going.
We are still going.
I think, yes, this is the... No, it isn't. We've got 2 more. The seam gauge. This is brilliant if you want to mark a seam line on a piece of fabric. It's all in metric, and there's all the common seams, 1 centimetre, 1.5 centimetre, 2, 3 and 4. So say I wanted to mark on here a 1.5 centimetre seam. I take a pen, this is a heat erasable one, and you line up the edge of the 1.5 with the edge of your fabric, and then you just mark it all the way down, keeping that, and you've got a perfect 1.5 seam. So if you want to make sure, particularly if you're new to sewing and you struggle to sew in a straight line and use the guides that are on the sewing machine, sometimes I always say to people, oh, I can't sew because I can't sew in a straight line. You draw the straight line onto your fabric, just practice and just sew it. And this little gadget means that you can draw those seam allowances on. You can just check allowances as well, you can check measurements. It's aluminium, so you can iron over it. If you want to press a seam over, you can just use that to press it as well.
Such a handy tool, isn't it?
Little, very little, handy little thing that
I think everything in this accessory kit is so versatile. I'm learning so much, even about a pincushion. I'm learning so much, and it is all about using things in the correct way that you get a better experience. We're still going on this bundle.
Now, this is tailor's chalk. And again, back to my tradition of the clapper, the reason that tailors have been using tailor's chalk for so long is because it's good and it works. It's really simple. It's just pressed chalk, and the traditional shape is a triangle. And in this pack, you get it in 3 colours, blue, red and white, obviously for different coloured fabrics. So if you're marking on a white fabric, then use the blue one. It's a triangular shape because you can hold it by one wide side and then you've got the point on the other. But because it's got 3 points and 3 sides, you know, you can keep it sharp. You're not using the same point all the time. So if you want to mark a line, you just run it across. And then when you finish, you can use that to sew along, you can use it to mark notches from dress patterns, or any little marks that you need to put onto your fabric, buttonholes where the hem sits, and then it will just wash off afterwards. If you've got a dark or a black fabric, there's a white one in there, so you can draw on that. With a blue fabric, maybe they won't show, the white won't show up, or so there's the red. The red one will work with lots of things.
Can I ask you, Rebecca, is there any fabric that you wouldn't use the chalk on?
Well, I would always test it first because, you know, most cotton fabrics are fine. So I would always test to make sure it can be removed. If you've got something that's a very heavy knit or a textured fabric, it might not mark very well, it won't pick it up. You do need sort of a softer fabric.
What about silk?
No, you can mark it with silk, but again, just test on a bit to make sure that it does rub off.
Yes.
Some fabrics mark differently. And just be careful, when you mark, run it along the grain so that it doesn't drag the fabric. But just test it first.
Yes.
There's loads of different ways of marking fabric. This is just one of my favourite.
And that's included?
They're very brittle as well. If they break, it doesn't matter, you can still use them, but just keep them in this little triangular box that they come in, and it will just keep them safe.
Perfect. Thanks for that, Rebecca. Oh my goodness, 10 pieces in that bundle. Very busy. £24.90. 352133 is your item number. It's brand new today. So many different uses for all of those items, but all of those items reduced by £11 and into your basket and check on out for £24.90. 352133. If you're a Freedom member, remember no P&P to pay.